on YouTube and TikTok. I think I have the chat thing working. Let's see if it works. It's a civil war on debate TikTok. What are you doing? I'm just here to watch the Epstein hearing. If you're talking about the Dean thing, I did get a chance to pop in and hear some of that stuff. It seems pretty bad. Seems pretty bad, but that's not going to be the subject of today's live. Okay, I think everything's working. It's bad. Yeah, it seems, from what I saw when I hopped on there, it seems pretty horrible. Okay, let's switch over to, what am I looking for? Let's see. Saying hi from New Yorkistan. What's up? Shout out to New Yorkistan. What's bad? What happened? That's a question for different people than myself. Yeah, the subject is Pam Bondi. I was just about to eat, and I was going to watch the Pam Bondi hearing, and then I was like, I might as well just go live while I do that. And if it's like too boring or just I'm not feeling it, we might just end the live early today. The plan today wasn't to go live, but I saw some hearings of this. I saw some clips of this hearing, rather, that seemed pretty interesting. I have not watched it in full. I've only seen bits and pieces here and there. I saw a question she was asked by Massey, and I'm forgetting the other guy's name. Some California congressman, Democrat, blanking. Hold on. I think we are live on YouTube as well. Let's just double check. Okay, we are. Yes, Ted Lieu, I think. And let's switch over there. Yeah, so I just want to watch some of this, and I want to see if this is a 4.5 hour hearing. We are not watching all 4.5 hours. I can't even promise I'm still going to be here an hour from now because I'm hungry. I was like, let me just see what's up with the Epstein stuff while I'm eating. Saw some crazy clips of this. If I'm not feeling the vibe, I don't know if we're going to do debates today or not, but I figured we'd at least watch some of this in full.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany, to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Make sure you guys are double tapping the screen. I am also live right now on YouTube. If anyone wants to watch on YouTube, it's a much better format and layout, higher resolution, background stuff, all that nice stuff. But regardless, make sure you guys are double tapping the screen. Share it live. I'm gonna. What's YouTube? I'm on London. I don't know what that is. What the fuck, bro? If you're asking what's my YouTube, it's in the link tree in my bio. Let's get started.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for
Statements. The chair is now recognized. 18 cities.
And I've heard when I've eaten before, people have complained about my chewing sounds. What the fuck is that? Bro, okay, I know people have complained about my chewing sounds, so while we're watching, I'm going to just move the microphone away from me so I can eat in peace. And if I have something to add, I'll lean in.
11 states, 3 counties, and the District of Columbia are sanctuary jurisdictions, accounting for 31% of the population in this country. 31% of the American people, almost 1/3 of the American people, live in a city, county, or state where the left-wing leadership tells local law enforcement not to work with federal law enforcement. Now, what does that mean in practice? Let's look at Abraham Gonzalez, who on September 20th, 2023, was arrested by Border Patrol for illegally entering the United States. And of course, the Biden administration released him into the country. 5 months later, February 26, 2024,
Thank you for
Mr.
joining
Gonzalez
my
is
fan
charged with
club
assault.
for 2 months.
2 weeks later, March 11, 2024, he's charged with felony motor vehicle theft. Stole a car. And on March 20th, 2024, 9 days later, he's arrested by the Denver police and placed in the Denver Justice Center. 6 days later, March 22nd, 2024, ICE sends a detainer notice to the Denver Justice Center saying this: if you're going to release Mr. Gonzalez, can you give us a heads up? Can you let us know maybe 48 hours before you're going to release this guy so we can come apprehend him there at the jail? And remember, a detainer is a final order of removal from a court where this individual's committed some removable offense. But on February 28th, 2025, Abraham Gonzalez is released to the streets. In fact, we can put that up. I think you can see this. Release, we got the form from the Denver Justice Center. What kind of inmate was Mr. Gonzalez for those 345 days that he was in the Denver Justice Center? We have that too. Violent to the staff, keep separate. So this guy was so bad, you had to keep him away from other inmates. He'd already assaulted some staff member, but Denver released this guy to the streets and instead of turning him over to ICE agents who would have come to the jail and arrested him there. And of course, we all know what happens. When the officers did apprehend Mr. Gonzalez out on the street, he assaulted one of the officers. This is what happens when you have a sanctuary jurisdiction. Right now in Minnesota, there are 1,360...
What the fuck is bro yapping about right now? Why is he talking about sanctuary cities? Where's Pam Bondi? Do I have to skip a certain number of minutes into this?
The Justice Department, under the leadership of Attorney General Bondi, has established a new national fraud division. In fact, I met with Colin McDonald, who will head that division last week. I think he's going to do a great job. There's a lot of work to be done in that area,
Bro.
but
I don't know what the fuck these little... They're not flies. They're like some kind of... I don't even know what the fuck they are. There's been 2 of them in here since yesterday. I don't know where the fuck they came from. It's literally winter outside. They're fast as fuck. So if you see me doing fucking karate chops in the middle of this live, I'm not crazy. You probably just can't see on the screen what the fuck I'm trying to reach for.
I want to thank the Attorney General for her great work in the first year on the job, and I want to thank you for being here. With that, I would yield to the ranking member for an opening statement.
Thank you kindly, Mr. Chairman, and welcome, Attorney General Bondi. You've got the best lawyer's job in America because your mission is justice and your clients are the American people. But to promote justice for the people, you've got to listen to the victims, like the women seated behind you today.
Raskin was
Those are
great.
just some
Yeah, I've
of the
seen
hundreds
good
of
stuff from
survivors of
Raskin
Jeffrey Epstein's
before.
global sex trafficking ring who are demanding that the truth be told and are demanding accountability for the abusers who trafficked and raped them. You still haven't met with these survivors. So with their permission, let me introduce to you the survivors and late survivors' family members who are present today. There's Teresa Helm, there's Jess Michaels, Laura Bloom McGee, Danny Bensky, Liz Stein, Marina Lacerda, Sky and Amanda Roberts, who are the family of the late Virginia Giuffre, Charlene Richard, and Lisa Phillips. Now, you're not showing a lot of interest in the victims, Madam Attorney General. Whether it's Epstein's human trafficking ring or the homicidal governmental violence against citizens in Minneapolis, as Attorney General, you're siding with the perpetrators and you're ignoring the victims. That will be your legacy unless you act quickly to change course. You're running a massive Epstein cover-up right out of the Department of Justice. You've been ordered by subpoena and by Congress to turn over 6 million documents, photographs, and videos in Epstein files, but you've turned over only 3 million. You say you're not turning over the other 3 million because they're somehow duplicative, but we know that there are actual memos of victim statements in there, and you also took down the Department of Justice's prosecution memo from 2019. So it's clearly not all duplicative, but even if it were, why not release it? Just release all the duplicative stuff. In the half you did produce, you redacted the names of abusers, enablers, accomplices, and co-conspirators.
Who is AG? AG is like Attorney General.
Apparently to spare them embarrassment and disgrace, which is the exact opposite of what the law ordered you to do. Even worse, you shockingly failed to redact many of the victims' names, which is what you were ordered to do by Congress. Some of the victims had come forward publicly, but many had not. Many had kept their torment private, even from family and friends, but you published their names, their identities, their images on thousands of pages for the world to see. So you ignored the law, and even with over 100,000 employees at your disposal, you acted with some mixture of staggering incompetence, cold indifference, and jaded cruelty
pissing
towards
me
more
off.
than 1,000 victims raped, abused, and trafficked.
Can't even
This
pay
performance
attention
screams
to the video.
cover-up. Convicted sex trafficker and groomer Ghislaine Maxwell opened the gates of hell to Virginia Giuffre and hundreds of other victims, as Virginia recorded in her remarkable book, Nobody's Girl. But when Maxwell was subpoenaed to come testify before Congress, you and Todd Blanche quickly moved her from a higher security prison to a minimum security camp in Texas, where she's enjoyed 5-star...
I can't answer any questions about the Tashika stuff. I don't know her. I think I've interacted with her like once. What Dean was showing on his live seemed pretty open and shut, pretty horrible, pretty bad. So I can't speak. I can't add any extra context to anything you might have seen today. I think I killed it. Jesus Christ, bro.
treatment, including catered meals, private gym time, and access to a therapy puppy. All because Todd Blanche, who's utterly failed to investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators, spent 9 hours.
Fucking deep state interference.
Crimes of
What just
Epstein and
happened?
Maxwell's co-conspirators spent 9 investigate the monstrous crimes of Epstein and Maxwell's co-conspirators spent 9
Release the missing second of footage from the hearing. What the fuck just happened there?
hours with Maxwell and satisfied himself that she would have nothing untoward to say about Donald Trump, which is your only real interest in the matter, based on institutional performance. But abandoning victims and coddling perpetrators is what you do best. When the FBI opened a criminal investigation into the brutal killing in Minneapolis of Renee Good, a poet and 37-year-old mother of 3, by Trump's masked paramilitary ICE agents, you shut it down. You claim you're investigating the cold-blooded murder of Alex Preddy, an ICU nurse at the VA. But how can we trust the administration when the president and Kristi Noem called Preddy a domestic terrorist and Stephen Miller called him a would-be assassin? Not only do you refuse to share evidence with the state and local investigators and prosecutors in Minnesota, you have blocked their access to the crime scene and the evidence. How are you seeking justice for Marimar Martinez, the Montessori school teacher in Chicago who was shot 5 times by a Border Patrol agent who bragged about it on text? Or the family of Keith Porter, a father of 2 shot and killed by an off-duty ICE agent in LA?
That's the other thing. When we talk about these ICE agents and CBP agents, just DHS in general under Kristi Noem, and there's this talk of like, these people are so unqualified. They're being sent out there with a gun. it's not just that they're unqualified, it's that they're doing a lot of this shit on purpose. That they're happy about this. They want to hurt people. They celebrate when they hurt people. They have some kind of weird revenge fantasy they want to take out many times. So they are also unqualified and shouldn't have a firearm, but it's not just incompetence. If you just chalk it up to incompetence, you're not fully shedding light on like what's going on here. So I'm glad that he brought up the like these people brag about it afterwards when they fucking kill someone.
Family of Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, shot and killed in Illinois minutes after he dropped his kids off at school. There's no sign of any movement at the Department of Justice. You even launched a criminal investigation into Renee Good's grieving widow. How sick is that? But it's even worse. You've turned the People's Department of Justice into Trump's instrument of revenge. Trump orders up prosecutions like pizza, and you deliver every time. He tells you to go after James Comey, Letitia James, Lisa Cook, and Jerome Powell, the head of the Federal Reserve Board, and members of Congress like Adam Schiff, Mark Kelly, Alyssa Slotkin, Chrissy Houlihan, Jason Crow, Chris DeLuzio, and Maggie Goodlander, to name a few, and you snap to it. You replace real prosecutors with counterfeit stooges who robotically do the president's
The
bidding.
shift from Merrick Garland to Pam Bondi cannot be understated. Or cannot be overstated. Yeah, it cannot be overstated. Like, you can't... It needs to be pointed out how strange this is for an attorney general in the modern era to have this kind of chummy, personal, glazing, like relationship, sycophantic relationship with the president, when the last guy, his attorney general appointed a special counsel to fucking investigate him. Remember the Robert Hur report? And then Hur releases this report saying, oh, Biden just looks like an old man. Like, the attorney general under Biden appointed a special counsel to investigate Biden, and that special counsel released a report that significantly hurt Biden's re-election campaign at the time. And meanwhile, you have Pam Bondi here saying, have you glazed Trump 3 times today or only 2? You're missing one. Like, it's so crazy. And like the fact that they now have a, I think called like assistant attorney general working out of the White House directly to investigate fraud. And the complete dissolution of the separation of executive powers, which is kind of meant to be a thing. There's a reason that these agency heads are supposed to be separate from political pressure of the president. They're not supposed to be fire at will. The cabinet members can be fire at will, but in terms of the lower end employees. And the entire executive branch has just been retrofitted into the foot soldiers of the Trump criminal organization, pretty much.
Nothing in American history comes close to this complete corruption of the justice function and contamination of federal law enforcement. The good news is many serious lawyers at DOJ,
Yes, I did see that.
including some of your own original appointees, have refused your lawless orders. Danielle Sassoon, your original pick for acting U.S. Attorney Manhattan,
Yes.
resigned rather than follow your corrupt order to quash an indictment against Mayor.
Danielle Sassoon, U.S. attorney appointed by the second Trump administration. She resigned because she was like, I just saw Eric Adams' lawyers meet with like Emile Beauvais, and they discussed a quid pro quo, and then I was forced to throw away my notes after the meeting. Like they said, you can't keep a record of the meeting. It's like cartoonishly criminal stuff going on, where even Republican, conservative Trump supporters in these agencies who have a shred of dignity or a shred of integrity are like, yeah, I'm leaving. This is unreal.
Eric Adams is a political favor from Donald Trump. A Federalist Society member who clerked for Justice Scalia, U.S. Attorney Sassoon refused to participate in this blatantly corrupt scheme. Her top assistant, Hagen Scotton, an Iraqi war vet and 2-time
Yes.
Bronze Star recipient who clerked for Chief Justice Roberts, and then Judge Kavanaugh, promptly resigned too.
Who is D.A. Akara? I know A.G. Akara. Who is this?
How's it going, everybody? This is me. I had to change the name, okay? I had to change the name. I had to do it. The drama. I got dragged in. People thought I was the AG person.
For a second, when Dean said AG, I was like, yo, are you okay? Like, are you the person here? But okay, good to know that wasn't you. Because I don't know who AG is.
No. Bobo, the fucking chat was hilarious. We were watching the bullshit unfold, and Lord knows, man.
Wait,
Fuck,
which
you know,
bullshit?
I was
This hearing or the Dean thing?
You know, it was funny. I was reacting to the congressional hearing. I listened to Jim Jordan's opening statement, and then I said, and it was after I switched to TikTok Live, and I said, this is just as like childish and fucking stupid as the TikTok debate drama.
Bro.
But yeah, the shit Dean said was pretty crazy. Like, fucking hell.
No, I was going to say, I saw a clip of the hearing earlier, and the way Bondi was responding to their questions, I was like, this just sounds like some random person who'd request on my TikTok Live. And
It's
you
so
ask him a
fucking
question, and
bad,
he's like,
dude.
shut up.
It's so bad.
You're not nice
Well, I
enough
gotta,
to Trump.
listen, a lot of people are saying that I wanted to react to this. So if you want to react to it, that'd
Let's
be
do
great.
it.
It'd be for a little bit because I have to fucking go soon. But hey,
Yeah, no, it'll be, that way I can eat, and you can provide commentary while I'm chewing, and people don't have to hear my chewing sounds. It's perfect.
amen. Amen.
Writing to your office, quote, I expect you will eventually find someone who is enough of a fool or enough of a coward to file your motion, but it was never going to be me. You and the president nominated Eric Siebert.
Already massive W for bringing back up the Eric Adams corruption thing. I had forgotten about that, but that shit alone was so unreal. And that was like the second month of his term.
Fucking hell, man. We're so
15-year career
fried,
prosecutor
dude.
to be your U.S. attorney for the Eastern District of Virginia. But after 5 months of investigating Letitia James and James Comey, he found no evidence to justify criminal charges. So you forced him out. You replaced him with Lindsay Halligan, Trump's personal lawyer from the Mar-a-Lago documents case, who had zero prosecutorial experience. And
Everyone that works at the DOJ is Trump's former lawyer. Everyone. And the one person that isn't in Pam Bondi, because Todd Blanche is a former lawyer, Alina Habba, Lindsay Halligan, Emil Bove, besides all these people, the one person, Pam Bondi, who wasn't a Trump lawyer, Trump's quote-unquote charity, the Trump Foundation, bankrolled her fucking campaign in the mid-2010s, or maybe it was early 2010s.
qualifications. And then you were humiliated when a federal judge found that this corrupt appointment was blatantly unlawful and threw out Halligan's indictments entirely. And grand juries of American citizens have repeatedly rejected your vendettas and baseless indictments brought by the hacks left at DOJ now, with 2 different grand juries in Virginia voting down indictments against Letitia James in a single week. And just yesterday, another grand jury shut down your vendetta factory by rejecting indictments against the 6 members of Congress who had spoken out to remind all service members that they have a duty to refuse illegal orders.
Yes.
You tried to get a grand jury to indict 6 members of Congress who were veterans of our armed forces on charges of seditious conspiracy simply for exercising their First Amendment rights.
so
I hope
glad
you will
it's
keep your
crazy.
voice up
Wait, I
because
didn't
of
know that they
patriotism.
actually tried to get them on seditious conspiracy. What the fuck?
Wait, for Mark Kelly then?
Mark Kelly and Slotkin, yeah.
What
I
the
know
fuck?
Trump said it. I didn't know that the DOJ was actually instructed to do that. That's insane.
Oh my god, I didn't fucking know that either. Holy shit.
Yeah, because I'm realizing now a lot of these Congress people probably have access to like internal DOJ memos and stuff that maybe the average person wouldn't. So they probably hear about like preliminary investigations and shit before there's an indictment.
Holy shit.
Those
This
grand
is,
juries did not
what's
try
his
to
name?
This guy?
Jamie Raskin?
Jamie Raskin, yeah.
Bro, he's the fucking goat.
He is.
Again, by doubling down on that humiliation. As your best lawyers are sacked for having participated in the January 6th case or just flee for the exits now, your new lawyers keep lying in court. In dozens of cases, they've been excoriated for lying to federal judges. Chief Judge Boasberg, right here in D.C., suggested your Department of Justice perpetrated a fraud on the court. Other judges found your statements to be, quote, inexplicably misleading, patently
James Boasberg is my goat.
incredible, totally inconsistent, and so disingenuous that the court has
That's
little
true.
confidence that the government can be trusted to tell the truth about anything. Now, as ranking member, I asked the chairman to add a few extra rounds of questions today because we each have 5 hours of questions, not 5 minutes, but we're stuck with 5 minutes. That's clearly insufficient to give voice to America's victims and survivors and to demand answers about all the corruption and cover-ups that we see at DOJ right now. We've got just 1 round, so we ask you politely but firmly, Madam Attorney General, please do not waste 1 second of our precious time by evading questions, by changing the subject, or engaging in personal attacks against members of Congress. We saw your performance in the Senate, and we're not going to accept that. This isn't a game. In the Senate, you brought something with you called a burn book, a binder of smears to attack members personally for doing the people's work of oversight. Please set the burn book aside and answer our questions, and when you hear us reclaim our time, that means it's time for you to stop speaking. We only have 5 minutes, so when we reclaim our time, that means you stop. And if you don't, we will ask the chair to stop the clock and let you go on his time. The quality of justice in America depends on the character of our government. Please do your job and bring the Department of Justice back from the brink. The survivors seated behind you and the American people watching everywhere deserve a Department of Justice worthy of its name. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Objection, all of the opening statements will be included in the record. We will now introduce today's witness. The Honorable Pamela J. Bondi has served as the Attorney General of the United States since February 5th, 2025. She previously served in the Office of the White House Counsel, 2 terms as the Florida Attorney General, and spent more than 18 years as a prosecutor. We welcome our witness and thank her for appearing today. We will begin by swearing you in. Would you please rise and raise your right hand? Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you're about to give is true and correct to the best of your knowledge, information, and belief, so help you God? I do. Let the record show that the witness has
Y'all,
answered in the
hold
affirmative.
on.
Thank you.
You
can
gotta
see them.
pause
Please
the
know that you're-
video. You gotta pause the video.
What happened?
Duty calls, brother. Duty calls.
You gotta go.
I gotta hit out. I gotta hit out.
Deep State said you can't be watching this online.
The DNC handler just DM'd me, bro. They told me I gotta fucking go, bro.
They said you gotta
Listen, guys,
testify
in
next.
7 days from this day, AG Akara will return. Okay, I will be
7
back
days?
for
What's
Avengers
going on?
Doomsday. It's like a 7-day period before you can ever change your username again. So,
Oh, I thought you were saying you're going MIA for like the next week. You're not gonna be live or anything.
no, fuck no. I'm on every single day. I'm gonna be on tomorrow. I'm gonna be on fucking multiple
You
times.
should
Who
just
knows?
change your name to AJ Okra. I feel like it's more iconic.
I was thinking, honestly, I thought about it for a second, bro, but I like maybe we'll switch it to something else. Maybe fuck, you know.
Because everyone ends up calling you AJ. I don't know why.
What are they gonna say? No, but some people say that it sounds like the Akara because it's duh.
Oh, it's like Dutch or
That's,
something.
yeah.
Hell yeah.
No, like I don't know about fucking nerd over here. We gotta. It's slang, bud. It's slang. It's not another language, pal.
This
God.
motherfucker. Hold on. This tiny. Okay, Okay. This fly has been fucking taunting me the entire live, landing on the camera and shit.
Those are the UFC 5 reflexes in real time. Everybody catching that fly right there.
Oh, hell yeah.
I mean, all right. Well, I gotta
right,
I
stay
gotta head
safe,
out.
liberal.
Listen, if you're still live later, if you would like to have me up, I can be up. Okay.
Absolutely.
And I'm
If
gonna
I'm
be
live,
streaming
you can
tomorrow.
hop on. We have open borders here.
Amen. Okay. Well, we got open borders over here in DA country as well. So if you want to
Hell
hop
yeah.
on live tomorrow, you're more than welcome to, brother.
Let's go.
All right, everybody, stay safe, be peaceful and patriotic, and amen. Amen. You can take me down now, or do you want me to get down? I don't know. You got it?
I can take you down. Okay. AJ Okra, everyone. Now going by DA Okra or something. I don't know. Make sure you guys follow him. Israeli made fly. Bro, it might be. I don't know where the fuck it came from. I don't know why it's so Bro, it's like taunting me. It lands on my camera, it lands on my fucking mouse pad. When I get my hands on this fucker, you guys are going to see some animal abuse. I'm sorry.
Testimony will be entered into the record in its entirety. Accordingly, we ask that you summarize your testimony. Madam Attorney General, you may begin.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairman Jordan, Ranking Member Raskin, and distinguished members of this committee. Thank you for hosting me here today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to answer your questions, highlight the work of our department, and discuss the most important topic of all, keeping the American people safe.
I want to reiterate to everyone asking me about the Dean stuff, I do not know anything about it other than what I saw when I hopped on his live for like 10 or 15 minutes. I don't have any context. I can't contribute anything to this, nor should I. It's not really my business. But yeah, I'm sure you guys can go watch his YouTube video. I think he's live on YouTube as well, right? So the VOD is probably up
Over
there.
a year
Or
ago,
if
I was
he's still
sworn into
live, just
office
go
as
on
87th
YouTube
Attorney
and
General
rewind
of the
it.
United States. I came into office with the goal of refocusing the Department of Justice on its core mission
And
after
I do not want to get involved in this. All I can say about it is it seems pretty open and shut. He showed some evidence on his live that seems like, yeah, it seems like she did that shit, and it's pretty fucking bad. So nothing more I can add to it that probably Dean hasn't said already. And again, I don't know. This is something I should even be speaking on.
years of bloated bureaucracy and political weaponization.
Came here to stay away
The Department
from.
of Justice's core mission is to fight violent crime, protect the American people, and defend the rule of law above all else. While our work is never done, we have made tremendous progress to make America safe again. In 2025, we saw the lowest murder rate in 125 years. That's nothing short of historic. If you can
I am so sick of these Trump people talking about the murder rate as if it's federal law enforcement that addresses that in any real significant way.
compare 25 to 24, here's what you'll find. The murder rate is down 21%, robbery down 23%, carjacking down 43%, gun assault down 22%, ag assault, burglary, could go on and on. Crime is declining.
Wouldn't that be the result of people just committing less crime? And also to the extent that people are getting punished for crime more, wouldn't that be the local attorney generals and district attorneys and like the local police? Why the fuck is the DOJ taking credit for this?
This did not happen by accident. The numbers tell an important yet straightforward story. President Trump has given us the resources, the support, and the leadership to protect the American people. President Trump's policies have saved lives. I cannot think of a policy outcome more important than protecting the lives of American citizens.
That's why we killed 2 of them for no good reason. That's how we keep people safe. You can't hurt someone if they're dead. 10,000 IQ move there.
This trend has been especially clear in Washington, D.C. and in Memphis.
Not even
These are
2, more than
iconic
2.
American cities.
How
This
many,
state-
if you just look back at when Trump first entered politics up until now, how many people have died since January 2017 that wouldn't have died if Trump had just never gotten involved in American politics? And I don't just mean civilian drone strike casualties, which is going to result from pretty much any American president, but like people that died from foreign aid cuts or from what we've seen now with federal overreach in terms of federal policing. The medical research being cut, the vaccine research, the medication research being cut. Ashley Babbitt, yes, true. All the police officers that died as a result of January 6th, even the ones that took their own life.
Years in the grip of horrific violent crime. The Department of Justice surged law enforcement resources, and the results came quickly. Crime plummeted in both cities. And I want to make one point loud and clear. We achieved those results by working with Democratic mayors. Public safety does not have a party registration.
What the fuck did you do with Democratic mayors? What possibly could they have done? Genuine question. Did I miss something? Did they go and teach the Democrats how to really police or something?
When your constituents call 911, they don't ask for political views of the responding officer. They ask for help. I have federal agents in each and every one of your districts. They're here to help, and I am here to help. Many cities and states have worked with us and taken advantage of our federal support. Some have not. Meanwhile, a few elected officials have declared that they are, quote, at war with the federal government and
Yes.
encouraged widespread obstruction of law enforcement. This has resulted in
I'm not
avoidable
going to say yes to the second thing because I think it's illegal to say yes to that. But yes to the first thing.
clashes on the streets, as you've all seen. We've seen rioters storming a Christian church. Citizens and law enforcement officers have both been endangered by reckless rhetoric. We have made dozens of arrests in and around Minneapolis so far, and many of them could have been avoided by simple compliance with federal law. Of course, our efforts reach beyond our urban centers. We are striking crucial blows against terrorist organizations such as MS-13, TDA, the Sinaloa Cartel, and Antifa. And as we sit here, I think you've seen the news this morning. The news is reporting that cartel drones are being shot down by our military. That's what we all should care about right now, protecting America. As we seek to dismantle these drug trafficking networks that poison Americans, in 2025, our DEA agents seized more than 47 million fentanyl pills and more than 9,800 total kilos of fentanyl. That represents 369 million potentially deadly doses that can kill
The title of this should be Rat Gives a Speech About How She Doesn't Like Cheese. Like, this is a fucking insult to our intelligence to sit here and be like, oh, yes, rule of law and separation of politics from law enforcement, when that's like the antithesis to everything they've done.
Americans. Meanwhile, our attorneys are fighting for President Trump's agenda in courtrooms across this country. This administration has been sued 627 times. We fought through a nonstop flood of bad faith temporary restraining orders from liberal activist judges.
Oh, yeah. Don't you hate when people engage with our system of laws in bad faith?
Across this country, America has never seen this level of coordinated judicial opposition towards a presidential administration.
No, what America has never seen is the executive branch vilifying the judicial branch like this on a public stage. Let alone the chief law enforcement officer in the United States vilifying an entire branch of government because she's upset that her boss can't get away with enough authoritarianism yet.
It is not only an unlawful attack on the executive branch's authority, but a serious attack on the democratic process. In spite of this unprecedented judicial activism, we've attained 24 favorable rulings at the U.S. Supreme Court.
Oh my God.
Their emergency docket and even more to come. We've done
By
so
the
while
way, winning an emergency docket ruling, it's not the same thing as winning a final decision on a case. And someone can correct me here if I'm wrong. My understanding is the shadow docket isn't to fully hear out a case and then they give their big long decision like the TikTok case, like what we're waiting on right now for the tariff case. The shadow docket is like, let's say you're in an appeals court or appeals court, appellate court, and they issue like a temporary injunction on something you're doing. You can appeal that temporary injunction and ask for the Supreme Court to give you a stay. So you can ask for the Supreme Court, like, okay, while this appellate court is like still adjudicating this case, we want you to overturn this temporary restraining order. And the Supreme Court on the shadow docket will say, okay, fine, we grant your stay. It's not the same thing as winning the case on the merits. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong on this. That is my understanding of what the shadow docket is. So all of this parading around like we've won 24 Supreme Court cases on the shadow docket. You didn't actually really win much on substance. You just got temporary relief.
the
And you
weaponization
end up
of prior
losing the cases anyways a lot of the time.
administration by dropping FASAC prosecutions, exposing
Yes, that's what they did for SB 4 in Texas.
the Arctic frost scandal via congressional disclosure, thank you, Chairman, and restoring one tier of justice in this country. To address the Epstein files, more than 500 attorneys and reviewers spent thousands of hours painstakingly reviewing
And over 5 different AI chatbots went through and redacted anything with the letters DONT. Because we thought that was only going to redact Donald Trump, and it turns out it reacted the word don't a couple of times as well. Oops.
millions of pages to comply with Congress's law. We've released more than 3 million pages, including 180,000 images, all to the public, while doing our very best in the time frame allotted by the legislation to protect victims. And if you brought us a victim's name that was inadvertently released, we immediately redacted it. All members of Congress, as you know, are invited to visit DOJ to see for yourselves. I want to take a moment to acknowledge the Epstein survivors who are here today. I'm a career prosecutor, and despite what the ranking member said, I have spent my entire career fighting for victims, and I will continue to do so. I am deeply sorry for what any victim has been through, especially as a result of that monster. If you have any information...
Which one? Which monster? The one who's your boss, or the one who your boss took care of in his last term? Which one?
...to share with law enforcement about anyone who has hurt you or abused you, the FBI is waiting to hear from you. I want you to know that any accusations of criminal wrongdoing will be taken seriously and investigated.
Oh, okay.
The Department of Justice is committed to holding criminals accountable to the fullest extent of the law. In 2025, the FBI arrested over 1,700
For sure.
child predators, a 10% increase from 2024. We also located 2,700.
I can't even take this bullshit seriously. Like, what is this? This is like
victims of child exploitation and shut down 3.8 million dark web pedophile accounts. 3.8 million. So please, if you have information to share that needs to be investigated, contact the FBI.
unless it's information about our administration and all the crimes we've committed. Just don't give us that.
Today, I look forward to discussing
You
further.
claim to know reality, but in reality, understanding nothing. Holy shit, American made.
Our shared obligation to protect the American people, uphold the rule of law, and keep this nation safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Attorney General. The Chair we now proceed on the 5-minute rule. The Chair recognizes the gentleman from California for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Did you
Chairman.
see the school pew-pewing that happened yesterday? I believe, was this the one where thankfully only one person passed away and others were injured? Maybe I'm thinking of something else. If I did see it, I only saw like a headline or a brief summary. I don't think I've looked into this.
Madam General, thank you for your extensive remarks, particularly on your continued investigation of those
10
responsible
wait,
over the
what?
years.
Am I living under a rock? Where was this? Oh, the one in Canada, right? Is that the one you're talking about? Okay. I did see about this. I don't know the fatality count though. Holy shit. Let me in now, or continue spreading false narratives. Man, American made. You're so imposing just in the chat alone. I don't know if I can handle a debate with you. Please spare me.
In the Epstein debacle.
Damn, this
Obviously,
is really sad though. Holy shit. Suspect in Canada attack as 18-year-old local resident. An 18-year-old did this? I guess it's not too far out of the norm for these things, but it's always shocking to see like a young man just... I can't even begin to comprehend what would urge someone to want to do something like this. And that's one of those places where the problem is the firearms. We have to regulate firearms. The other half of the problem, though, also legitimately is why female? Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I made an assumption there. My bad. Female. I guess everyone can be a... That's fucking crazy. Do we know anything about motive yet? 18-year-old female is suspected to have at least 8 and wounded dozens today at a school and home in northeast British Columbia. Suspect who lived in the area was found dead at the scene with a self-inflicted injury. Authorities are still investigating a motive. Canada's deadliest in decades. 6 of the victims, which included several students and a teacher, were found dead at Tumbler Ridge Secondary School. Is secondary school a middle school? I don't know what the terminology for schooling is outside of the U.S. Is that middle school? Is that high school? Does it go like elementary, secondary, or did I even call it elementary there? It's high school? That's still so sad. Wow. And yeah, there needs to be some kind of investigation by sociologists and psychologists and anyone else who needs to be involved about not only do we have to obviously regulate firearms, we have to figure out why people do this. This is really weird. And I don't think this has been a thing throughout human history. And again, someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but like young adults ages 18 through like 25 just saying I want to go inflict like a mass casualty event on like the most helpless group of people I can find. I can't even fathom how that not only happens once, but it happens repeatedly over and over and over again. What is the... We're not doing debates right now. We're watching the Pam Bondi hearing.
you have an amazingly full docket between civil rights, between criminal, between so-called white-collar crime, and doing so, as the chairman said, at a time in which both you and the president are under attack, and our ICE agents and FBI and others are under attack when they try to enforce the law. I personally want to apologize for those who would embolden, support, or even stand with those lawbreakers that sit on this and other daises here in Congress. My job generally is to talk about patents and trademarks as the chairman of that subcommittee. I'll forego that today because one of my other jobs is the creation and maintenance of Article 3 judges, and I work with the Chief Justice on that, and we're trying to expand the court. But currently, there are only 677 district court judges. They have very full dockets as well. But you create a tremendous amount of judges, particularly immigration judges. You do so in order to save the court that, but adjudicate, as is requirement, each of those people who claim a right to be here in the United States. And that has been going on under Republican and Democratic administrations for years. What's unique about the Trump administration this time is that you and President Trump have managed to reduce the backlog of people seeking that for the first time in decades. You are getting ahead of that tremendous backlog that caused, for better or worse, the release of...
Isn't the way they're reducing the backlog by just that they're blindly refusing everyone? You have to give it to them. When you have a backlog of cases, it's way quicker to just say, yeah, fucking delete all that shit. Just, yeah, let's reject everything in one fell swoop. I guess you cleared the backlog if you just don't look at cases on the merits and just blindly deny asylum claims and Convention Against Torture claims and withholding of removal claims, then I guess you can start to clear out the backlog. That's fucking, again, 10,000 IQ move from these guys. Holy shit.
Millions of people with little pieces of paper saying, come back later when we call you, and often to no avail when you call. So I want to congratulate you on that because it's an accomplishment you might not take credit for and the other side would never give you credit for.
Huh. Wow.
But I hope you can continue to do that and do more. And I say so for a reason, because much of this hearing will be about Minneapolis and other places in which the backlog of criminal aliens, including in my home state of California, people who have hurt other people, people who have victimized their communities, is extensive. And although the overall number through adjudication may be going on, because of places like my home state, California, you're unable to apprehend people that my sheriffs want apprehended. They desperately want to cooperate, and they're prohibited by law. It is this committee's opinion on this side of the aisle that, in fact, you should be given the ability to demand that participation and that the release of a known criminal not be considered to be acceptable just because a state or city has declared itself a sanctuary. I want you to opine on just one thing that I think has been misunderstood. As I said earlier, you create and maintain those judges that adjudicate these cases. You also support so many that, in fact, have to make decisions as judges. Knowing that this limitation of so few Article 3 judges are there, please educate those who seem to miss the point that Article 1 judges, including bankruptcy judges, including immigration judges, including lots of people with the title appropriately judge.
What is an Article 1 judge? I know immigration judges are Article 2 judges. Are there Article 1 judges? Or did he just misspeak? Legislative judges preside over federal courts created by Congress under its Article 1 authorities. Unlike Article 3 judges who have lifetime tenure, Article 1 judges serve for fixed terms and do not have the same constitutional protections regarding salary and job security. Most are appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. And some are appointed by Article 3 judges. Interesting. Tax court, Court of Appeals for the Armed Forces, Court of Appeals for Veterans Claims, federal monetary claims against the U.S. government, courts in U.S. territories. Okay, this makes sense.
Do, in fact, issue documents that look like, act like, and are normally accepted as warrants, as subpoenas, as demands for state officials to stand aside and allow the production of either an individual or documents. Because I think people are missing the point that these ICE retainers and detainers and so on, they act like they're nothing, when in fact, in the ordinary course, Madam General, you do in fact have Article 1 judges constantly putting those out, and they are respected normally.
Thank you, Congressman, for talking about all the great judges. And if I could add one thing to that, we are always recruiting and looking for judges. So please reach out to our office for these judges who are handling all these very important matters. We've even added some JAG officers as immigration judges.
Thank you.
And so we're continuing to do that, but we're always seeking qualified.
Are JAG officers qualified to be immigration judges? This is one thing I've been hearing about, that they're putting in like random people as immigration judges. Why so many people talking you can understand? I don't know what that means.
Lawyers as well to be part of that. And thank you for highlighting that, Congressman.
Thank you. I yield back.
Someone yields back. The gentlelady from Washington, recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Attorney General Bondi, right here. We are joined in this room by some of the thousands of survivors from Jeffrey Epstein's horrific sex trafficking ring. They have shown such incredible courage in speaking out, in demanding accountability to bring the predators and pedophiles to justice. The Epstein Files Transparency Act required your Department of Justice to disclose the perpetrators connected with Epstein's criminal activities and to redact the information of survivors to protect their identities. Let me show you what actually happened. First, in violation of the law, your department has shown a pattern of redacting the names of powerful predators. Here behind me is one example of an email from Epstein to a man whose name was redacted. The email reads, quote, "Where are you? Are you okay? I loved the torture video." Only after members of Congress demanded that we see the unredacted files did the world learn the name of this individual, Sultan Ahmed bin Sulayem, the chairman and CEO of a company that had financial ties to President Trump's business and personal ties to Trump's advisor, Steve Bannon. Second, the survivors were not similarly protected, also in violation of the law. Here is another email titled Epstein Victim List. We have blurred the names of the survivors for their protection, but your Department of Justice initially released this list of 32 survivors' names with only one name redacted, along with numerous files that disclose not only the names, the emails, and the addresses of survivors, but also nude photographs and even the identities of Jane Does who had been protected for decades until your department released their names. Survivors are now telling us that their families are finding out for the first time that they were trafficked by Epstein. In their words, quote, "This release does not provide closure. It feels like a deliberate attempt to intimidate survivors, punish those who came forward, and reinforce the same culture of secrecy that allowed Epstein's crimes to continue for decades." To the survivors in the room, if you are willing, please stand. And if you are willing, please raise your hands if you have still not been able to meet with this Department of Justice. Please know for the record that every single survivor has raised their hand.
Damn.
Attorney General Bondi, you apologized to the survivors in your opening statement for what they went through at the hands of Jeffrey Epstein. Will you turn to them now and apologize for what your Department of Justice has put them through with the absolutely unacceptable release of the Epstein files and their information?
Congresswoman, you sat before Merrick Garland sat in this chair twice.
Attorney General
Twice.
Bondi,
No, can I finish my answer?
No, I'm going to reclaim my time because I asked you a
Attorney General, yes,
specific
sir.
question.
Attorney General.
that
This is literally just a TikTok politics debate. This was the guy that Dan and David and I were speaking to yesterday, who would just refuse to directly answer a question. He was incapable of doing so.
I would
Response to
like you
question.
to answer. Which
Hey, what do you think about Trump violating that court? At the end of the day, I think that Congress is really partisan. What are you talking about?
is, will you turn to the survivors? This is not about anybody that came before you. It is about you taking responsibility for your Department of Justice and the harm that it has done to the survivors who are standing right behind you and are waiting for you to turn to them and apologize for what your Department of Justice has done.
Members get to ask the questions. The witness gets to answer in the way they want to answer. The Attorney General can
That's not
respond.
accurate, Mr. Chairman.
Because she doesn't
It is
like the
my
answer.
time.
So,
Mr. Chairman,
Why?
I have asked.
She doesn't like my answer, which is, did you know Merrick Garland sat in this chair once? Holy shit. Survivor, sit down. She just, well, what, did she own them? Well, this is such a strange place to even act like this. When the survivors are the subject of discussion, at least here try to show an ounce of humanity. Do you know Merrick Garland sat in this chair? Bro,
Ask Merrick
read the
Garland.
fucking room.
this.
I am
Twice.
reclaiming
He
my
sat in
time, and
chair.
when I
will
reclaim my
continue to
time,
answer.
it is
Mr. Chairman, the gentlelady
I'm
reclaimed
not
her
going to get
time.
in the gutter for her theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentlelady. The gentlelady has 17 seconds.
Thank you. You're not going to answer this question, so let me just
Chairman,
say
I'll
this.
direct it to
What
you.
a massive
No, I'm
cover-up.
answering a
Mr.
question.
Chairman, will you restore her time? The witness is
I'm not
interrupting.
getting in the gutter with this woman.
Stop the
She's
time
doing
and
theatrics.
let me have my
The gentlelady from Washington controls the time. The gentlelady has 17 seconds. You can proceed with your final
Thank you.
17 seconds.
What a massive cover-up this has been and continues to be. Donald Trump made the release of the Epstein files the center of his political campaign because he thought it would benefit him. Then you got into office, Attorney General, claimed to have a client list, only
Regular
to
order.
then say that there was no list. Your deputy,
The time-
Todd
the time
Blanche,
of the-
met alone
the time of the
with
gentlelady
Ghislaine
has-
Maxwell
the time of the
and
gentlelady has
transferred her
expired.
to a minimum security prison. And now you continue
The
the
time of the
cover-up. And
gentlelady
I
has
wish
expired.
that you would turn around to the survivors who are standing right behind you and on a human level,
Chairman,
apologize
Chair now recognizes the
for what you have done.
Time is the
I
gentlelady
yield
expired.
back.
The gentlelady, you have no time to yield back. We
Theatrics.
appreciate that. We appreciate the thought. And I would argue the central issue in the last election, the presidential election, was securing the border. The gentleman from Arizona who knows
Shut
something
your
about
bitch ass. Who is? I know who Jim Jordan is. Just stop talking, bro.
securing the
Why
border
are
is
you even
up
here?
for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Attorney General Bondi, for being here today. In 2022, Lafarge, which is a French cement company, pled guilty in U.S. federal court to participating in a criminal conspiracy with ISIS. That conspiracy contributed to the deaths of U.S. service members fighting in Syria during Operation Inherent Resolve. As part of the plea agreement, Lafarge was required to pay more than $775 million into DOJ's Asset Forfeiture Fund. In February 2025, my colleagues and I sent you a letter urging the department to review the petitions for remission submitted by the families of those fallen service members.
Please slow it down, damn. I'm sorry, bro. No. It's 1 point. Okay, maybe I'll slow it down to 1.5. You know what's so funny on YouTube? I posted a clip of me reacting to my Andrew Wilson debate, and I think I was watching the debate at 1.75 speed. Do you expect the hate comments on that video would be Andrew Wilson fans? No. It's people who just really hate when you watch stuff fast. People that are like, what the fuck is this? You're watching at 1.75 speed. I'm unsubscribing, never coming back to this channel. Sorry, damn.
Including several of my constituents. The previous administration ignored these victims and our requests and left their petitions unresolved. My question for you on this particular issue is if you're willing to work to ensure those families...
Were you on Jubilee with RTP? I was. RTP is awesome. We were on the Elon Musk middle ground, I think.
...that their petitions will be reviewed and brought to a resolution.
Congressman, we are aware of that, and we're committed to doing everything we can to support the victims and work with you. Thank you for that question.
Yeah, I appreciate your answer. And now let's go to something that is also pressing that I've been working on for years, and this is the FISA Section 702 and Arctic frost. In January 2025, you testified before the U.S. Senate and agreed with Senator Lee that, quote, anytime an American citizen's private communications are intercepted or stored, whether through incidental collection or otherwise, those communications should not be searched without some showing of probable cause, close quote. You still hold that view today, I assume?
Yes.
And during the most recent FISA reauthorization, I offered an amendment to establish a clear warrant requirement for searches of Americans' data while preserving every publicly cited operational exception, including emergencies, defensive queries, cybersecurity threats.
This
and my
has
intent
to
was to
be
ensure
like
that the
a
Department of
fucking
Justice would
Mossad
continue
spy
to keep
vehicle or
Americans
something.
safe while also ending warrantless searches of U.S. persons'
The
data.
angles it's cutting,
Any
the way it's fucking dodging my hand every time I try to swat it away. This is not a normal fly.
additional circumstances or exceptions that you believe must be included to ensure DOJ can continue to operate effectively while still protecting American citizens' data and privacy?
Yeah, Congressman, we are committed to working with Congress to uncover weaponization and other misconduct by Jack Smith, by others, Arctic Frost, everything that happened under the past administration. And we are committed to working with you on that. And we are working with Chairman Jordan, with the House Intel, with all of our my fellow cabinet members on resolving that issue.
Well, thank you. And I'm glad you brought up Arctic Frost, because Section 702 was used in the Arctic Frost investigation.
It was.
And information derived was used.
I don't think that the only topic here is Epstein. I think I might have falsely assumed that coming into it. Maybe it's just a general hearing of Pam Bondi, and Epstein files happens to be the main topic of it. I don't know. Or was this specifically designated as like the Epstein hearing? Or was this just we're talking to Pam Bondi and this is the most pressing issue we have to talk to her about? Because they've talked about ICE as well, but maybe it's just an oversight hearing, yeah.
By Special Counsel Jack Smith. And my question has always been, and no one's been able to answer this, is what was the legal predicate for using a foreign intelligence authority in the Arctic Frost investigation? Have you been able to ascertain any legal predicate?
Congressman, what I can tell you today is that has been referred to my office. I can't discuss anything regarding that because it is very active and ongoing.
And you probably can't answer this one either, but I really want to know if Section 702 queries related to that matter involved members of Congress, which we know
Okay,
at some level
Republicans were told not to talk about Epstein, but it's just an oversight hearing. That makes sense.
did. Congressional staff, which we know at some level did. We've heard that journalists or other U.S. persons not suspecting of acting as foreign agents were also caught up in that. Can you answer that question and say whether queries did cover all those groups I just identified?
It is a very active pending investigation within my office. However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic Frost. We are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation. And I would keep going and say if any member of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as
What just happened to my fucking... There we go. Arctic Frost is widely reported as the fake elector investigation at the time was a... widely reported as a fake elector investigation at the time was a joint federal investigation involving the FBI, DOJ, OIG, Postal Inspection Service, National Archives, and the OIG into Donald Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 United States presidential election results. This is some kind of witch hunt? According to them, the investigation of Trump's attempted coup is a witch hunt? Donald Trump criticized Jack Smith and called for his prosecution. Other officials called for further review of the matter. FBI Director Kash Patel and Senate Majority Leader John Thune criticized the investigation as an abuse of power. Patel stated the agents, quote, weaponized law enforcement against the American people and announced the firings and unit disbandment. Attorneys for Special Counsel Jack Smith defended the investigation as entirely proper, lawful, and consistent with established DOJ policy. Smith's attorneys defended the investigation as, quote, entirely proper, lawful. I just read that. Public integrity section approved the subpoenas and that the limited temporal range was consistent with a focused effort to verify. These people are such fucking snowflakes, bro. You'd think that they were talking about like some historic breach of like the Constitution, the way they talk about this. It's just an investigation into Trump's attempted coup.
However, I believe many members of Congress have stated that their phones were part of Arctic Frost.
Oh, no. The people who spoke to Trump on the phone about his attempt to steal the election, their phone records are being looked at. Yeah, bro. Okay.
Are well aware of that, and we are taking this very seriously, and this is a very active investigation.
Very
and I'll
active.
keep going and say if
How
any
many
member
times has she said very active investigation? Not just an active investigation, very active investigation.
Of the Democrat Party, if any of them, if that had happened to them, we would take that just as serious as we do. And they should be jumping up and down, screaming, supporting you and what you want to do, because this should be a bipartisan issue.
Well, I hope it is a bipartisan issue. I'll just leave with these last couple of questions, which I'm sure fall into the
Guys,
same.
can't election rigging just be a bipartisan issue? Can't we just all agree? Can't we just come together as Democrats and Republicans and independents and just say that if you investigate an attempt to steal an election, you're just fucking evil and it's all your fault? Come on, guys. This is common sense.
But that's this. How many such queries were actually conducted? Overall, this is outside Arctic Frost in the prior year by the FBI or other intelligence community. And particularly, we really need to know, what were the legal standards applied? Did they use probable cause? Did they use reasonable articulable suspicion? Or did they have no individualized suspicion and just were gathering up information? And that's beyond the investigation with Arctic Frost. I don't expect you to have that information today, but if you can help get that information so we can understand the extensive nature of this continued misuse.
Do you agree with the wealth tax proposed in California by Rohana? Let's see. I'm broadly speaking not a fan of it depends on how you structure it. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. I'm not a fan of wealth taxes in general. I think when you tax illiquid assets, it creates a lot of, number one, administrative headaches in determining how much tax someone owes. And then it can have ripple effects on capital markets that are probably not the best. There are other ways to extract more wealth from the wealthy in terms of tax revenue. So like there's one thing called, I believe, the Robin Hood Act, which I don't fully support, but it has a good the mechanism it seeks to use is better than what a wealth tax would do. So I guess we can just read the AI overview here. It prevents ultra-wealthy individuals from accessing cash by borrowing against appreciated assets to avoid capital gains taxes. So like what you see with a lot of very wealthy people, and this is nothing new that people didn't already know, is that for a lot of their spending, if they own like large, if they have like a large ownership stake in a company, they will oftentimes just leverage that, put that down as collateral to take out large loans. And oftentimes because of how wealthy they are, they get much lower interest rates on those loans. And they can effectively consume by just leveraging their assets. And what that allows them to do, obviously, is if they're not making ordinary income, they're not paying ordinary income taxes. If they're not actually just liquidating the asset, they're not paying capital gains taxes. So what I believe the Robin Hood Act says it wants to do is it targets individuals with a gross adjusted income of over $400K. This is where I think it's maybe a little bit low. I think you should probably start a tax like this around $2 to $5 million. And essentially what it does is it says for high net worth individuals, which however way we want to define high net worth, anytime that they are taking out loans for the purposes of consumption against their assets, those loans should just be taxed. They should have to pay some kind of fee or penalty or tax on that. That way you're actually capturing an event where something's being liquidated and you're not forcing liquidation. My issue with a wealth tax is that it can force liquidation, which creates so many ancillary effects on the economy that I don't know that the juice is worth the squeeze. I think it's probably a good idea to start looking for places where the sort of like the choke points where people's wealth, illiquid wealth, is being converted into like a liquid form, and sort of like try to step in over there and capture some of that.
I know, too,
But
it would
that's
be
also very
particularly
complicated to do. The clearest way to address this is like obviously create more income tax rates, more brackets rather. There should be more brackets, higher rates, all the way up to maybe 49, 51, 52%, somewhere around there at the highest end. Possibly having higher short-term capital gains rates, again, for individuals who are of high net worth, so average people are not affected. What's with the viewership today? Are you shadow banned? Maybe it's because I'm watching the Epstein stuff. We're not doing debates. And also, when I went live, it seemed like a lot of other people were live, so I think there's just like a lot more competition right now. For payroll taxes, the one thing we should be doing is eliminating the cap on the I think it's the Social Security tax, which is, I believe, $186,000, where it's not even a flat tax, it's a regressive tax because it's a single rate that only applies to income up until like $180 something thousand, and all income above that is not even subject to that tax. So if you just made the payroll tax progressive and got rid of the cap, you're bringing in like trillions of dollars over a 10-year period. I think I looked into this and it was like something like at least like 1.5 trillion or like $2 trillion. So we can bring in a lot of revenue by just reforming payroll taxes, creating more brackets for income, and then having different tax schedules based on your net worth, even for the same amount of ordinary income or capital gains.
And it was extensive. Yes, Congressman. Thank you.
Time of the gentleman has expired.
This is why Democrats can't coalition. Many left-wingers want tax the rich without nuance. Yeah, but I don't know that someone who's like a big wealth tax person and is actually advocating for that in good faith. I think if I explained to them what I just said, I would hope that they would say, okay, yeah, I guess that makes sense. As long as we're taxing the wealthy, I don't care how it's done. That's kind of my take on taxation is not super moral. Like, I don't really do the whole fair share stuff because it's kind of arbitrary. To me, taxation is just an efficiency problem, which is there's certain stuff we want the government to do, and then we have to fund that to some extent. And it makes sense for that funding to come from people who have most of the money. I don't know why we'd go to the poor people or the middle class people for the money when, number one, that money is worth a lot more to them in terms of marginal utility, and number two, in terms of just the volume of money, you're not going to capture a ton from like the working class necessarily. So whatever tax schedule would just optimize bringing in tax revenue without having negative impacts on economic growth, or even if it has negative impacts on economic growth, not negative impacts that are outweighed or that outweigh the increase in government revenue or whatever. Mamdani's socialist populism worked. I'm scared more of this left-wing populism will continue. Mamdani, though, is not really a left-wing ideologue from what I can tell, and that's why I like Mamdani and why a lot of leftists are starting to sour on Mamdani. Mamdani is a very pragmatic politician. He has leftist values, I guess, but he understands the importance of nuance and process and public policy and incentive structures, and he works within that framework to advance his socialist or leftist, whatever he'd want to call himself, goals. So, like, one example for this is a lot of leftists, their answer to high rents is just rent control, which is not great policy. It's just all of the studies I've seen on this, and maybe you can point me to studies that disagree, it's just rent control is just not great. It's not a great way to do this. And a lot of people on the left will hear you say you oppose rent. I'm going to say a lot of people. Some people on the left will hear you say you oppose rent control, and they take that as like you want rents to be higher. No, I just think there's different public policy that would lower rents. So we have the same goal. We just have different means to get there. So Mamdani sees this, and that's why like a big part of his housing team is people that want to actually deregulate zoning and make it easier to build stuff. He talked, Mamdani is pretty abundance pilled. And it's not mutually exclusive to be like abundance pilled and also want like a robust welfare state and be more of like a leftist than a liberal. So I don't if more leftists took the Mamdani tact, I'd have a lot less of an issue with leftists actually, because Mamdani is a very, very pragmatic politician, and he is willing to change not his values or his goals. He's willing to reassess the way he does stuff based on evidence, which I think is a very important quality to have. Do you see yourself becoming a politician in the future? Fuck no. Absolutely not, bro. I don't think these people... Number one, if you're in Congress as an individual, the most power you can have is going to end up being the bully pulpit or like having a big social following, which you can also just do that outside of Congress. And then the rest of it's going to be that you're one out of hundreds voting on a fucking bill that's never even going to make it to the Senate or never even going to leave the floor. I don't think that my skill set is best suited to government, at least the way government works right now. No.
See, Mr. Chairman?
And that is the gentlelady from Texas.
I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record. El Paso airspace reopened after FAA...
Economist, banker? Nah, bro. I'm jumping out the 20th story window if I'm... No. That's too... Especially banker, that's so numbers and fucking... Like, I hate just hard number stuff. I like economics because I like economic theory and behavioral economics. Behavioral economics is what I like a lot, and maybe there's some of that in like setting interest rates for credit card companies or some shit. I'm interested in the intersection of economics, psychology, sociology, and anthropology. The intersection of those, the synthesis of those is my interest. It's kind of hard to relegate that to a specific field other than just if my career is yapping. If I can become a professional yapper, I'm on the road to becoming a full-time professional yapper. That is, I think, the best way to use my skill set rather than being confined to being a specific node in an overarching system I don't have much control over. Can I get your opinion on prediction markets in Kalshi? They want to transform financial markets and how we see the future. My big issue with things like Kalshi and Polymarket is I think there needs to be extremely heavy regulation and transparency requirements as it pertains to insider trading. That's the big thing, and the most acute thing we can address is ensuring that we just have, for crypto, for prediction markets, for all this stuff, for NFTs, maybe it doesn't apply to NFTs as much, but having regulation against insider trading and the sharing of information that applies to capital markets. And then there's a bigger question about just like what is the socio-cultural impact of not just Kalshi is a single part of a broader problem, which is the commodification, not the commodification, but the promulgation rather of gambling. Everything is now gamified in a really dangerous way. Everything is now like bet 100 to win $10,000. Kalshi is, I will say, Kalshi is like not as bad as like a DraftKings or something, or like a stake, but it's not too much better in the sense that if you're betting on something on Kalshi, there may be some more level of like, maybe I know a lot about politics and I can make good predictions, whereas with DraftKings, especially if you're doing parlays, which why the fuck would you ever do a parlay, by the way? If you're going to bet on sports, bet on a single thing. Like, if I ever bet on like a UFC fight, I bet like, okay, this guy's going to win. And yes, the return might only be 20%, 40%. But to everyone who thinks I'm going to bet that this guy does this, and then that guy does this, and then they're both going to do this, and that way I can turn $100 into $10 million. Yeah, bro, there's a reason the payout is that high. It's so you're not going to fucking get it. So a lot of this is just and it speaks to like a deeper societal rot, which is why there's multiple reasons. Number one, crypto gambling and sports gambling and prediction markets are way easier to access. There's so many apps on the App Store. They're advertising everywhere. The barrier to entry is extremely low. You link your checking account and you're good to go. There are so many different markets that you can find a way to who's going to perform who's going to win a Grammy, who's going to do this. There's so many different micro events you can bet on that I can see how someone can get caught up on that. But the deeper issue there, it's not just that it's not regulated. It's not just that it's advertised so heavily in such a predatory fashion. It's also, yes, it's predatory. Yes, it's unregulated. It's also the fact that people are so drawn to this and go so deep into this also speaks to like a deeper social rot, which is just like lack of purpose in society and people oftentimes feeling like, hey man, the best thing that could happen in my life this week is winning this Kalshi bet. And that speaks to like a broader rot in society. It speaks to a broader decomposing of society where people are looking for quick dopamine hits and they get desensitized to those dopamine hits. So they have to look for bigger and bigger dopamine hits. And there are entire sectors of our economy that are built on creating new avenues for those dopamine hits and then getting people addicted to them and then trying to maximize their attention. So it just speaks to a broader issue with consumerism and like a breakdown of like the social fabric and people's quality of life or contentness in life. And someone said Tashika raid. I'm good on that. No thanks. I don't know the full story. Maybe I missed something from what I saw on Dean's live. I don't know what possible counter evidence could exist for that. Maybe it does, but I'm good.
Rescinds 10-day flights restriction. This was published by the Texas Tribune on February 11th, 2026, and it says it was because of an impasse with the DOD over the use of unmanned military aircraft and not triggered by Mexican cartel drones.
Without objection.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman. I didn't hear back about the second round of questions. I assume that's not happening. I just want to be able to assure the members, certainly on my side, if not both sides,
That's not a point of order.
No, that every member will get 5 minutes with the witness. Will there be 5 minutes for each?
You get 5 minutes. Yeah.
With the witness. Okay, very good.
Yeah. Okay. And are you up next? Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I want to begin by acknowledging the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein's horrific abuse who are in the room with us today. I want to thank all of you for your bravery in speaking out. I want to say that you and the other survivors of these heinous crimes deserve better from this department.
Netanyahu raid sounds like a threat. That's crazy. If you tell someone a Netanyahu raid is coming with no further context, they're probably going to run and take cover for good reason.
Department of Justice. In particular, it is shocking that the department did not redact the names of Epstein's victims, but it did redact the names of their abusers. I don't know whether this was done out of incompetence or whether it was deliberate and malicious, but either way, it is completely unacceptable.
True.
Even more troubling, the DOJ has failed to bring any of these perpetrators to justice. Instead, it has engaged
What
in
if
a relentless...
Ossoff asked you to be his running mate? I would have to politely decline because I'm not old enough. Ossoff's awesome, though. He's up there. Ossoff's in my top 3 for 2028. He's in there.
Pursuit of Donald Trump's perceived enemies. I want to focus on just one example. The Attorney General of my home state of New York, Tish James. This DOJ has been hell-bent on securing an indictment against Ms. James for something, anything, simply because she held Donald Trump's companies accountable for years of financial fraud. And indeed, the department manufactured an investigation against her for alleged, quote,
I do not
mortgage
live
fraud.
in Atlanta.
But the U.S. Attorney
I've
leading
never
the
been to
investigation,
Atlanta, actually.
Eric Siebert, a Trump appointee, refused to bring charges against Ms. James because there was simply no evidence.
Yes.
Unfortunately, a prosecutor who refuses to do Trump's bidding has no place in this DOJ.
True.
So Mr. Siebert was forced out.
Yep.
Trump could not contain his fury. Fury that he expressed to you in a social media post.
Yes, they have the printout of the post. Okay, I love this. I love this.
I fired him, and there was a great case he wrote to you about, Mr. Siebert. Then we moved down. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. And obviously, you followed that order.
You know what's crazy about this post? This was supposed to be a DM. I don't know if enough people know this. This was supposed to be a DM, bro. What the fuck is going on here? Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially, same old story as last time. All talk, no action. Nothing is being done. What about Comey, Adam Shifty Schiff, Letitia? They're all guilty as hell. Of what? I don't know. But nothing is going to be done. Then we almost put in a Democrat-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia with a really bad Republican past. A woke rhino who is never going to do his job. That's why 2 of the worst Democratic senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit and that we had no case. No, I fired him, and there is a great case, and many lawyers and legal pundits say so. Lindsay Halligan is a really good lawyer and likes you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now. President DJT. The fact that number one, he even meant to communicate this in any capacity is insane and unprecedented. Number two, that he would use Truth Social to communicate this is also insane. And that number three, he meant to communicate with his attorney general through Truth Social direct messages. And the fact that this is how he speaks to his cabinet, even behind the scenes, what more proof do you need that his brain is scrambled eggs, that he's cooked? This is so embarrassing, bro.
Trump's former defense lawyer, who had never prosecuted a case in her life, was installed to replace Mr. Siebert, and it was clear that part of her mandate was to go after Ms. James.
Oh, my laptop's about
Halligan
to die. Hold
immediately sought
on.
an indictment, which the court dismissed because Halligan was illegally put into the role. But your department was undeterred, and not once, but twice, you tried to indict Attorney General James in separate courts. Both grand juries rejected you and refused to indict her. It is practically unheard of for a grand jury to refuse an indictment. In 2016, it happened in just 6 cases out of over 150,000 offenses. And you had it happen twice in the same week, in 2 different courts. That must have been humiliating. And now there are reports that you are continuing to investigate her. The amount of resources that have gone into targeting Attorney General James,
Who is this guy?
months of investigations,
Is his
multiple
name
failed
Jerry
indictments,
Nadler?
is astounding. Since your own prosecutors told you that there is not enough evidence to support a conviction, it's clear that you are going after her simply because she held President Trump accountable and he wants to punish her. And she is just one name on a long list of Trump political enemies that DOJ is reportedly targeting. From Jerome Powell and Lisa Cook at the Federal Reserve to James Comey, numerous Democratic members of Congress, John Brennan, Jack Smith, Democratic officials in Minnesota, Chris Krebs, Miles Taylors, and more. And those are just the ones we know about. In contrast to these politically motivated investigations, grasping at something they can charge their enemies with, we now have concrete evidence of disgusting criminality revealed in the Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted?
Oh, I missed this. Someone asked, what is your top 3? I'm assuming you mean for 2028. This list is really subject to change, to be clear. But my top 3 right now, in no particular order, of if everything was up to me, who would I want? It's John Ossoff, James Tallarico, and Gretchen Whitmer. I put that in any order you want. Tallarico, Ossoff, Whitmer. To me, that's like a really good. And we have an amazing bench. So, not to say those are the only people, but why no Buttigieg? To me, Ossoff and Buttigieg occupy a very similar lane, and Ossoff just does it better and has a more proven track record of winning hard races. Another reason I would want Ossoff, Tallarico, Whitmer, they've all won in ranging from moderately hard to very hard races, right? So like Michigan's a swingy state, right? Whitmer won Michigan by very good margins compared to the presidential elections that happened here. Ossoff won Georgia, no small feat, by a Democrat, and then Tallarico won a Trump district in Texas. Bro, that got destroyed by Andrew Lol. Without fail, every time I've gone live for the past 2 weeks, there's at least one Andrew Wilson Glazer that hops in here. And what that lets me know is that I'm still living rent-free in their mind, and they're still so upset at how badly he was embarrassed, which is good to know. It's good to know. Thank you for reminding me of that.
How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're going to answer
theatrics
the
are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman Jordan, I'm not going to get in the gutter with these people, but I'm going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
The time belongs.
I think it's very
It's
interesting.
probably Andrew himself. Here's the crazy thing, bro. I was live on YouTube with literally like 10 followers, and Andrew Wilson joins the live because he saw that the title was like reacting to my debate. And I'm like, bro, why are you? And the backstory of the debate is also hilarious, by the way. He refused to debate as Trump corrupt. He refused to debate as Trump authoritarian, and he insisted on debating as Trump a fascist, even though I had rarely used that word for Trump, despite me thinking he is one, because the definition of fascism is so hard to agree upon. He insisted on it, and then he debates me on it, and he's like, why do you just throw around the word fascist like that? Bro, I wanted to debate you on authoritarianism. You're the one who was so like hard pressed on this word. So that's it's very funny. Hold on. He came on Pickles one time. What the hell? I don't know what that means. They never accept the tenants either. Yeah.
My time.
I think it's very interesting.
You can
that he
reclaim your
talks
time.
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted.
Mr.
The
Chairman.
president said they indicted him twice.
Mr. Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock
did.
and-
Oh, Pickles the streamer. He's on Tik. Okay, I was thinking because you know the jar of pickles thing. I was like, what? I know that he couldn't open the jar. I didn't know that that happened to the jar afterwards. I must have missed that. Was that the fucking post-credit show?
Stop the clock and restore his time.
Okay, here we go. with
Committee
these
will be in order.
theatrics.
The time belongs to the gentleman from New York. We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to
The
answer.
question was, how many of
Yeah, she was deflecting and defending so hard. That's same thing that happened in the clips that I've seen so far on Twitter. Is she just throws a tantrum like a toddler?
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming-
So he asked a
reclaiming my
4-minute
time.
question.
What did she
They
respond?
answered the question.
No,
with
you
the
plugging my
deal in the
laptop.
Epstein files. So I really have just one question for you. How many of Epstein's co-conspirators have you indicted? How many perpetrators are you even investigating?
Good question.
First, you showed it. I find it.
How many have you indicted?
Excuse me. I'm going to answer the question.
Answer my question.
No, I'm going to answer the question the way I want to answer the question.
No,
Your
you're gonna answer
theatrics
the
are
question the way I
ridiculous.
asked it.
Chairman
How many have you
Jordan, I'm not
indicted?
going to get in the gutter with these people,
How many
but
have
I'm
you-
going to answer the question.
How many have you indicted?
Again, the time belongs to
Reclaiming my time.
The time
I
belongs.
think it's very
Reclaiming
interesting.
my time.
I think it's very
Reclaiming my
interesting.
time.
You can
When
reclaim
he
your
talks
time.
about they
Reclaiming my time,
indicted,
Mr.
the
Chairman.
president said they
Close the
indicted him
clock.
twice.
Mr. Chairman, please
They
stop the
sure
clock and
did.
stop
he
the clock and restore his
indicted-
time.
Okay, here we go with
Committee
these
will be in order.
theatrics.
The
Reclaiming
time
my
belongs to
time
the
and
gentleman
back
from
the
New
clock,
York.
please.
We will give you a few more seconds. We will do that. But when you ask a question, the witness gets to answer. You may not like the answer, but she gets to
The
answer.
question was,
Well, the answer should be an answer, right? It should be addressing the words that came out of his mouth. This is literally just devolving into a TikTok live political debate where the Trump supporter who requests to hop on the live refuses to engage directly with anything. Isn't it crazy that the average Trump supporter who hops on one of my lives is of a similar caliber to the Attorney General of the United States and how they address substantive criticism?
how many of Epstein's...
They don't like the answer, Chairman,
my time.
because it's honest.
Reclaiming-
So he asked a
reclaiming my time.
4-minute question.
Restore 45
and
seconds,
I am
Mr. Nadler,
going
please,
to
Mr. Chairman.
I mean,
answer.
You can let her filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you
You
started.
don't tell me
No, I
anything,
did tell you because we
washed
saw
up
what you did in the
loser
Senate.
Lawyer, not even a lawyer.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 40.
What is this, bro?
Filibuster all day long, but not on our watch.
Reclaiming-
Not on our time. No way. And I told you about that, Attorney General, before you started.
You don't tell me
No, I
anything.
did tell you.
Hey, I told you we have time limits here. You don't tell me anything. Bro.
Because we saw what you did in the
doing?
Senate.
This is so embarrassing.
Committee will be in order.
Time, and I should get back at least 45 seconds.
We will give you a few more seconds. I said that already.
It's 1.5 speed because if I had to watch this at 1x speed, I would kirk myself. I can't.
5 seconds.
Okay, I'm timing right now, Mr. Nadler. Go.
All
Reclaiming
right.
my time. The answer to my question, how many of Epstein's co-conspirators has she indicted, is 0. You have been the Attorney General for a whole year, and your DOJ fired the lead prosecutor of this case, sat on evidence this entire time, and claimed falsely last July that there were no more leads. It took an act of Congress for you to finally release part of the Epstein files, and when you did, you included personal information about the victims while protecting the names of abusers.
Time of the gentleman
None
has
the perpetrators have been
expired.
brought to justice, but enormous resources
Time of the
dedicated to
gentleman has
President Trump's
expired, and
It's
obviously
clear that
there
under your leadership, the Department of Justice
was
no longer
no
works
question
for
in
the
there.
American people. It works
Order
for Donald
respond to.
Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back.
May I answer?
I think our next questioner, Madam Attorney General, is going to give you time to respond to
Thank you, Chairman.
all kinds of things. So we will turn to the gentleman from Texas for 5 minutes.
Ms. Bondi, you go right ahead. I'm over here. The time is yours.
Thank you. First, he brought up the president saying they indicted me twice. They sure did. They tried to impeach him twice. And you, Mr. Nadler, were one of the leads on the impeachment. I was on the other side. I lived that with you. During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016. Have you apologized?
She's lying. Is she under oath right now? Maybe she's gonna say it's like a misspeak. You have to have intent to lie to Congress, I guess, and have it be illegal. Robert Mueller. Maybe I misheard her. I literally just fucking glitched when I heard that. What?
During impeachment, you said the president conspired, sought foreign interference in the 2016 election. Robert Mueller found no evidence, none, of foreign interference in 2016.
Yes, he did. Yes, he did. These people talk so much about that silly Russia hoax, and they don't know what the fuck it even was. What Robert Mueller found, and what in general, not just Mueller, but our investigations into Russian interference in 2016, you know what it found? It found that Russia interfered with the 2016 election to help Donald Trump. It also found that Donald Trump was more than willing and more than happy to accept this help from Russia. What Mueller could not prove is that Trump asked Russia to do it, or that Trump and Russia were communicating behind the scenes to coordinate Russia's interference. So what they didn't find specifically is evidence of behind the scenes explicit coordination between the Russian government and the Trump campaign. But what they did find is that Russia interfered, they interfered to help Trump, and that Trump was very happy about that and accepted it with open arms.
Have you apologized to President Trump?
You'd think that if a fucking TikToker with 65,000 followers wouldn't have to correct the Attorney General of the United States on this shit.
To President Trump, all of you who participated in those impeachment hearings against Donald Trump, you all should be apologizing. You sit here and you attack the president, and I am not going to have it. I'm not going to put up with it. You know, all they want.
Can you imagine if any previous attorney general for any president of either political party, at least in the 21st century, was like, all you do is attack the president, and I will not sit by and let that happen. Our president is an amazing It's like they've so destroyed the idea of the norm, let alone the norm itself. The idea of the norm has been destroyed. Even wasn't her opening speech about how, like, when you call 911, you don't care about their politics. You just want help. How dare you attack President Trump? It's like the audacity to pretend like we're against politicization. We just want to help the victims. Don't say mean things about Trump, though.
What to do. All the American people need to know this. They are talking about Epstein today.
I want to keep repeating the fact Joe Biden's attorney general appointed a special counsel to investigate Joe Biden. And that special counsel released a report that damaged Joe Biden's presidential campaign. Can anyone here imagine? No amount of psychedelic drugs could make you imagine that Pam Bondi would appoint a special counsel to look into Donald Trump, and that the special counsel would release damning information about Donald Trump. Can anyone even contemplate that idea? And weren't the charges that Hunter Biden was facing federal charges from the Department of Justice, which was run by Merrick Garland? Can anyone here imagine Pam Bondi going after Don Jr. or Eric Trump or Ivanka or Jared? Can anyone imagine that?
This has been around since the Obama administration. This administration released over 3 million pages of documents, over 3 million. And Donald Trump signed that law to release all of those documents.
Oh my God. How noble of Donald Trump to sign a law that secured a veto-proof majority. I can almost guarantee you, if they didn't have a veto-proof majority, he wouldn't have signed it. He was, if he vetoed it, it would have just passed anyways.
He is the most transparent president in the nation's history.
Oh yeah.
And none of them asked Merrick Garland over the last 4 years one word about Jeffrey Epstein. How ironic is that? You know why? Because Donald Trump, the Dow right now is over. The Dow is over $50,000. I don't know why you're laughing. You're a great stock trader, as I hear, Raskin. The Dow is over $50,000 right now.
This is the time where Raskin has to say, yeah, and I heard your administration's doing real good on Kalshi. Which one of you was it that bet large sums of money that Maduro was going to be deposed? Which one of you was that again? Who was it, the Witkoffs and the Trumps who benefited from World Liberty Financial and their deals with the UAE and Binance? Please, God, I hope that they clap back with that. Because I posted this on my Instagram story yesterday. I never want to ever hear anyone ever again talk about Nancy Pelosi's stock trading has gone up 10,000%. You can add up every allegation of Nancy Pelosi corruption, congressional stock trading, which should be banned, by the way. I'm not defending it. Add that up with every allegation of Hunter Biden, Burisma, and Hillary Clinton Foundation corruption. All of that multiplied by 1,000 would still pale in comparison to the corruption the Trump administration engages in brazenly and openly. Multi-billion-dollar corruption schemes out in the open the audacity to, again, talk about politicization of the government and corruption from these people.
The S&P at almost 7,000, and the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks
This
and
is so
retirement.
fucking dystopian, bro. You're in an oversight hearing to be asked about federal overreach where American citizens have been killed by basically the president's own personal police force, which exclusively hires conservatives and young men who are disenfranchised. They literally look for these people to create ICE. It's not even what ICE used to be. They've turned ICE into, not to say ICE wasn't bad before, but they've turned it into a fucking domestic terror group, okay? They just have. That, the Epstein cover-up, and you have the audacity to sit here and say, the Dow has hit very high highs. How dare you insult the president? This is like, it's so dystopian.
Savings are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making America.
How many times she practiced these fucking lines in the mirror, bro?
And the NASDAQ smashing records. Americans' 401ks and
You know who this reminds me of? Who here has seen The Boys? What's her name? Ashley? Is that her name in The Boys? The redhead? Ashley, right? In The Boys? This is literally Ashley from The Boys. Carbon copy. Homelander gave her fucking instructions and sent her out onto TV. That's literally what... Yeah, well, this is crazy,
are booming. That's what we should be talking about. We should be talking about making Americans safe. We should be talking
the
about...
whole admin is, bro, yeah, Kash Patel is like the deep. Kash Patel is the deep. This is fucking Ashley. Who else is in there? Stormfront is just Stephen Miller. Literally. The parallels are crazy. Stormfront is literally Stephen Miller. I'm sure there's other comparisons there.
To do with anything? That's what they just asked. Are you kidding?
Mr. Jordan, Mr. Jordan.
Committee will be in order.
Mr. Jordan.
And like all the conservative fans of The Boys, I hate that they're making it so political now. It was political from the first episode of the first season, buddy.
I'm going to get an extra 45
it's just
seconds.
Now you're directly the butt of the joke. Now that's the issue.
To my time.
The committee will be in order. The time belongs to the gentleman from Texas. Ms. Bondi, the Attorney General can respond.
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy.
You're the fucking Attorney General. It's not even like this is the Department of Commerce Secretary or like the fucking Department of Labor, or like something connected to economics, Treasury. Even Treasury wouldn't be that closely connected. This is the Attorney General glazing the performance of the Dow under Donald Trump in response to questions about victims of trafficking and government overreach and authoritarianism.
Said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it in 1 year.
What couldn't be done?
Thank you. The Dow has shattered 50,000 for the first time. This is crazy. They said it couldn't be done in 4 years, yet President Trump has done it.
It's all one. I'm going to get this fucking fly. Hold on. Let's wait for bro to land. Never mind. God damn it.
In 1 year. National median rents have fallen to a 4-year low thanks to...
The same they that said the Dow could never do it is the same they behind Operation Arctic, whatever that shit was called, Arctic Storm, is the same they that was behind rigging the election. It's the same they behind the Paris Climate Accords. It's the same they behind the Trump indictments and impeachments. Who?
Donald Trump. That's why they want to focus on Epstein and our most transparent president in the nation's history. The murder rate, as I said, has plummeted to 100.
Yeah, Mackenzie said on YouTube she thinks she's the most powerful person in the room. It's embarrassing. Yeah, she has this aura of like, how dare you raise your voice? You're here to answer our fucking questions, bro. Sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up.
125-year low thanks to Donald Trump. For an unprecedented 9 straight.
I sat down to imagine Merrick Garland. I'm sure Merrick Garland at some point had to testify in front of the House Oversight Committee. I'm sure he did, and I'm sure he was subjected to plenty of fucking abuse. What the fuck just happened here? What is this? Oh, you know what? This is actually fine.
Pleased to restore this tradition.
I just want to compare the tone and tenor of these two hearings, right?
I thank Attorney General Garland for appearing today.
Is he going to sit here and say, inflation rate's coming down? How dare you insult the character of Joe Biden? I'm trying to envision Merrick Garland glazing Joe Biden like this. Maybe he did.
You were confirmed by the Senate in March on a bipartisan basis and took the
just visually, he looks like so timid and just he's like there with his fucking. I guess this was during COVID. Okay, yeah, so I guess that explains why he's wearing the mask. But already, the aura I'm feeling is already so different.
helm.
He doesn't act like he fucking owns the
Justice
place.
Department at a precarious moment. Under Attorney General Barr and his predecessors, the department often played the role of President Trump's personal law firm.
True. Hold on, let's see.
Doctors, against protesters, against news.
As quickly as you did to that school board request, did you have second?
Hold on, this is most replayed, it says. I want to see a Republican asking him a question. Oh, this is a Republican, right?
When he said his agency had never funded gain-of-function research?
This is outside of my scope of
knowledge. Let's turn to your outrageous directive sicking the feds on parents at school boards across America.
Oh.
When you crafted that October 4th memo, did you consult with senior leadership at the FBI?
How dare you ask me that question? The Dow just hit 10 million thanks to President Joseph R. Biden. Is that what he's going to say? You'd assume that's what he's going to say, right? That's what Bondi says for these types of questions. Very pointed, accusatory question.
My understanding was that the memo, or the idea of the memo, had been discussed with the FBI before.
Did anyone at the
What the fuck is this guy doing? Why are you giving a substantive response in a calm tone of voice? What the fuck is wrong with you? Did you not read the Attorney General job description as #1 glazer of the president?
FBI express any doubt?
Yeah, maybe this was like a one-off. What is it?
Discussed with the FBI before.
Did anyone at the FBI express any doubt or disagreement or hesitation with your decision to issue that memo?
No one.
The FBI is out here striking boats every single day to save your babies from being eaten by illegal immigrants who want to convert their bodies into cocaine.
No one expressed that to me.
No one.
Oh.
To me. No one expressed that to me. No.
Never mind.
Because a lot of them have contacted us, and they said they did, Judge.
I'm sorry?
A lot of FBI officials have contacted my office and said that they oppose this decision.
Well, I doubt any of them spoke to me about it because I didn't speak to no one.
All right.
Made that
All right.
to me.
This motherfucker is stuttering.
Judge, you've repeatedly
He's
dissembled.
the energy with which he's engaging is this like cautious honesty. This cautious self-analyzing honesty. And Pam Bondi's engaging with like, you're fucking ugly, you suck, and Trump is the king, and suck my dick, and fuck you. That's pretty much what Pam Bondi's doing.
This morning about that directive. For instance, about the National Security Division. Chuck Grassley asked you a very simple question, why you would sic the National Security Division of the Department.
Yes, Merrick Garland was meant to be a judge, not an attorney general. He was too obsessed with appearing unbiased. We now know that he paused the investigations into Trump during the 2022 midterms because he didn't even want the optics within the government of interference. Even though, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not, Trump was not on the ballot in 2022. Trump was not a candidate for office in 2022. And even despite that, Merrick Garland was like, hey man, I don't want to have any inkling of a connection between political considerations and legal investigations. Let's pause this till the midterms are open.
Justice on parents.
The contrast isn't even night and day. It's something more extreme than that. I don't even know how to fucking process what I'm seeing.
John Cornyn asked you the same thing. You said it wasn't in your October 4th memorandum, it was in another office's memorandum. It wasn't another office's memorandum, Judge. It was in a press release from your office. Right here in front of me, October 4th, 2021, for immediate release. You're going to create a task force that includes the National Security Division. What on earth does the National Security Division have to do with parents who are expressing disagreements at school boards?
Nothing in this memorandum or any memorandum is about parents expressing disagreements with their school boards. The memorandum makes clear that parents are entitled and protected by the First Amendment to have vigorous debates. We don't, the Justice Department is not interested in that question at all. It is
Okay, so even in that case, what is the National Security Division, Judge? These are the people that are supposed to be chasing jihadists and Chinese spies. What does the National Security Division have to do with parents at school boards?
This is not, again, about parents at school boards. This is about threats of violence.
Okay, let me turn to that because you've said that phrase repeatedly throughout the morning.
I think here's what we're going to do. We need a chaser for the Pam Bondi hearing. We can't just go unadulterated Pam Bondi for the next however long I'm live. So we're going to take a little chaser of Merrick Garland every time she goes a little bit too off the rails. I'm going to keep this open.
Months. There were 0 illegal border crossings at the southern border. That's what we should be focused on. All the great work that this president has done and will continue to do to keep America safe and to make Americans safe.
Threats or violence and threats of violence. Violence and threats of violence. Yeah. We've heard it a dozen times this morning. First, to her talking about violence and threats of violence.
I did it in my testimony that it involved other kinds of criminal conduct. And I explained to Senator Lee that the statutory definitions of those terms and the constitutional definitions of those terms involve threats of violence.
Okay, let's look at one of those statutes.
Thank you, Attorney General Bondi. I agree with you totally. I think you've done a fine job. I think that Democrats, in fact, should be apologizing to the Epstein victims for doing nothing during the 4 years that they were running the government. We did not hear about this, and it took you and President Trump to find.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Trump ran on, I'm going to politicize the Department of Justice. And while I'm at it, I'll give y'all the Epstein files. Because typically, the president wouldn't be involved in deciding the declassification of certain things. It's not the typical role of the president. There's supposed to be a separation between the Department of Justice and the President of the United States. But hey, if you're going to eliminate that distinction, might as well give us some important shit like the Epstein files, right?
Finally provide transparency and give answers to the American people.
Oh, no, we're not allowed to do that. Oh, now you guys care about what you're allowed to do all of a
I
sudden.
want to thank you for that. I want to thank you also for standing up for truth today and for fighting back against the theatrics and the time waste that you will endure over the next hour or two. I want to apologize on behalf of my colleagues on the left. They're not all that bad, but they've got to put on a show. And I'm sorry that you have to go through that. And I would like to yield the last, I'd say 40, even 40 is 80 seconds. The clock says 40, but I've got 80 seconds since I was so rudely interrupted. And I'll give all 80 seconds to Chairman Jordan.
And I would just yield to the Attorney General if she has anything to add.
I'm fine to continue. Thank you, Chairman.
All right, the chair now recognizes, the gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would note that Mr. Nadler's question has not yet been answered, but I want to start by asking that out of respect for the American public and the Epstein survivors, some of whom, of course, are here today, that we can have a transparent conversation and get the public the answers they deserve. I want to briefly direct your attention to 2 documents I'm hoping we will put up on the screen. In the first, an individual emails Jeffrey Epstein asking whether a woman identified as M was pro or civilian, and Epstein responds that she was a civilian, Russian, and fun. In the second email, Epstein writes to Steve Tisch about a Ukrainian girl, noting that she was, quote, a little freaked out by the age difference and stating that he would try to convince her not to return to Ukraine. He then instructs Mr. Tisch to call him, adding, I don't like records of these conversations. So I'd like to ask a straightforward question that really is either a yes or no answer. Do these emails constitute credible evidence, not proof, but credible evidence warranting further investigation into whether Steve Tisch was involved in Epstein's criminal conduct? You think yes or no?
I'm not going to play a yes-no game with you, but I will answer the question to the best of my ability. As I said, we will look and investigate any case involving any victim. I'm not familiar. There were 3 million pages, of course, with that email. But, of course, we will look into anything. The documents have been released, 3 million. The redacted versions, we left them open for all of you to come view. I believe you viewed them. If not, will you have some copies?
I'd like to.
But could I finish, please? I'm not being rude. Please.
I only have 5 minutes.
No, yeah, and I only have 30 seconds based on your filibuster.
But you didn't give a yes or no answer. So let me just go further. Director Patel testified in this committee room that there was no credible information indicating that Epstein trafficked victims to anyone else. And glancing at the documents, that's proves that's not the case. In July, your department issued a memo stating that it had conducted an exhaustive review of the Epstein files and concluded that no additional individuals would be charged. So I did go over to the Department of Justice yesterday. I would note that 400 and all our 35 members are in the House, and there's 4 computers. So it would take many months to actually have the time. I only had a few hours. I think the transparency argument is really kind of a sham because it's not really possible.
Whoa. Did you have to wait to get
It is not possible to really go in. I did, however, see a U.S. attorney information for the Southern District of New York indicating that there were additional survivors and probable co-conspirators. Other members of Congress have uncovered likely co-conspirators whose names were blocked out. Now, the Epstein File Transparency Act, which all but one member of this House voted for and the president signed, requires the department to release everything except that it needs to be redacted to protect the victims or an ongoing prosecution, which apparently there is none from the testimony we have received. I am concerned that this act has not been fully complied with. When Director Patel came to the committee, he admitted that up to 1,000 FBI agents had gone through the files and redacted President Trump's name from them. And it's pretty clear that what has been transmitted from the FBI continues to redact President Trump's name, even though he is mentioned thousands of times in these files. So I think the credibility of the department in terms of complying with the act has been damaged. And I think the department's credibility has been damaged in other ways. I think we all saw the horrible video of American citizens being killed by ICE agents in Minneapolis. And I think how the department has handled these cases raises a lot of doubt about the department. State and local police in Minnesota got a court order to get access to the crime scene to be sure evidence would be properly preserved by federal agents. But they took the agents defied the court order, and in a departure from general policy, the DOJ is not collaborating with state and local law enforcement on these homicides. So I really think that is a disgraceful approach to the homicides of American citizens.
I don't know who this woman is, but this is based as fuck. I'm glad someone finally brought up that Minnesota police got an order from a court, a warrant, to investigate the crime scene where Alex Preddy was murdered. They showed up with the warrant to investigate the crime scene, which was now legally under their jurisdiction to investigate. And the DHS said, nah, you guys got to go. We're not going to let you in. And she's also asking in such a polite way. I'm sure Bondi will still find a way to say, how dare you speak that way to me?
And it really does nothing to bring credit to your department. And, Mr. Chairman, I would yield back.
Gentlelady yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history. And if they could maintain their composure.
Statute you cited, Section 223.
I'm just going to, hold on. I'm going to search through the Merrick Garland hearing, and I just want to see how Merrick Garland spoke of Biden, if he did.
That statute covers the
from the Hunter Biden case. That seems to be a pretty simple thing to say one way or the other. The son of the President of the United States is under criminal investigation for financial matters. A senior policies are
Let's proceed. Senator Lee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Attorney General Garland, for being here. Mr. Attorney General, I've been concerned in recent weeks by some steps that have been taken by the Biden administration. Steps that
Okay. What is he about to say? Let's place our bets. Let's guess. What's he going to say to this? Joe Biden is the greatest president of all time?
I fear represent a significant amount of overreach.
This guy's he's accusing the Biden administration of overreach. Pam Bondi would never let that slide if someone accused Trump of overreach. I wonder what Attorney General Merrick Garland would say.
7 weeks ago, you had President Biden giving a speech in which he promised to enlist the assistance of corporate America, all of corporate America, with more than 99 employees, in firing people who don't get vaccinated.
Oh, my God. He gave a speech saying something about people. Am I doing the thing right? They have BDS. They have Biden derangement syndrome. He gave a speech. We can't say words anymore in America.
Vaccinated. I've encouraged everyone close to me
Garland,
to get vaccinated.
step up. Defend Biden.
But I don't think it's the role of the federal government to do that. He's threatening to cripple employers
by imposing.
You're about to get verbally crippled by the beast known as Merrick Garland, who's going to step up and defend Joe Biden, obviously, as Pam Bondi defends Trump.
Absolutely punishing fines on them. And they're now doing his dirty work, even before this act of overreach has been reduced to an order that could be litigated. Litigation that I believe would end the same way Youngstown Sheet and
keep yapping, buddy. When Garland gets his hands on you, it's no fun and games anymore.
Versus Sawyer ended. And
long-winded ass question.
You know, about a month after that, we had your October 4th.
Why isn't your chat liking? I don't know. There are a bunch of freeloaders in here, I guess. You guys think you can just come in here and mooch off my live and not double tap the screen? This is a fraud scandal of the highest order. It's disgusting.
Memorandum in which you direct the Department of Justice and the FBI to intervene in what, as far as I can tell, is a state and local issue. That is a series of issues.
Thank you for the mini-star.
Involving how parents advocate for their children with their local school boards.
Mr. Lee, you are so... Is that his name? Mr. Lee, you are so cooked.
And
this guy doesn't know who he's dealing with. He's dealing with Merrick Garland here.
Believe that
let's fucking go.
Doing
Let's
that,
finish,
doing that
please
through
finish
the Department
asking
of Justice,
the fucking
doing
question.
it in the way that you did it, directing the assistance, enlisting the help of all 94 U.S. attorneys. Therefore, every satellite office of the Department of
I'm making bracelets while watching. I can't tap right now. You could tap with your elbows, your feet, your nose. Where there's a will, there's a way. That's an excuse. Come on. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps, guys. Come on.
Justice nationwide. You do it in a way that I think has a natural tendency to chill free speech in this area. I question seriously the role of the federal government in protecting people at local school board meetings from their neighbors. It is, after all, most of the time, state law, not federal, that's at play when there is criminal activity. Federal crimes are a subset of crimes generally. So you've referenced several times today.
Can this guy shut the fuck up? Oh my God. How
covered
long is this
only
question?
during
We get it, bro.
Speech that is to local memo, parents,
memo is on it.
local school board
let's see.
policies.
Let's go, Garland.
The memo is aimed only at violence and threats of violence. It states on its face that vigorous debate is protected. That is what this is about, and that is all this is about.
That's your meager, weak-ass response to someone directly attacking Joe Biden? Let's see how Pam Bondi would address this kind of question.
Department, and Mr. Chairman, I would
How would Pam Bondi address? Similar question, actually. What's her name? Miss Lofgren has asked a great question about federal overreach. How do you answer for this, Mrs. Bondi?
General yields back.
May I answer?
Attorney General can respond.
I find it interesting that she keeps going after President Trump, the greatest president in American history.
And how does Merrick Garland respond to a similar question about the Biden admin supposedly doing overreach because he gave a speech about vaccines? So my goodness.
Of violence. It states on
local school board policies.
Senator, the memo is aimed only at violence and threats of violence. It states on its face that vigorous debate is protected. That is what this is about, and that is all this is about.
This is what they want to call the Biden DOJ, by the way. The Biden DOJ who indicted his son. The Biden DOJ who appointed a special counsel to investigate him. These disgusting political hacks. Anyways, back to our honorable Attorney General, Pam Bondi.
What about harassment and intimidation?
They could maintain their composure. This isn't a circus. This is a hearing. I find it interesting she keeps...
It's supposed to be a hearing, but when a clown like you shows up, it does kind of turn into a circus, doesn't it? You're so close to figuring it out, Pam. So close.
Going after Donald Trump, she doesn't say how much money she took from Reid Hoffman, did you? None. And nor did
Mr.
she
Chairman,
post
regular
anything.
order, please.
She
Ooh,
posted...
Garland should have done that. He should have started name-dropping fucking lobbyists and donors when asked tough questions.
Nothing on her ex
Take notes, Mr. Garland.
on her Twitter account during the Biden year.
What you get with a lame-ass name like Merrick. Imagine your wife goes through 9 months of labor, hard work. You're there trying to be supportive of her. Finally, the day has come. The baby has been birthed. Sir, what are you going to name this kid? His name will be Merrick. What the hell is that? Merrick. Merrick. Write it down now. Okay.
Lady.
Yet now,
There
all
was
of a
no
sudden,
question
she's
asked.
going after
Committee will be in
point of
order.
There was no
files.
question
Shame
asked
on
of the
you.
Attorney General. She doesn't just get to speak.
Committee will be in order.
I have a point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Committee will be in order.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Lady can state a point of order.
When a witness attacks,
Not a valid point of order. You got to state.
She hasn't completed her point of order yet. Please let her speak, Mr. Chairman. Let's have some regular order here.
Regular order is you got to state the rule. And
I am trying to make a point of order that the witness,
And what rule are you referring to?
without responding to a question, has attacked me personally. I think it's pathetic that she can't answer the questions and
First
instead
time
is
that
attacking
is not even close
members
to a
of the
point of
committee.
order. The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized.
In August of last year,
If you pay attention, she acknowledges that she, in fact, knew police were being offered money to join it. Yeah, I mean, these people on no issue can plead ignorance. They always know. They know everything that they're doing wrong because they do it on purpose. It's not a. There's a very good saying that you should never attribute to malice what can be attributed to incompetence. Maybe I'm butchering the exact verbiage there, but more or less. When it comes to the Trump administration, between malice and incompetence is a fucking coin flip. It's literally the same heads or tails. Just flip it. Equal chance of either. I don't know. You should never give preference to incompetence over malice. Something razor is Occam's razor. Occam's razor just says, I believe, that the simplest explanation is usually the correct one. Maybe not the simplest. Like the most straightforward explanation is usually the correct one. Something like that.
sent a letter to the Department of Justice asking for assistance in seeking compensation for the town of Lac du Flambeau. The town of Lac du Flambeau is in my district, and your
There's a
office
razor for that
replied
as well.
it's
I
an
don't know what
ongoing
it's
matter
called,
and unable to comment on it, which I understand. That's just fine.
Hanlon's
I will set this
razor.
up, just as a
My bad. I was not familiar with Hanlon's game. Hanlon's razor it is.
reminder. So 3 years ago, it was at this time of year that 4 roads were blockaded in the town of Lac du Flambeau, and the temperature was 25 below zero. People had to park their cars at a neighbor's place, take the snowmobile across the lake to get their car, and then be able to drive into town. There were people 80 and 90 years old that could not, were very concerned that they'd be able to get emergency medical services.
Make
And
sure you guys are double tapping the screen, sending every penny you've ever earned to my radical left PayPal, and what else do I have? Cash App. And if you can't do either of those, make sure you're following. Make sure you join the Discord, link in my bio. And honestly, for everyone watching on TikTok, just watch on YouTube. It's better, it looks better, better layout, better resolution, more colorful. Everyone who's able to migrate over and watch on YouTube, you should. That's my 2 cents on it.
And the perpetrators of this, the tribe out there, they demanded compensation from the town. I would call it extortion. They ultimately got $600,000 from the
You can't exist out of YouTube and still hear it? What? Yeah, I always go live on both. It's always a dual stream.
town of Lac du Flambeau. The unfortunate part, Mr. Chairman, is that the Biden administration...
Oh, you can't exit out of YouTube and still hear it. Oh, okay. I see. I understand. Sorry. It took me a second. Isn't it the other way around? I don't know about Android. And I do have YouTube Premium actually, so maybe it's different, but maybe not for YouTube Premium, but isn't YouTube the one that plays in the background and TikTok doesn't? Is only with Premium you can do that? Oh, damn. You can't do the floating thing and you can put it on the side? Is that what I'm talking about? Like, maybe, I don't, is that also a Premium thing? So like, okay, so I have this playing, and then if I go home, it just becomes, it just becomes this, right? And then you can move it around. Is that also a Premium feature? I thought that was just an iOS thing. Okay, either way, if you're watching on TikTok out of necessity, you don't have to go over to YouTube. My point there was, if you're able to watch on YouTube at no inconvenience to yourself, it's the preferred way that I would have you engage with my content. With that being said, I am live on both, so ultimately your choice.
took the side of the perpetrator.
And yes, if you can afford YouTube Premium, it is 1,000,000% worth the money. It is so worth the money.
who closed those roads off. And the Biden administration made it clear to the town of Lac du Flambeau that we are not on your side in regards to this. Well, fortunately, there was a federal judge that said, no, this is wrong, what happened, and these roads should be left open, they should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further investigate this matter and seek compensation?
The town of what?
And these roads should be left open.
I'm going to have to go back to 1x speed.
And they should continue to be left open. My question to you is, are you willing to work with my office and with the town of Lac du Flambeau to further
Lac du Flambeau? I don't know.
Investigate this matter and seek compensation from the tribal government after their extortion?
Announcement for all Androiders: don't buy premium, just get YouTube Vanced. Real ones know. Another announcement for all Androiders: just switch to iPhone, okay? How about that, guys? I'm kidding. Never pay for YouTube. Everything behind a paywall used to be free. Yeah, but now it's not. So that's just, it is what it is.
Of $600,000 from this little town in northern Wisconsin.
Congressman, you do a great job representing your district. And yes, we would more than welcome working with you, and we are familiar with that.
With revenge. The thing about Android is you can, what is it called? Root your phone? It's not jailbreak. It's something else on Android. You can definitely get stuff for free on Android easier than iPhone, but there's a lot more vulnerabilities to viruses on Android and a lot more, sometimes too much customization to the point where it's like, bro, I'd rather have 5 good options than like 100 options where some of them are complete ass. And then I have to pick like which.
That investigation.
Mr. Chairman, I would just add, we're highlighting these miscarriages of justice in the previous administration. This is just another one of those small examples, no different than the Catholic Diocese in Richmond and many others that you have retold so many times. But here's another instance of what they did to a small town and nearly bankrupted them as a result of it. Fortunately, there was a federal judge that saw through it and has fixed it. I want to move on to fraud enforcement. You've established...
I say that as anyone who knows me and knew me in high school. I was the biggest glazer of Android on the face of the earth. I was a Google Pixel fanboy, okay? I was like, oh yeah, OnePlus, Google Pixel, they're actually far ahead of the iPhone. The hardware, the Snapdragon 811, like, bro, the iPhone and the MacBook, it's all streamlined. It never fucking freezes up and lags. My text messages, my phone calls, seamlessly on my laptop, on my iPad, on my phone. I can airdrop stuff around when I'm editing. I never have to think too deeply about the structure of the OS. On Android, it's like, I guess if you're into it, it may be more fun, but I don't want to dedicate that much active cognitive ability to my home screen. I just don't.
A National Fraud Enforcement Division, is that correct, Madam Attorney General?
Yes, Congressman.
Has this new division begun any investigations and getting after those individuals that...
You have a PS2 emulator on your iPhone? I don't. You got me there. Got me there. I look at Apple as a toaster and Android as a car I can modify. I look at Apple or iPhone as like a pint of Haagen-Dazs ice cream, and Android is like fucking Menchie's or something. You can create whatever fucking concoction you want, but the Haagen-Dazs pints are straightforward. You know what you get every time. They have enough options. All the options are good. I don't need to customize exactly how many fucking chocolate chips are in my ice cream. I'm good. And some people are like, no, I need to count every single chocolate chip in my ice cream. And I need to measure out the ounces of whipped cream. More power to you. You can do that.
Have committed the rampant fraud we've seen, like in Minnesota?
Well, it's not only rampant in Minnesota, it's rampant throughout this country. Much of it is in California, as you know, and other places.
Also, I don't know if this is still the case, but on Android phones, it used to be the case that on apps like Snapchat, it couldn't use your, it couldn't directly use your camera hardware. So the image processing was non-existent. It would almost just screen grab your viewfinder, I believe. Maybe they've changed that, but that was the result of having a bunch of different types of hardware from different manufacturers all running the same OS, is that the OS is not going to be fine-tuned to all the different hardware nuances, and that can cause incompatibility between apps and your phone, where if I remember back in high school, the meme was if you're the way you know if someone has an Android is their snaps are fucking like 180p or 480p, whatever it is. Like,
Yes, we are working on it actively. Our criminal fraud division has been working on it. We are expanding that.
and yeah, I would assume that maybe with like Pixels and Galaxies, that's maybe not as much of an issue. Because I would assume that do they still call it TouchWiz for Samsung? That used to be what they called it, I think. The Samsung skin of Android and like the stock Android on the Pixel, they have large enough user bases. They can probably get the big social media apps to specifically design for their camera hardware. But
Vice President's idea to come up with this amazing separate fraud.
W Haagen-Dazs, it's just the best ice cream by far. And I've been told before by people that know me that I glaze Haagen-Dazs a little bit too much. I'll continue to do that. The way Pam Bondi defends Trump, that's the way I'm going to speak about Haagen-Dazs. It's just unparalleled. It's just the best ice cream by far.
Division, which we are establishing and going nonstop, not only to expose the fraud in Minnesota, but around the country. It's taxpayer dollars that have been stolen from the American people, and we are committed to recovering that money and holding those people accountable.
Mr. Chairman, I would remind everyone here.
Haagen-Dazs chocolate chip is so good. Let me put you guys on the top 3 flavors. Easy top 3 holy trinity of Haagen-Dazs. You got Belgian chocolate, caramel cone, and brown butter salted cookie. Brown butter salted cookie, Belgian chocolate, and caramel cone. That is the holy trinity of ice cream. There's nothing that compares to those 3.
Why did this happen in Minneapolis? Why did federal law enforcement have to go to Minneapolis? Because of industrial scale fraud. It was an assistant United States attorney that said, this is industrial scale fraud that's going on in Minnesota at this point. I sent a letter to our governor in Wisconsin.
Bro, I swear to God, this fly is a Mossad agent or something. The reflexes it has and the way it taunts me, it sits on my camera, it flies at my fucking face, and then I lose sight of it. I'm going to get this fucker.
Order there, my district
What
is only
attacked
20
you?
miles.
A miniature drone designed by the IDF to target me. A fly in my house will destroy my whole day. Bro, it is fucking winter. It is cold outside. There are no bugs anywhere. There's just this one single fly that is, or not one, maybe it's 2. Something's going on. I don't know what it is, but I'm going to fucking exterminate the. That was a horrible verb to use. I'm going to get rid of these. With my bare hands if I have to.
In the city of Minneapolis. And I asked him to open the books for a federal audit on food stamps and Medicaid. Don't you think it would be a good idea for every governor to do that at this point?
It protects the citizens, and I can't understand why that's not happening. And yes,
It's the Netanyahu raid. So true.
I do think that's a great idea.
Are we done talking about it? We don't have to be done talking about ice cream. We can talk about it, whatever.
Happening around this country. And when
Do you have plans for bananas? No, we don't. That's the thing. I don't know where bro came from, who sent him, where he was birthed, who his associates are. Is this a RICO situation? Is there coordination going on here? I don't know. But I'm going to handle it.
our new division with Colin McDonald is established. It's established when Colin is confirmed. He's amazing. I think you've met with him, you said, Chairman. When that is established, we're going to work on both sides of the aisle. That's what we want to do, to stop fraud in every city, in every state.
I will say, someone said, honestly, the biggest reason I like my Z Fold 5 is because I can play Fallout 1 and 2 on it. The only argument I will accept for people that say they prefer Android is if there's a hardware argument, like this many megapixel camera or this many milliamp hour battery or foldable phone allows me to, have better workflow. I can have a bigger screen. Those are all valid reasons for me to prefer Android or even Windows to iOS and Mac. is if it's just a hardware thing. Android is typically going to be, and Windows, I think broadly, are typically going to be more so on the cutting edge of hardware because they're willing to take risks. The Apple, they'll wait for the hardware manufacturers of Android phones and Windows computers and laptops. They'll wait for them to do some trial and error stuff and really refine out all the kinks of new hardware updates, and only then will they adopt those advanced hardware features. So, like, for example, I believe Apple's finally going to release a flip phone next September. I guess this September. They've done that after Samsung's kind of done it for 2 or 3 years and laid the groundwork. So I don't mind that. They wait, they judge the successes and failures, they learn what works and what doesn't, and they refine it and make it more streamlined. Maybe you prefer access sooner. I'd rather get it later and get a higher quality version of it than get it sooner and have like bugs and stuff. But
in this country, we will continue to fight for the American
So
people.
you would encourage every
and yeah,
government.
the biggest props I can give to Android is fast charging. It's the speed difference in charging between iPhone and Android is unreal.
Across the United States, after what we have seen in Minnesota,
iPhone users love it when the big Yahoo receives all their hard-earned data. Number one, I don't trust any tech company when it comes to data management, but my understanding, not to say there's never been issues with Apple and iOS and stuff, I feel like Apple's security architecture, to the extent that I'm aware of it, is not bad at all. They even offer, I believe now, end-to-end encryption for like your iCloud stuff if you want. Yeah, there's good stuff. There's good stuff when it comes
almost
to security.
certainly know what's happening.
If Big Ben Yahoo wants my data, he'll find the way to get it, no matter if I'm using a fucking Nokia from 20 years ago.
In other states, you mentioned
he'll find
California.
a way.
You would agree that every governor should avail themselves of federal resources to make sure that this industrial scale fraud is rooted out to protect the taxpayers of the United States. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I'd like to thank you for holding this hearing and holding it in a proper fashion as you have. Secondly, I'd like to thank all of the victims of the Epstein case who've come here to attend this hearing, for doing it and for being brave and trying to move this justice forward. I apologize, I can't do it, but the Attorney General not recognizing you, that's embarrassing. I am from Memphis, General Bondi, and Memphis does have the task force there. The Memphis Safe Task Force has been operating in Memphis for several months, and we do have a Democratic mayor, Paul Young, and he's not against the task force, but he is against ICE being in Memphis, and he's not in favor of the National Guard being in Memphis. And I concur with him on those positions. I think the DEA being there.
What was it called before glazing? I don't know, brown nosing, kissing up. Those aren't exactly synonyms, though. Glazing is a little bit different than kissing up or brown nosing. Maybe it's more similar to brown nosing. Blowing. Yeah.
The alcohol, tobacco, firearms, the FBI, who have been in Memphis in other ways, having more people there is good for Memphis. Crime has gone down in Memphis, but it went down 25% before the task force got there under the direction of Mayor Young and Director Davis, Chief Davis. It's gone down about 15% more since then, and that's good. But I would like to comment that Mexico City's homicide rate has gone down 40% during the same time when Memphis has only gone down 25%, and that's not necessarily because of the task force, although the mayor says he thinks it's helped. So I thank you for that. You would agree, I presume, that violent crime in communities across our country is critically important, and that's why the task force is there. Is that not true?
Yes, and if I can just add to that, I think the surge, the FBI, our FBI under the leadership of Director Patel, came in and did a surge in Memphis.
Earlier.
Prior to the task force. And thank you for saying that about Mayor Young. He's been great to work with, and thank you.
He's a good guy.
He's a very good guy.
One problem I've got with where we are in priorities here. A recent Department of Justice National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery. A recent Department of Justice National Institute of Justice report based on arrest records in Texas and in California found that undocumented immigrants were less than half as likely as U.S.-born Americans to be arrested for homicide. And this pattern holds for assault, sexual assault, robbery, burglary, theft, and arson. Half as likely to be arrested for drug offenses. So I ask you, and I've written...
Which, by the way, like structurally makes sense. Same goes for the voter fraud stuff. If someone comes here and they are undocumented to the point where they're living in the shadows, why the fuck would they try to vote? Why the fuck would they go commit crimes? Why would they want to call that kind of attention to themselves? It doesn't even make sense on its face that large hordes of people are coming here to hide like in the shadow economy, but to also then do a bunch of things that would call attention to themselves by breaking the law. It's such a stupid logic. Especially the voting thing, bro. I've never been able to understand this idea. Even I sometimes try to occupy the mind of a Trump supporter and see how far gone they are. That's just one of those things where I'm like, how the... You think people are hiking hundreds of miles, coming to the fucking Darien Gap and stuff? They come all the way to America, and they're like, yes, time to vote. Okay, bro. Okay, dude.
Written to you about this. There are TV ads that run that say to local law enforcement specifically, says, are you tired of having your hands handcuffed because you can't do the things you wanted to do when you joined? And if you want to do something different, join ICE and you'll get a $50,000 bonus and we'll pay off your debts, student debts, and we'll help you with pensions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So they're encouraging local law enforcement to leave local law enforcement and go to work for ICE. We need people working in the front lines of local law enforcement to protect our citizens from the worst of the worst. The worst of the worst are not the immigrants. The worst of the worst, records show, are native-born Americans, and they are committing crimes that hurt our citizens and our cities. And you're working against it, and thank you for that. But by trying to get our local law enforcement, where we have an undercount of officers in Memphis, to leave Memphis and go to work for ICE to deport people.
Nah, this is not a normal bug. I feel like I'm being like psychologically fucked with right now. This bug is playing mind games with me.
Is a wrong priority. Why are we trying to get people, policemen who are working on the front lines, to leave the front lines, take the $50,000 and go to work for ICE and instead of working to fight the worst of the worst?
Congressman, I have not yet seen that commercial, that ad. I would argue that we need strong people in both local law enforcement, state law enforcement, and all of our federal agencies working together. I've seen some of the...
I totally agree, Attorney General Bondi. Why then does the federal government refuse to work with state and local governments to investigate instances of federal agents violating people's constitutional rights?
The worst of the worst, violent criminals who are in this country illegally. We both know that. And in Memphis, working hand in hand, I want to stick with Memphis and your mayor and what you discussed, because there have been nearly 6,000 arrests as of February 8th, and I think you agree with this, in your district, and almost 600 gang members. What we found in Memphis, a lot of the gangs are local gangs, but 600 gang members were taken off.
My time, I'm going to agree with you.
Yeah.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us working together.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Ms. Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate Ms. Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed, like Kristi Noem executed her dog, and that was wrong. And you should.
I like this guy. I like he buttered her up a little bit. That's smart. He's a Tennessee guy, I guess. So I guess Tennessee Democrats probably have to know how to fucking play with Republicans a little bit. Let them get their guard down. Oh yeah, listen, I gotta give you credit. People were arrested in Memphis. Yeah, you guys did great there. Why the fuck are you executing American citizens though? I love that. That was such a good sleight of hand.
Ms. Good, that was an execution.
Together.
And I don't with you. I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children.
I thank you for that, but also fuck you.
Gang members were taken off.
My time, I'm
going to agree with you.
I thank you for that.
And 148 missing children were recovered by all of us working together, and nearly 1,000 illegal guns were seized as a result of us.
And you know she's breathing a sigh of relief, like, oh my god. Whew. Okay, this guy's actually he's actually being kind of nice to me. Let's fucking go.
And I don't disagree with some of the things you said, but there are questions about those children, but it's a different thing. The fact is, ICE is running rampant, and you are not investigating them. When they killed Mr. Prete, and Ms. Good, that was an execution, and you did not investigate it. And you tried to investigate Ms. Good's widow, and you tried to investigate Mr. Prete. They were executed, like Kristi Noem executed her dog. And that was wrong. And you should investigate those people, and you should investigate anybody that uses a weapon, federal official or not, for civil rights violations. I yield back the balance.
Gentleman yields back his time. Madam Attorney General, anytime you need a break, just let us know. We'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes.
Is she going to respond?
Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt a congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So we'll just keep going. The chair is now recognized for 5 minutes. Madam Attorney General, you're not allowed to exercise your constitutional rights in a way that tramples on someone else's, are you?
No.
No, you can't do that. I mean, you have a right to petition the government under the First Amendment. That doesn't mean you can come into this room and start screaming at Mr. Raskin or me or anybody else and disrupt.
Yeah, you can't come in, start saying hang Mike Pence, stop the steal. It's not allowed.
A congressional hearing. You have a right to protest on the street, but that doesn't give you a right to go into the Capitol and disrupt Congress. Something these guys talk about every day. You can't do that. So when Don Lemon said that he was exercising his First Amendment free press rights, freedom of the press rights, that's not really accurate because he was trampling on other individuals' rights. Is that true?
Chairman, we will always protect our churches and the freedom of religion. And yes, that's accurate.
First right mentioned under the First Amendment, freedom of religion. Freedom to practice your faith the way you think the good Lord wants you to, right?
That's right, under the federal government.
And isn't it true that Mr. Lemon met at a shopping center with the rioters who entered City's church in St. Paul, met with them prior to marching to the church?
He did meet, and this is a pending case right now, so I will only stick to what is in the four corners of the unsealed indictment, if I could, Chairman.
Yeah,
There's a lot more that will come out. But under the four corners of the indictment, yes, he did. They had an operation called Operation Pull-Up. They said they were gearing for a resistance. They met in a parking lot, and they caravanned to a church on a...
I'm not denying maybe it was called Operation Pull-Up, but these are the type of fuckers who would hear someone say, yo, we're going to pull up to the church later. Write that down. It's Operation Pull-Up.
Sunday morning when people were worshiping together.
And Mr. Lemon said that he live streamed before entering the church with the rioters. Didn't he say we're going to head to the operation? Didn't he say this on? He said this on camera. Is that right?
Yes, Chairman, and more.
That he was in Minnesota and that, as you said, they were gearing up for an operation. So you can't do that. This is why this is, I think, so important that this guy be held accountable, and I think why you guys have charged him and indicted him. Moving to the second subject here. Will John Brennan be indicted? Mr. Brennan lied to the committee. You're not supposed to do. Last Congress, when we deposed him, he definitely, 18 U.S.C. 1001, we're all familiar with it. He lied to the committee, and the Congress, I think the country would like to know if, in fact, he's going to be indicted for lying. And here's why it's so important. I'll give you a chance to respond. Here's why it's so important. It wasn't just that he lied to us, it's what he lied to us about. He lied to us about when all this weaponization against the President of the United States started. He lied to us about the dossier, and specifically what role the dossier played in the intelligence community assessment. Because we know back when President Trump was first elected first term, this is when it all started, which led to the Mueller and to the impeachment and to the Jack Smith and all the stuff that's happened in the last decade. But it began here, and he lied to Congress about the role he played. And I just want to read a couple of things.
The Republican victim complex for the fact that even the idea exists of Trump facing consequences for his attempted coup is so fucking unreal, considering the fact that Trump in most regards completely dodged accountability for his attempted coup and still, or any of his impeachable offenses or his crimes, whatever they may be. It's like they add insult to injury. It's not just that Trump got away with multiple crimes and multiple impeachable offenses. It's that he's somehow the victim there for some reason. It's the poor Republicans. Can you believe they were investigated?
He said during that deposition, before I give you a chance to respond, Mr. Brennan, when asked a question, said the CIA was not involved at all with the dossier. He said it was their purview, FBI's purview, and not ours. He also said the CIA was very much opposed to having any reference or inclusion of the Steele dossier in the intelligence community assessment. Well, that's interesting because declassified information that was declassified this past summer by the CIA says something entirely different. It says, Brennan, I want to put this one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that, quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe. My bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an CIA official.
What is he reading from?
This one up if we have it. It says, Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating,
despite these objections, Brennan showed a preference for narrative consistency over analytical soundness when confronted with specific flaws in the dossier by the two mission center leaders, one with extensive operational experience and the other with a strong analytic background. He appeared more swayed by the dossier's general conformity with existing theories than by legitimate tradecraft concerns. Brennan ultimately formalized his position in writing, stating that my bottom line is that I believe that the information warrants inclusion in the report.
that quote, this is released by the CIA Director Ratcliffe. My bottom line is that what I believe that information warrants inclusion in the report. He was further asked by an ICA.
Does anyone know what they're referring to here? Leave it to Republicans to cry about information being in a report. I don't even know, like, did he claim something about the validity of the information in the report, or I don't know what specifically they're referring to here. Ratcliffe was Trump's... Is he CIA? Is it John Ratcliffe? Okay, yeah, he is CIA. Hold on. I don't know what they're talking about here. I guarantee it's going to be bullshit again. Like the Mueller proved there was no foreign interference in the 2016 election. Yeah, bro. Now, even if they told me the fucking sky was blue, I'd have to fucking double check them on that shit because they're such pathological liars. I believe that the information warrants inclusion in the report. We are going to ask the AI real quick. Headed out, peace. Stay peaceful and patriotic, liberal. Stand back and stand by. This quote is attributed to former CIA Director John Brennan, a newly declassified 2016 email. It shows Brennan pushing for the inclusion of the Steele dossier. Okay, I remember this. In the 2017 ICA. The email reveals that Brennan formalized his position. My bottom line. This written record directly contradicts Brennan's 2023 testimony where he claimed the CIA was very much opposed to include... How does this contradict? Wait. I believe the information warrants inclusion in the report. And then here he says the CIA was very much opposed. Couldn't he be referring to his maybe subordinates or other workers? As of February 2026, AG Pam Bondi has faced questions from lawmakers regarding a criminal... Oh, wait. I think... Someone can correct me on this. Didn't Rob Noor debate Destiny on this topic? I feel like I watched this. Maybe I'm thinking of something else. That there was like the Steele dossier was like included in the... I'm forgetting what the subsection is called. But maybe I'm thinking of the wrong thing, but my understanding, if I recall correctly from... I didn't even finish that debate, was that the information was included in the report, but it wasn't referenced to make any of the claims. Am I thinking of the right thing? That like the Steele dossier was cited, or like it existed as a piece of evidence in the report, but that the claims that were actually made in the report, the affirmative claims, none of them were predicated on or based on the Steele dossier. So its inclusion in the report didn't actually in any way modify or alter any of the report's conclusions. And someone can correct me on that if I'm wrong, but that's what I remember of this.
CIA official, the same officer said when he approached the director and asked and that the director refused to remove...
What are your thoughts on Hassan and Destiny? I don't know that I have many good things to say about... I'll say this. I used to be more of a Destiny enjoyer, but then I started really drifting away from his content when he expressed, I think, some pretty bad opinions on what's happening in Gaza and that he didn't think it was a genocide. And then on top of that, some of the accusations against him seem extremely serious. And I know there's ongoing litigation in civil court. So in that regard, I'm just going to wait and see what happens in that court case and then speak accordingly on if he's found liable or not of what he's accused of. So to me, it seems pretty credible from what I can remember. It's been a while since I saw the initial accusations. So Persian Prince says, can you watch the hearing already? No, I'm going to yap about what I want when I want. Haagen-Dazs ice cream, Hassan versus Destiny. It was very damning. Yeah. And then when it comes to Hassan, I'm not a... I saw Hassan saying yesterday, I saw a clip yesterday of, I'm forgetting her name, Jennifer something, I think. It was her and Hassan and one of Hassan's friends, and they were talking about how much they dislike Gavin Newsom, which, agreed, I also do not fucking like Gavin Newsom one bit. I do not want him to be the nominee. But then Hassan was asked, in a Gavin Newsom versus J.D. Vance election, who would you vote for? And without taking a beat, I'd vote third party. That's all I need to fucking hear. I don't like Hassan. I don't like him. If we're putting aside personal conduct and foreign policy. If we put aside personal conduct and foreign policy, I probably aligned far, 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 far more with Destiny than Hassan in terms of domestic policy. With that being said, when you take them into account as people overall, I'm not sure I'm a big fan of either. Although, again, politically, I probably align more with Destiny than with Hassan. I think he's like legitimately a communist. What's up, Santana? Santana said same. He believes in harm reduction. Hassan is too performative. To me, here's the thing. If you right now cannot unequivocally say that in a Democrat versus Republican race, you will not, without even thinking, vote for the Democrat, you've lost the plot. I don't want to hear what the follow-up is. If you can't tell me right now that you'd vote for the Democrat over the Republican in 2028, we are not on the same side. And I say that as someone who does not want Gavin Newsom anywhere near the White House. I do not want this man to run for president. I don't want him to be the nominee. I don't want Gavin Newsom. He's performative. I don't know what the fuck his policy beliefs are. He's a career politician who cares most about status and like, oh, I look like a president. I have to be president. I think her name, Jennifer Welch, I think. As she said in that clip, I would crawl through 10 feet of concrete to vote for Gavin Newsom over J.D. Vance. If J.D. Vance is on the ticket, I'm voting for the other guy. I'm just voting for the other guy. And when I hear Hassan say that, it makes me question one of two things. Either his intelligence or his intentions, or both. Either he doesn't understand the stakes that poor people, people of color, LGBTQ, so many different people would face direct material harm to their day-to-day life as a result of J.D. Vance winning that they would not face if Gavin Newsom won. Either he doesn't intellectually understand that, or he does understand that, but he's a subject of audience capture, so he just always has to toe the line of like, yeah, guys, fuck the Democrats, am I right? It's privilege speaking. Yes, exactly. It is privilege speaking. It is. It is extremely privileged to be able to say, I can't vote for the lesser of two evils. I can't vote for a subpar Democrat over a fascist Republican. Okay, if you look a certain way, if you live in a certain socioeconomic bracket, sure, you might be fine. If you're making fucking $400K a year and you're living in a nice house and you have all this, your kids go to private school, okay, yeah, I'm sure you'll probably be fine either way. But the average person, not so much. When education is defunded, when foreign aid, vaccines and medicine are defunded, when SNAP is defunded, when healthcare is defunded, it's not even close. I'd vote for Gavin Newsom's left nut over J.D. Vance. Unironically, I would vote for an inanimate object over J.D. Vance. And that should not even require a single millisecond of thought. That shouldn't require any like, what would I do in this situation? No. And again, the Democratic primary, you will see no bigger hater of Gavin Newsom than me. I've said since day one, his hair is too shiny. He looks like he marinates himself in a bath full of hair gel every night. He just gives me dishonest car salesman vibes. He pretends to be, I'm tough on MAGA. Here's your MAGA knee pads. And then Ben Shapiro goes on his podcast and says, Governor Newsom, your press office called ICE the Gestapo. That is unacceptable. And Newsom says, yeah, you're right. My bad. You're bash. Bye. No, you're not. You're not in consideration anymore for my Democratic primary vote. You're not. Bye.
Being explained this wasn't good.
You never were in
With the dossier's
consideration,
many
but
faults,
that
he said,
sealed your fate.
Yes, but doesn't it ring true? So this is John Brennan.
I can tell none of you watch Hassan. He supported voting for Harris. I'm referred to a clip. I know he voted for Harris. I referred to a clip where he said he would vote third party in a Newsom versus Vance election. I don't know if that was AI or something else. I can't stomach that. That's crazy to me. What's up, Mason?
Bro, you're bringing me in to do Hassan defense now, huh?
I
gotta
said his
come
name
in
and there you
and
were.
rep my boy. Damn, I guess so. Jesus. No, dude, are you watching the Pam Bondi shit? I literally got in and I heard Hassan.
This is so. Yeah, I'm watching the Pam Bondi shit. Someone asked me, "Do you like Hassan or Destiny?" And I said neither. But yeah, I was watching this.
Sure. That's what we say on live.
I have a checkered past. Okay, I'm reformed. Okay, I've changed.
No, this Pam Bondi shit is insane.
It is really
It feels
bad.
like I'm watching reality TV.
And I was comparing it earlier to like a hearing that Merrick Garland did to just show the contrast between like there was supposed to at least be the illusion of separation between the DOJ and the president, and now her response to every question is President Trump is the best president to ever grace this earth. It's so embarrassing.
Dude, every little like deflection that she does is fucking from memes. Like she's actually getting her political
Twitter
ideology
replies,
from like Facebook accounts.
Literally.
Yes, like she's saying TDS as the most like powerful lawyer in the country. She's like, you have Trump derangement syndrome. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching?
Even when someone asked her, would you at least apologize to the victims whose information you exposed because you didn't redact it? And she starts talking about the Dow has hit 50,000. It's so weird.
Yes. Oh my God. No, I was thinking about this earlier because I unironically think like Trump 1 wasn't as bad as Bush W2.
I agree.
And everyone
I think
always
I
used to
agree
give
with
me
that.
shit for that.
That's
but
true.
Trump 2 is so insane. Like
Yeah.
I'm comparing her right now to Jeff Sessions. And as bad as Jeff Sessions was, like he would never be saying shit like this.
Yeah.
It's so crazy.
He got in trouble with Trump because he actually wanted to recuse himself from an investigation. Does recusal even exist in the Trump DOJ now?
God. No, dude, it is so wild.
Yeah.
Okay, on the Hassan thing, just to stay on topic.
Sure.
So I do think that there's some strategic element for people like Hassan who the DNC still like kind of flirts with as much as like he gives criticism to them. Like, you know, they're inviting
they
him
definitely
into, like, the
want
press
his
box.
endorsement for sure.
Yeah, they want his audience. And so I think that there's a lot of power and leverage with him withholding endorsement. I think that there is a difference between like him discouraging people to vote Democrat, but I do think that there's like a small contingent of his base that's just going to do whatever he says.
Mm-hmm.
So if he says, I'm going to vote third party, they'll probably vote third party too. And I think those are mostly young people. I also think there's a lot of people who aren't even eligible to vote that just like are those kind of like psycho fans that just repeat everything that he says.
Sure.
But like he's not openly being like Kamala Harris, you should not vote for her, or you're not a real socialist or whatever. Like
Right, yeah.
there are
It's
a lot
my
of, like,
understanding that he
leftists-
did vote for Kamala Harris, right?
He didn't talk about that for a long time. I
Yeah.
think Ethan Klein was the one who like made him reveal that actually.
I guess
And,
my
like, their
issue with
little
the
debate.
Newsom response is like if he had said, well, that depends if Newsom is willing to become more progressive, that would seem like a better use of leverage to me. And my issue is like there's a certain strain of online leftism, which I don't know how big it is if it's overrepresented on the internet because everything extreme is overrepresented. But the idea that a Newsom versus Vance election should not, I'll close my eyes and hold my breath and vote for Gavin Newsom's like left pinky toe over JD Vance. To me, in the
but what
current
I'm saying,
moment,
dude,
is
is,
like
like-
such a slam dunk answer.
It's also just like why are we doing like it feels like there's a lot of purity testing for an election that's still 3 years away that we have so much time for with the primary.
Mm-hmm.
And like I think that these hypotheticals, especially right now when we're wanting to discourage like certain candidates from being the nominee,
Mm-hmm.
like that I just don't feel like, especially just knowing the internet culture, there's going to be an immediate clip of Hassan like I'd vote for Gavin Newsom or whatever. Or I honestly think Gavin Newsom's team, I could see him like clipping that and like posting it as like a troll.
Mhm.
Like that's like what his whole like administration's doing right now, which I don't think is like the
Listen,
worst thing.
I'm the
ever.
biggest Gavin Newsom hater on the earth, but I'm just talking about a
that's what I'm
general
saying.
election. But yeah,
But I just feel like, I don't know. I feel like we're buying into so much framing with like already assuming that he's the nominee, which is why all of these questions are coming
I don't
up.
think he will
like,
be,
why
but
was he asked that? Why was he asked that? It's because that's who the presumptive nominee is if the election was today, just because of how much like momentum he has.
Yeah.
But we're still so far away. Like
True.
I've said this multiple times. I think I've talked to you about this. I think that Newsom is like our Ron DeSantis. I think this
Yeah,
motherfucker is going to
very
fizzle
true.
out within the next couple of years.
I agree.
And so for me to like continue to do these hypotheticals, that's already presupposing that Gavin Newsom is going to be the guy to represent Democrats in 2028.
Sure.
Like to me, that's just such like a useless thought experiment.
Sure.
And like I could answer that, but I also don't have a platform where I have like 100,000 concurrent viewers when I do my first YouTube live stream,
Mhm.
or you know I have people that are watching me 40,000 people a day, or however many YouTube views he gets a day. Like I just think that he's being very careful with his audience, and I think that he wants to absolutely gesture to the GNC that he does not want a Gavin Newsom pick. And I think that he's saying
Sure.
like he'll continue to say that Gavin Newsom will be a terrible president, which I think is his prerogative as like somebody with his ideology.
Sure.
Like he doesn't brand himself as like a Democrat. And I know that gets a lot of people upset, especially that are very into electoralism. But I feel like a lot of his is like, one, holding power accountable, because there aren't a lot of voices like that that's like in that like high echelons of influence. And also I think that he's pushing people towards community organizing and mutual aid. So
Sure.
that's like my big difference.
Yeah, and again, I criticize Gavin Newsom all the time, and I have many issues with him. Like his Ben Shapiro podcast for me was the final nail in the coffin. It was so fucking embarrassing.
Dude, crazy, spineless.
But I guess my thing with Hasan is that I don't trust his engagement with Democratic politics. I feel like he is, and again, I don't watch a lot of Hasan content, so I don't really talk about him much in the first place, but I think that he is, like, here's the thing. Let's say that Hasan exerts his influence on the Democratic primary and Newsom is still the nominee. In that situation, I would want Hasan to still immediately say, okay, we have to vote for Newsom, obviously, because J.D. Vance is a literal fascist. That's kind of where I stand on things, is like the severity or the scale of what we're up against right now is like so bad right now that I would vote for fucking Mitt Romney over J.D. Vance. And that's not to say anything about Mitt Romney. It's to say something about J.D. Vance, I guess. Or anyone in the
I
MAGA
agree
movement.
with you. You should recognize the severity of MAGA Republicans. And I don't think he's downplaying that. I think if he's asked about like who would be worse for the country, he'd have that conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that he comes at electoral politics in a different way,
Yeah, I know
where
that.
he views endorsement as like him kind of like, I guess, compromising on his principles, which like, to me, I think is like, you can have that voice as somebody who people are going to for like, whatever they're looking for, it, whether it's theory or whether it's like a more critical view of the United States or whatever.
Sure.
But like, I don't view voting that way. I know that you don't view voting that way. And I think that is like the plethora of the internet, is you're going to get different voices of what it is that you want.
Mhm.
I don't think that a majority of Hasan's audience who are electorally motivated are also just like going to him for all of their ideas. You know what I mean?
Oh, I agree.
Like,
And
I think
I don't see Hasan or his audience as really being a huge overlap with like the Democratic voter base. I think it's kind of its own thing in a way.
Dude, I see someone in the chat that keeps saying Hasan just elects Republicans. Bro, you have to look at like any of the data. The data is not from people voting third party. The reason why Trump won is because he got a majority of the people in swing states to believe in his message over Kamala Harris. So it's just like, that's another thing to pretend. Like, if Democrats knew that Hasan Piker was the ones that's stopping them from the election, they'd be like electing socialists as their nominees in order to get his support.
Sure.
Which they don't, because they know that he's not going to be that tipping edge to actually win them elections.
Right.
Like, yes, it'd be helpful to get his audience on board and like mobilize to like canvas or do whatever they can for them. But they know that they don't need him in order to win elections, or that he's not going to be like a tipping point in order to win those elections.
Sure, yeah. And I 100% agree on 2024. I think there's more of an argument in 2016 that Jill Stein legitimately played a role in getting Trump elected. But in 2024, Trump just fucking crushed Kamala Harris everywhere pretty much, in states that matter at least. So that is true for
I mean,
sure.
it was close. It's so crazy. I hear people all the time be like, yeah, it was a 7-0, but it was close. It was close.
Yeah.
Which is kind of true. The margins weren't far
Sure, it
off.
was a few points, but
that's
still
just
every single swing
it's
state,
just
yeah.
it's a crazy thing to say.
Yeah.
We lost every 7, but it was close. It was close.
Yeah, no, and I think like, I guess it's also just that I'm also ideologically just not aligned with Hasan, so I'm going to be inherently a little bit more critical of his engagement.
It is the.
I'm a lot more of a fan of electoral politics than I think he is just in general.
Dude, I don't get that. Maybe we could have a different conversation like that. I don't want to keep derailing your Pam
No,
Bondi
you're good.
stuff.
You're good. It's a good conversation.
But dude,
to have.
I'm just so.
We
I'm
need to
so
build the broadest
disaffected by it.
coalition possible on the left, and it requires conversations like this. So
I'm so like, I don't know, dude. Electoral politics is fucking crushing my morale lately, especially with all this Epstein shit. I'm like, what is happening here?
Sure.
I
I
guess
will
I could ask
say
you that
if
before
they
I
interfere
leave,
with the
is-
midterms and the way I'm thinking, then my calculus starts to shift into a much more radical place, which I probably can't say.
If what interferes in the midterms? You're saying Trump?
Yeah, I mean, I know they're trying to. If they're successful with that, then that's where I start talking about secession and resistance from state governments. But that's a bridge. we'll
So
cross
that's
when
going to
we
be
get
your
to it.
line? It hasn't been enough, dude?
Stealing the
Oh my God.
for voting, yeah. As in, like
Yeah, I
right
guess.
now, I think the way to solve this is to vote these people out. If they remove that pathway to resolve the issue, then I say we have to take more extreme methods or measures. For as long as we have some semblance of representative democracy, I think that should always be the first lever of power we try to use, I guess.
Yeah. Well, I always view voting as just like to me, there's a good analogy. It's like washing your hands. Like, I think it's the least impactful thing that you have power over that you should still do. Like, I'm not going to say washing your hands is going to be like something that changes your entire life. But I do think that, like, if you don't wash your hands, I'm going to look at you differently. Like, you should be voting. Like, it's one of the smallest things that you can do that still has a limit power. But like, the real way that you change your life is community organizing. It's starting a tenant union. It's organizing your workplace. It's actually building
I agree
coalitions.
in general that like things on a local and state level right now are extremely important. Like people that are actually your neighbors and that are around you, those relationships and connections are of the utmost importance right now, because it is also kind of the states versus the federal government in a way. Not to sound like a fucking states' rights guy, but it has highlighted the importance. If we didn't have state and local governments, it'd be fully over by now.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's what they're trying to do. They don't believe in state autonomy. They don't believe in checks and balances. And without those guardrails, like, holy fuck, I can't imagine what this would look like.
Yeah, I agree.
Last thing, I have to ask you, are you one of those that say that, like, the only reason Biden and Harris didn't touch the Epstein files was because the DOJ was acting independently from them? Is that your argument?
I think that's one of the main reasons. I wouldn't deny, though, if they had knowledge of Democrats being involved, I wouldn't deny that could have played a role. But to my understanding, I think that is, unless you have more information on it. But
yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe it is my conspiracy theory mind, but I just feel like there's a lot of incentives for people to not let a majority of this out.
I agree, and it's bipartisan in terms of like Bill Clinton being involved and all these other people. My statement on is that former administrations, I hold them accountable in proportion with how much they were told about what was in the files. So like if they fully knew the contents and kept it under wraps, that's very different to me than if they never fully checked, which is still bad, but not the same thing, I guess.
So do you think that it's just a coincidence that like Trump and his base like ran on releasing these files and they're like, oh fuck, like this implicates way more of us than we thought, and that's why they changed their mind?
I think he didn't realize that was going to be a promise he's held to, because he makes a lot of promises, and I think he just assumes that he's not going to have to keep any of them. And that's one of the ones where even his base is like, nah, bro, we actually fucking want the Epstein files. And I think he realized, because he loves speaking out of both sides of his mouth. He went on Flagrant and he was like, we're only going to target the criminals first. And then he says other things at the RNC. So he was always saying to different groups of voters what they would want to hear, with no real consistency there. So I don't think he thought far enough into the future to actually plan for what he was going to do with the files.
Yeah, I mean, I think now that like the momentum started, like we have to get as much out there as possible. But I honestly think, man, like this paired with AI is like what breaks the camel's back. I think we're so cooked for these next couple decades.
AI,
because like every conspiracy theorist is justified after this. Every conspiracy theorist is justified after this. It's so fucked.
That I agree. The level of coordination and normalization of this level of like abuse and the facilitation of abuse and the blackmail, all that stuff, it does confirm what I think a lot of people implicitly knew, which is like once you reach certain socioeconomic echelons, there's certain stuff going on that you're not going to hear about as the average person, and this just brings that to light. And when it comes to AI, there's some new model that I saw today on Twitter, and holy fuck, the videos look legitimately real. I saw that video of Walter White at Walmart. I don't know if you know.
Yes. Yeah, I saw the exact one. I was about to bring that up.
We're so cooked,
fucked, bro.
It's really bad.
So
yeah.
Yeah. I wouldn't put it past a lot of like high profile people saying that AI is like the reason they're in these files, or if there's photos or whatever. Like,
they did that in the other way where they made a fake AI image of Mamdani's mom with Epstein. I don't know if you saw this shit.
Jesus. Yeah. No, I didn't see that. I know that she's in the files because she went to like an event or something, but yeah, I didn't see the
there's
photo.
People on the right, unironically, who think that Epstein is Mamdani's father, and it's like a big cover up.
Holy
That's
fuck.
How gone these people
That's crazy.
are. Yeah.
They're so cooked, man.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I love to hear it. My socialist king, Adam Kahn, said that, you know, once you're rich, you basically don't have to adhere to any judicial.
Don't even get me started on antitrust. I'll sound like a fucking communist. Okay.
Let's go. All right, man. Good talking with you.
All right. Take care, man. Mason, everyone. Make sure you guys are following Mason. What we prove is that progressives/leftists can be friends progressives/liberals can be friends with leftists, okay? Mason is to my left. We disagree on some stuff. He's still a very smart guy. We overlap on a lot of issues. He makes great content, very good debater, very good speaker. Make sure you guys go check him out as well. I will always say to my audience that if the only content you are consuming is content that is in line with my political philosophy, which is like center. This fly is not a real bug, bro. This is a fucking Mossad drone. Are people even seeing this? The moves bro is pulling. I've never seen a bug do this shit before. Anyways, you should watch people on the left, middle, center right, and far right. I watch fucking Patrick Bet-David. I watch Ben Shapiro. I watch fucking, who else is there? Steven Crowder. I watch Sam Harris, the Young Turks, Vaush, Sam Cedar. I watch Hasan clips here and there. Admittedly, not as much as the rest because I'm not a big fan of Hasan. Okay, just on a on a personal level, something about that content, I'm just not a fan of it. I still try to watch it when I can. Point being, watch everything across the spectrum. And when you're looking for a good leftist to watch, Mason's your guy. Okay, Mason's your guy. Consuming all perspectives is the only way to truly form a belief. Why what? What is the why for? Why do you dislike Hasan? So whether or not, like, for example, I believe he voted for Kamala Harris, in my mind and based on what I love secular talk. Kyle Kulinski is my GOAT. Okay? Mason One Hand Politics, who was just in here. Just look up One Hand Politics. You may know him from cooking Charlie Kirk, from cooking Ben Shapiro. He cooked on our Elon Musk middle ground as well. But yeah, why don't I like Hasan? In my mind, he is representative of a certain subculture of online politics, which whether or not he fully engages in it, I think he facilitates it. And I'm not a fan of that. And that is like anti-electoralism. And the idea that voting is like not... I don't want to say not important, but like not going to make things better, I guess. I think voting can actually make a lot of things better. I think if people turned out and voted in large fucking numbers, why do you glaze Destiny over Hasan? Every time I've been asked about Destiny, the first thing I bring up is the fucking allegations against him. I don't know how that's glazing, but okay. Primaries can make, I agree, primaries are important. But there's also, primaries also though select for, like there's issues with primaries and with general elections that are, they're different types of issues. But overall point I'm making is, I believe, I guess, in, number one, I think the Constitution is like legitimately a very important document. Maybe that's very like liberal pilled of me. I think the Constitution is legitimately an extremely important document. I think like civic institutions are flawed, but not irredeemable or evil. And I think elections can make things much better if people vote in large enough numbers and in a coordinated enough fashion. And my perception, at least, maybe I'm wrong, my perception of the community that Hasan and Hasan types foster online is that they disagree with like virtually everything I just said there, right? About the importance of civic institutions and the Constitution and like the positive upside of elections. The U.S. doesn't even have a real democracy with money in politics. Alex, what you just said is exactly my issue. I have heard people tell me that we don't have democracy because we have money in politics. I would like to outlaw money in politics. Constitutional amendment, judicial ruling, legislation, whatever it is, we should not have money in politics. But to hyperbolize that into saying that we don't have democracy bothers me, because right now there's a guy who wants to send men with big guns to pick up the voting machines and take them back to the emperor's castle so the emperor can tell us who really won the election. That's actually what not democracy looks like. And there's a certain carelessness with language that I see again from, I don't want to say all leftists or most leftists, the leftists that I happen to see online, and again, the internet overrepresents certain types of people. And yes, if voting meant nothing, they wouldn't try to stop us. What do all these big corporations spend money on? Advertising. To do what? Change who you vote for, because your vote is extremely important. If everyone turned out and voted, especially in red states and purple states, for Democrats, we would be able to get a lot more progressive legislation in this country. And I get bothered with, I'm not going to single out Hassan here, the people on the left, however big or small this coalition is, that implicitly push a cynical view of American politics that is so cynical and so hyperbolic that it almost necessitates disengagement from levers of power that I think are crucial to engage with. That's the best way I can put it. And it's like what Cenk Uygur told me. Democrats, they're like Republicans, except that they smile at you more. I hate that shit. I hate it. False equivalency, all that stuff, yeah. But again, if you notice, anyone who watches my content, I never talk about leftists or Hassan, because right now, the big issue in this country is fascism. And I don't like necessarily Hassan and certain types of leftists, but they're not exactly in power fucking anywhere. They're not exactly good at winning elections. So I'll complain about them insofar as they affect people's social attitudes on Twitter. But when it comes to what am I dedicating my platform to, it's fighting the fascists. That's just what I choose to focus on. How can you admit you don't watch him but have such firm beliefs about him? As I prefaced by saying, correct me if I'm wrong, everything I'm about to say is based on my perception of Hassan. And I literally never talk about him. So, okay. Holy fuck, bro. It's like Voldemort. You say his name and everyone starts acting up. Hassan did vote on live. Yeah, I know Hassan voted for Kamala. I've never disputed that. And this is another reason I don't talk about Hassan. It's not, the juice is never worth the squeeze. I can make a mildly critical comment about Hassan, and I have someone telling me I'm like a right winger now. Hassan is doing the Lord's work for real. You should give him a chance, homie. I mean, listen, to the extent that he's advocating for marginalized communities and universal healthcare, I'm sure we agree. But the tactics he believes in and the picture he paints of what American politics is just completely wrong. You are sorry because you're wrong. I don't know what you're referring to. I don't know where this anti-voting is coming from. It randomly came about and he just has to defend against. Correct me if I'm wrong. Did Hassan tell people that they should vote for Kamala Harris in 2024? I'm not asking if he voted for her. Did he use his platform to tell people to vote for her? Genuine question, because some people here are watching a lot more than I do. So maybe I've missed this. If the answer is no, you should not vote for Trump does not mean it can mean stay at home. Not vote for Trump is not really a call to action, because that can mean 5 different things. Hey Khan, thoughts on Super Bowl and halftime? I don't watch football. I don't even know how football works. I watch mostly combat sports, but the halftime show was fucking awesome. Very cool. He said he's voting third party if Newsom is the nominee. Yeah, that was where my criticism came from, by the way. That's what I brought up, is that's fucking unhinged to say, in my opinion. Liberal policy is fundamentally unproductive and spineless to fighting fascists. This is another issue I have. Alex is actually doing a pretty good job of exemplifying the issues that I have with certain leftists. I don't know if he is a leftist or not, so maybe not. But people who would have had medical bankruptcy before the ACA, I think the fact that they don't have that now is probably good. People that get Pell Grants to go to college, that can be life-changing. Does that mean it's enough? No. But I think that better is good. That's the hot take of mine. Better is good. It's not perfect. I'm sorry it's not perfect, but better is good indeed. I agree with Hassan on a lot of things, except for his take that Kamala would have been as bad as Trump. Has Hassan said that? Am I giving too much credit to Hassan? Did Hassan actually say that Kamala would be just as bad as Trump? I haven't seen that. Maybe he did. Just saying the other side is worse. Hassan is not responsible for Kamala's failure. I agree. How can Hassan... I agree, especially in 2024, the math just does not support the idea that like third-party leftists are the reason that Trump won. That math is just not supported in 2024. In 2016, there is a case in states like Michigan that Jill Stein legitimately played a bigger role than she typically does. But in 2024, nah, that's... Trump did well and Kamala didn't. That's the story of 2024. Third parties did not play a really major role, from what I can tell. Presidents also have judge appointing power. Leftists still don't realize this. Yeah, a guy named Jimmy Dore, I remember. This guy named Jimmy Dore, he went on Sam Seder in 2016. And Sam Seder told him, hey man, I don't love Hillary either, but obviously she's better than Trump. We have to vote for Hillary. And Jimmy Dore's like, why? You fucking lib. And Sam was like, well, whoever the next president is could end up appointing 3 people to the Supreme Court. And Jimmy Dore said, if I remember correctly, it is more likely that the moon would fall into Lake Michigan. It is more likely that the moon would fall into Lake Michigan than that Trump could appoint 3 conservatives to the Supreme Court. I live in Michigan. Last I checked, the moon is still in the sky, but the Supreme Court now consists of Gorsuch, Kavanaugh, and Barrett. So, yeah. So do you think liberals are doing a good job fighting back against Trump right now? That depends on who you're referring to by liberals. Some are, some aren't. I don't know what that means. Do you think we'll actually see an anti-Zionist shift amongst Dems? Yeah, maybe I'm hope-pilled. I don't think the Democratic primary electorate will vote for someone who is not willing to call it a genocide and not willing to say that they're going to cut off the aid to Israel. I think that will be a litmus test in the Democratic primary, as it should be. No, man, he said Kamala wouldn't be that much different, which is true. Here's the other thing, and why I don't watch Hassan that much. I have people telling me that he kind of did tacitly say Kamala's better. I have other people telling me that he said they're pretty much the same, and I'm sure that both of those people have clips of him saying that. I feel like he says contradictory stuff on different platforms, which is another reason I'm like, I don't know. Who did you vote for in 2024? Kamala Harris, obviously. It's just a purity testing. It's utterly pointless in this political climate. I agree. What about all the people Hassan's ilk encouraged to stay home and not vote at all? That's exactly what I'm referring to when I say I don't like that. Can you blame him, though? Kamala was just as bad as Trump when it came to Gaza. Number one, Kamala was not good on Gaza. She was definitely better than Trump on Gaza. I don't know if she wanted to build Trump Resort there or create the peace council that Trump has created. I don't know if Democrats would have moved the embassy to Jerusalem. Maybe some would have, to be fair. Trump walked back the sanctions on West Bank settlers that we got under Biden. And again, Biden deserves a lot of shit for this. Like, I'm not one of these Democrats. It's like, oh, Biden, who cares about Gaza? No. That was horrible. It's a fucking genocide, obviously. But even on Gaza, Kamala was better. But you have to zoom out and say, Gaza is one issue of many issues that exist when you're voting. Tell me, what did No Kings do? Who said anything about No Kings? When has a peaceful protest ever led to real, meaningful, lasting change? Hold on. In any sort of situation of change, there's going to be multiple factors at play, including peaceful protest, media, political maneuvering. Different people play different roles, right? So like the Civil Rights Act was a law. The law was passed due to public pressure and a whole host of coordinated protest movements, and I'm sure some violent protest as well. This is a very simplistic question, which seems like you already have the conclusion in your mind when you ask it, which all liberals do is write strongly worded tweets. And okay, we're going to continue watching the Pam Bondi hearing. To anyone who's asking what's your issue with Hassan, just look at what this Alex guy is saying in the chat, and that will answer your question pretty much. Would you agree the Electoral College needs to be removed or at the least revamped? Ideally, I want to get rid of the Electoral College, but I think a big improvement that's easier to get right now would be eliminate voter winner takes all, right? Right now, in Michigan, if someone wins 51% of the vote, they get all of Michigan's electoral votes rather than just 51% of them. So I think just proportional apportionment would really change the dynamics, but ideally, yeah, get rid of it. The $1 billion fraud exposed from Democratic states. Okay, bro. Democrats were literally pro-ICE until not too long ago. Like, what the fuck? I criticize Chuck Schumer pretty much every single day for how he's handling this. I criticize Democrats I talk shit about Democrats every live I do, by the way. I feel like it's rare that I come across people with the same specific political recall as me. He said she's as bad in relation to Israel. Yeah, I don't think that's true. Did you see Gallup stopped doing presidential approval polls for the first time in, I think, 88 years, right? It's fucking insane. It's so sad. It's so sad. I love Gallup. I don't know why. That's why riots actually do cause change? Okay, bro. Yeah. If you think that the primary way to create social change is riots, yeah, we're not on the same side. Not to say that violence is never the answer, but it's the last resort for a reason. Thoughts on immigration? Do you think illegals should be deported in concept? If someone's here undocumented and they don't have a criminal record, then no. I don't think they should be. Unless they're like very, very recent entries, maybe. But no. I don't think that makes sense. Why do you keep discarding Hassan for voting for Harris when you did? What do you mean? I opened this conversation by saying he voted for Harris. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner is the worst thing to happen to the Palestinian plight. Yeah. Yeah. They're Kushner is the architect behind the Abraham Accords, behind the embassy moving to Jerusalem. Yeah. Probably the last guy you'd want in power if you don't like Israel. We don't have time to engage about Gaza now that we're dealing with ICE invading cities. I disagree. I think maybe this is crazy to say. Maybe people hate me for this. I think that both the genocide in Gaza is important and also ICE violating our rights is important. And that many things can be important. And that we should try to take everything into account when we vote. Not just one thing. I watched the Bondi. Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. I think I've addressed every chat. I don't know why I even addressed all those. This is why I do not fucking talk about the Hassan world, bro. It's a minefield. God forbid I say something. I referenced one specific clip, and it became a Socratic seminar about methods of engaging with politics. And the reason I choose not to talk about these people, again, is because number one, a lot of the quote-unquote like crazy far-left people, they don't really play much of a serious role in politics. They go on Twitter. You know the meme where it's like people say they want to firebomb a Walmart and then they don't firebomb a Walmart? It's like a lot of these people I'm criticizing, the reason I don't dedicate my platform to bashing them is because their power is relegated to like Twitter and YouTube and Twitch. And the fascists, they're in the White House, they're in the DOJ, they're in the DHS, they're in the CIA, they're in the military to some extent. That's where my focus is going to be for now. If Cenk was president, he could pass single payer in 1 day. True. It's super easy. Would you seriously tell a Palestinian American to their face to vote for Kamala in 2024? I wouldn't tell anyone to do anything. I would say, if you believe in XYZ being important, Kamala Harris is a better option. But I said this throughout 2024. Palestinian people, especially those who have family in Gaza, while I still think Kamala is the better vote, I don't know what it achieves for me to shame those people who are traumatized. So the answer there is no, I guess. I would make the argument for it. I wouldn't tell them, you Palestinian, you better vote for Kamala. That's fucking mean. But Hassan is so handsome and charming. True. Okay, we're going back to this.
Using that document to change intelligence community assessment, which I think led to all the stuff we've seen over the last decade. And I think this committee in the country, Congress in the country, would like to know if Mr. Brennan is going to be indicted.
What I can confirm is that we have received a referral from you, Chairman Jordan, to investigate John Brennan. His attorneys have made some public statements, but the department is still bound, of course, by our longstanding policy of not discussing matters. What I will say today, I can't confirm nor deny whether there is a pending investigation, but what I will say is no one is above the law.
Mr. Chairman,
Weaponization has ended.
Yeah. Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Massive simp, yes. That's a great point I didn't even think of on the issue of Palestine. Mahmoud Khalil, Ramesa Ozturk, all of the non-citizen pro-Palestinians who had their free speech rights violated and were thrown in a cage for expressing critical opinions, correct opinions of Israel. That would not have happened under Kamala Harris. It just would not have. I think everyone knows that wouldn't have happened under Kamala Harris.
Gentleman from New York is recognized for a point of order.
If we want to know whether Mr. Brennan will be indicted, you should just ask the president.
Not a point of order, but I appreciate that you're trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents
how many
that have
people were
been released.
assigned?
If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
Ooh, this is a good question to ask under oath.
Accurate.
How do you phrase it?
I appreciate that you're trying to make it one. The gentleman from Georgia is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. General Bondi, it's been reported that there were at one point 1,000 personnel assigned to the task of identifying and scrubbing Donald Trump's name from the Epstein files. Were those reports accurate?
I believe his name has appeared countless times in the documents that have been released. If I could finish, I'm going to read you the stats.
I just simply asked whether or not it was true that it was 1,000 folks who were assigned that task. Were those reports accurate?
There are more than 500 attorneys and reviewers. I cannot give you an exact number.
And I wanted to ask you about that also, because this is a different question that you're getting to now. There were 500 DOJ lawyers and others assigned the task of redacting the appropriate information, including identities of the Epstein victim survivors from the Epstein files prior to their release. 500, is that correct?
If I could have finished my answer, there were more.
I take back what I said about Alex. Bro's in the top 10 viewers for the live today. Let's fucking go. W Alex for sticking around to watch.
500 attorneys and reviewers who assisted with the. They asked the question and they don't want an answer.
That answers my question, ma'am, and I'm going to move on. I'm going to move on.
From multiple
Bondi, would you agree?
The time belongs to the gentleman from Georgia.
General Bondi, would you
Her
agree
strategy is so apparent where she just tries to have people run out of time by constantly interrupting them and shifting the goalposts. Has she answered a single question from literally fucking anyone so far?
Your 8 years of service as the state of Florida's Attorney General, the third largest state in the nation, served as an excellent preparation for your current role as Attorney General.
Alex, I don't hate you either. I love everyone. I love all people, okay? Whether you're a leftist or whatever, I want everyone to have smooth roads and bridges, universal health care, the best education in the world, and a happy life.
For the United States of America.
That's
Not
what
only
I
that,
believe,
I was a career
guys.
prosecutor for 18
years. And for
18 years.
And for 18
prior
years,
to being,
for 18 years,
you ask a question and doesn't want an answer. This is theatrics.
Well, no, for 18 years, you prosecuted serious felony cases, including drug cases, correct?
Oh, I prosecuted homicides. I prosecuted capital cases. I prosecuted domestic violence cases. I prosecuted multiple cases, and that's why I feel for all of these victims. And did you ask Merrick Garland this when you were sitting before him, sir?
You also prosecuted sexual assault cases.
We were watching Merrick Garland's hearing. I don't know if you want to be drawing comparisons to him. Two people could not be further apart in their integrity in acting as Attorney General. One could argue Garland had too much integrity, if fucking anything, because he was so obsessed with, like, oh, the process. We can't go after Trump.
Cases and child sex trafficking cases, correct?
I answered that question earlier. Okay. I prosecuted multiple cases.
So bottom line, you're an experienced and seasoned.
For 18 years.
Mr. Chairman, will you remind her of the rules?
Ooh, was Jasmine Crockett here? I want to see that. I didn't realize she was here. How long do I have to wait for that? Oh my God, this is a fucking long video. We're not finishing this, just to be clear. Anyone have a timestamp for Jasmine Crockett, or is this a different Jasmine? She's at the end. Where is she? My second favorite Democrat running for Texas Senate. Like the very, very end, or like the last quarter? Oh, here she is.
Website in September.
Without objection, the gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no intentions of answering questions.
Yes.
But instead, I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Balint, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness.
She wasted, that was fucking 0 to 60 in half a second. Holy shit.
Gentlelady from Texas is recognized.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And to be clear, I'm not going to ask any questions of this witness because this witness has revealed that she has no.
I find her outrage to be very performative, like Cory Booker. She's a good actor. Some people, including some politicians, I think might legitimately have an emotional reaction to young girls being trafficked. Even if you think like, hey man, Citizens United and campaign finance reform doesn't automatically mean that every single word out of every single politician's mouth ever is some kind of 10,000 IQ chess move to like fool the masses and help the capital owners. Maybe she just doesn't like child sex trafficking. Maybe.
No intentions of answering questions, but instead I'm going to ask some very basic questions really quickly of my colleague, Becca Balint, if she will answer right or wrong, raping children.
Wrong.
Right or wrong, killing random citizens.
Definitely wrong.
Right or wrong, enriching yourself as the sitting president of the United States.
Definitely wrong.
Okay, thank you, because I probably never would have got that with our witness. Our witness who somehow is a lawyer but does not understand how it works with witnesses. I'm not really sure what law school she went to and what all kind of cases she tried, but typically when you come into a space and somebody's a witness, then they sit there and they answer questions instead of asking questions. And then we also have this objection that we use as lawyers called non-responsive when a witness fails to actually answer the question. But nevertheless, let me address the survivors, because that's exactly who they are. They are not victims, they are survivors. Let me say thank you for having more courage and moral clarity in your pinky fingers than the entire Department of Justice. We are currently the laughingstock of the world, partially because of the failed leadership within the DOJ, as we see kings and queens falling everywhere around the world. But we don't know the basics of right and wrong in this country, because it's not about partisanship. And that's why I applaud Thomas Massie, because he's the only person on the Republican side that has a backbone and knows how to stand up to corruption.
True.
But nevertheless, let me keep going. My Democratic colleagues have been attacked this entire committee hearing. They have been lied on. And frankly, the American people weren't looking for that. They were looking for answers about the corruption that they see coming from this administration. And
She's so awesome. I feel like people may get the impression, because I fucking love James Tallarico, that I have anything bad to say about her. She's fucking phenomenal. This is so good. And again, we didn't watch everything between this point and where we skipped from, but this is top 2 best sections I've seen so far. Who is the guy that pulled the bait and switch from Tennessee? That guy also did a good job, and this woman with the blue shirt. But her energy is so appropriate for the moment. Like, Madam Attorney General, we would like to politely ask you a question. No. Crockett's like, fuck you, bro. Anyways, we all agree child rape is bad, right? You fucking weirdos. That's the better tact to have than Honorable Attorney General. I would like to politely ask you. No, I don't want to be polite, and you're not fucking honorable.
in the written testimony of this witness, of this particular witness, she stated that when she took office, she had 2 main goals. The first was to end the weaponization of justice, and second, to return the department to its core mission. Not only have you lied about both, you've intentionally done the exact opposite. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting journalists than you are prosecuting pedophiles and creeps. In fact, you're—
Didn't Noam lie on oath? Bro, everyone in the Trump administration at this point has probably lied under oath. Kash Patel, Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, I'm sure. I don't know about Ratcliffe, if he's done anything. Who else is there? Hegseth for sure has. Yeah.
Your boss, the President of the United States, stated that this administration, quote, took the freedom of speech away. And at your direction, DOJ has arrested Don Lemon and Georgia Fort. And I might add that y'all actually had a judge that rejected y'all for trying to arrest Don Lemon before, just like the grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Kelly, just like a grand jury rejected y'all as it relates to Senator Slotkin, just like the case against Tish James was dismissed and the case against Mr. Comey was dismissed.
Yes.
I completely don't get how it is that you're sitting at the top of DOJ because you don't seem to be good at your job. You're spending more taxpayer resources arresting these journalists. In fact, we know after—
Alex, we're in 100% agreement. The next president has to lock all these people the fuck up and throw away the key. Send them to CCOT and throw away the key.
Georgia Fort and Don Lemon were arrested. We know that there were homes of journalists that were raided. We know that threatened prosecution against students protesting—
That is one thing, actually, that I think everyone can agree on. From the Hassan Pikers to the fucking— who's like a radical lib? Who's like a moderate lib who's like very vocally anti-Trump still? Who's like not super progressive? You get the point. From the Hassan Pikers to the most like wine mom liberals, what we can all agree is lock these people up. That we can unite around that, guys. We can argue later, okay? We'll argue right after we lock them up. Can we at least agree on that? I think we can. We can form a fucking kumbaya friendship circle, okay? Hassan Piker, Destin, anyone who's like, you know what? Time to throw these people in jail. No more going easy on them because they're politicians and because they're rich. No. The full extent of the law. And if they get pardoned, that's where state governments have to step in because the president cannot pardon you from state charges. So states attorneys general, stand back and stand by and get ready to fight like hell or you're not going to have a country anymore. Destiny Piker Bridge will be rebuilt, inshallah. True. This is the uniting ideal of America right now. Not even of the left. There are some centrists who want to lock these people up. Everyone agrees, lock them the fuck up. We found consensus. This is beautiful. It's heartwarming and wholesome that we can all agree these people have to fucking go to jail. It really warms my heart to see
remove
that.
apps used to track ISIS activities. But let's circle back to you protecting pedophiles and creeps, because I want to talk about the president and his possible involvement with Jeffrey Epstein. Now, I don't know what the president might have done with Jeffrey Epstein, but unlike this administration, I believe the facts matter. So let's talk about the facts. Fact number one, Donald Trump is one of the most named people in the Epstein files. At least 5,000 files contains more than 38,000 references to Trump, his wife, or Mar-a-Lago. Fact number two, Jeffrey Epstein.
The Trump-Maxwell connection, just to like restate how fucking insane this is. So in 2006, after I believe the FBI has begun investigating Jeffrey Epstein, and after the Epstein associates know, oh, this guy is being investigated for sex crimes, Trump calls up the FBI and says, oh, thank God you finally got him. These people are evil. We've known all along what they were doing. Finally, they're being brought to justice. Why'd you wait to say that till the feds got involved? Well, if you knew the whole time, why are you only coming forward once the investigation has started? And then also, why in 2020, when he was told Maxwell was in jail, did he say, I frankly wish her well? Let me get this straight. In 2006, you said, Ghislaine is evil. I've known all along what they're doing. They're so dangerous. But then, when she's in prison, now you wish her well all of a sudden. I think after Epstein died, right? Or maybe not. If it's after Epstein died, that's fucking weird. That sounds like a coded threat. I really wish you well, Ghislaine. Keep your fucking mouth shut, okay? Or we're gonna Epstein you.
And Ghislaine Maxwell made young girls available to Trump on multiple occasions. For example, according to this file, Ghislaine Maxwell presented a young girl to President Trump who spent more than 20 minutes apparently flirting with her. Here's another example. This shows notes from FBI investigators that describe Jeffrey Epstein transporting a victim to Mar-a-Lago to meet with President Trump, where he bragged to Trump that, quote, this is a good one. Now, I'm not saying that the president is a pedophile, but there is a lot of evidence in these files that suggests that he's very close friends with a lot of men who are pedophiles. What's crazy about all of this is just that this is a big cover-up. And this administration is engaged in it. In fact, this administration is complicit. But there are numerous others, like how the DOJ is attempting to
Pam Bondi's going to say, how dare you? The Dow just hit 50,000.
justice in the investigation of the rogue agents who have murdered American citizens, or how the DOJ seized voter data from Fulton County in an attempt to steal the 2026 midterm elections, or how federal agents have Tom Homan on tape.
And actually, massive simp, I disagree. Trump admin backing Lutnick is wild. Easy layup to just fire him or sideline him. It's an easy layup in the eyes of the public and people who already hate Trump. The Trump supporters will lose their shit. Because remember, when Trump backs down to public pressure, the right gets furious. You're bending the knee to the libs. It's what happened in Minnesota, right? For the first time in fucking history, Trump almost half admitted wrongdoing, not even. And said, oh, maybe we have to take a bit of a softer touch with ICE. That alone, bro. The right-wingers on Twitter were like, bring out the guillotine. Trump's a fucking traitor. The right is not motivated by any values, by the way. The right in America is motivated by hatred of the left and hatred of institutions, which they view as being captured by the left. That is all that they care about. They hate the left. Obama won in 08 and 12, and they never got over it. It's all grievance. So any situation where critics of Trump point something out and Trump has to acquiesce in any way is infuriating to them. So if Trump turns on Lutnick or anyone else, he just lost his fucking base as well.
Accepting a bribe and your agency killed the investigation, or how your agency is ready to give the president a $230 million payday, which is unconstitutional. The Constitution is clear. The president shall not receive any payment except his salary while in office. The fact of the matter is that you will be remembered as one of the worst attorney generals in history. An attorney general who has prioritized obstruction over justice.
They also can't afford to sideline him. Everyone is capable of crippling them right now. How many of these people have secrets on each other? How many people in the cabinet are like, hey man, if you fire me, I'm taking you down with me?
Over the law, fealty to the president over loyalty to the Constitution. And Mr. Chairman, I will yield.
Gentlelady yields. Gentleman from Missouri is recognized.
I feel like the Trump administration has some kind of fucking suicide pact. And with the fucking cultist that Tulsi Gabbard is, maybe they actually do. Like, yeah, there's some shady shit going on here.
The Attorney General, former Attorney General, Mr. Schmidt is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And General Bondi, thanks for being here. Did you have anything you wanted to say before we talk?
I do. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, my friend, for many years. I find it interesting that she didn't even want to try, Congresswoman Crockett, to ask any questions because she certainly did not condemn her leader.
Maybe because you don't want to fucking answer them.
Hakeem Jeffries for taking money from Jeffrey Epstein after Epstein was convicted. And I will be brief to give you your time, Congressman. This is what she didn't want to talk about.
Watch this. Anyone who had ties with Epstein knowingly and was aware of what he was doing, whether or not they're a Democrat or Republican, an independent, rich, poor, investigate them. Investigate them. Bill Clinton, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, fucking, I don't know about Hakeem Jeffries. If he's in there, fine. It's only the Republicans who want to make this a partisan issue. You notice that? The Republicans say, oh, Democrats only care about the Epstein stuff because they're after Trump. Find me a Democrat like defending Bill Clinton right now. Didn't Democrats in the fucking Congress vote to hold him in contempt? Am I misremembering? Or they were willing to at least? Aren't they calling the Clintons to testify? It's only the Trump cultists who want to make this partisan. Everyone else says, if you're in the fucking Epstein files and you knew what he was doing, the easy litmus test here is if you had any association with Epstein after he was convicted of child sex crimes, you're fucking sus, you're weird, you should be investigated and locked up if there's evidence of a crime.
From Cuba, convicted, homicide, arson, weapon offense.
Convicted. So what are we talking about? Convict some of these perpetrators that rape these women that are sitting behind you, that you refuse to even acknowledge they are here.
Time belongs to the gentleman from Kansas.
Mr. Chairman, can I have a few seconds back to make up for the yelling? Thank you. General, did you have anything further to say?
Texas, convicted of homicide. Cecil Joseph from Dominican Republic.
Oh no, not convicted criminals. It's my biggest weakness as a Democrat. If someone's convicted of like a violent crime, I think that that's good that they were convicted. She whipped it out like it's fucking garlic and we're vampires. Like, look at this convicted. Okay, he's convicted. Yeah. What is the point here exactly?
Texas, convicted for kidnapping, rape. Khalid Khan from Afghanistan. That's why they want to talk about Epstein and not what's happening in their own states.
Thank you, General, and thank you for being here. And this has been quite a spectacle to observe today. I think it's sad. I ran for Congress because I thought we had serious problems in this country we wanted to try to fix together. And this performance today, not yours, General, but some of my colleagues, has not shored up my confidence that we are up to the task. You and I served together for 8 years when you were Attorney General.
The projection these people do is so fucking shameless. Every single accusation is a confession. Every single one. They're politically persecuting us. We're going to politically persecute them. These are unserious people. We're the unserious people. I can't, bro.
General Florida and I in Kansas, you serve professionally. I'm glad to be able to serve with you in these new roles, and I'm glad you're there, both generally and today. Part of the reason I ran for Congress is because in my former role, I saw in the real world, in my state, the consequences.
Am I the only one who thinks we need to end this before the election? I wish it was that simple, but here's the thing. If you impeach and convict Trump, or if Trump passes away for whatever reason, then we have President J.D. Vance. I would much rather have Trump for 4 years than J.D. Vance for 4 years. Can you fucking imagine President J.D. Vance, Vice President Mike Johnson? That may be even worse. Vice President Mike Johnson. So much worse. So much worse. And no, Vance is a smart guy. He is dangerous. J.D. Vance, we can't laugh him off like we laugh off Trump. We're lucky that Trump is an incompetent authoritarian. The biggest obstacle to Trump's consolidation of power is his cognitive ability. JD Vance is evil and smart. No. I would rather take fucking 10 years of Trump than a year of JD Vance. And I hear people say, well, oh, JD couldn't win the same way that Trump does. He doesn't have the same following. JD Vance does not give a fuck about following. He will end the elections on day one. He gave an interview in 2022 talking about, why don't we just defy the Supreme Court more often? They can't tell us what to do. Yeah, no, no. JD Vance, keep him the fuck away from the White House. Holy shit. Please.
Is a failed U.S. immigration
Genuinely very dangerous person.
and border security
And
policy.
yes, Peter Thiel's in his ear. Curtis Yarvin. Anyone here know who Curtis Yarvin is? Actual crazy person who thinks that democracy is like a corruption of human society. And yes, the firing of civil service employees, the vilification of the court system, the insistence that the president is basically an emperor with absolute power, the willingness to lie. Remember when he told us that Renee Good and Alex Preddy, they viciously attacked ICE? Even Trump is like, with the Renee Good thing, right? This is a great insight into the Trump administration. The day that Renee Good was killed was the same day that the New York Times was interviewing Trump in the Oval Office. And they asked him about the Renee Good shooting. And he gave the standard MAGA line. She's vicious. She's dangerous. She was trying to kill the ICE officers. And the New York Times people go, have you seen the video? It's not what fucking happens at all. And then a Trump staffer walks in with a laptop and plays the video for them. And Trump sees the video and the expression on his face changes. And he immediately goes to, listen, at the end of the day, it's so tragic. I wish it never happened. What does that show? Number one, he probably had never fucking seen the video before that point. Stephen Miller came to him, his staffers came to him, and they were like, sir, the radical left is back at it with a fucking terror attack. That's all you need to know, sir. Understood. And then he sees the video, he's like, fuck, this is hard to defend. And even he had the wherewithal to be like, okay, this is tragic, whatever. Even though he still fucking desecrated her name. Not to defend Trump, obviously, but meanwhile, JD Vance is the same guy who went on CNN after the cats and dogs thing from Trump. And what did he say? If we have to create stories to get the media to pay attention, we'll do it. Fuck you mean create stories? Fuck it, what? Does anyone remember this? This is some like next level shit. This is makes Trump look like a saint.
The American media totally ignored this stuff until Donald Trump and I started talking about cat memes. If I have to,
but it wasn't just a meme.
Cat memes. You know the meme where you accuse Haitians of eating the cats? Does he know what a fucking meme is? These are just cat memes, bro. Is that going to be the defense after they steal the election? These are just coup memes. It's not a coup attempt. It's a meme, guys. Okay, bro.
Create stories.
These are just crime memes. We're not committing crimes. It's a meme. It's a joke. You have fucking TDS. Why are you complaining so much? It's a meme. He was smiling when he broke the law. It was a joke. It was a prank. It's just a prank, bro. It's like fucking back in 2012 where pranksters, the ones that didn't fake their pranks, were like casually assaulting people on the streets. It's just a prank, bro. The camera's over there. Okay, you just committed a crime, though. Like, what the fuck?
that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana. I have to,
but it wasn't just a meme,
create stories so that the American media actually pays attention to the suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do, Dana, because you guys are completely letting Kamala Harris coast.
You just said that this is a story that you created. So the eating dogs and cats thing is not accurate.
Dana, it comes from firsthand accounts from my constituents. I say that we're creating a story, meaning we're creating...
Yes, the firsthand accounts, I forgot. The people on television say my dog was taken and used for food. What a quote that is. We have the Presidential Walk of Fame now, right, that Trump made? We should just have a Presidential Hall of Shame with just Donald Trump's face up there. And we can have his best hits in quotations. And I quote, "The people on television say my dog was taken and used for food." It's such a fucking pathetic joke of a country.
Creating the American media focusing on it. I didn't create...
Same guy at the debate with Walz. "You guys promised you wouldn't fact check us. This is unfair." Oh, God. What the fuck is happening in this country, bro? Hold on. You want the J.D. Vance deep dive? I gotta put you guys on to some scary shit. How do you... Can you not sort by custom time range on YouTube? That's fucking stupid. Here we go. Let's just hold on. Yeah. I need to find this interview, bro. Does anyone know which interview I'm talking about? Yes. They don't want you to see this interview. I think this is the right one. Yep, they don't want you to see this one. And this was not performative. This is on some random dude's podcast who has 30,000 subscribers. The video has 41,000 views. This is not performative authoritarianism. This is what he believes. And let's hear what he has to say.
2024, administrative state for our own purposes. We should fire all of the people. I mean, I think Trump is going to run again in 2024. I think he'll probably win again in 2024. And he'll win by a margin such that he will be the president of the United States in January of 2025. I think that what Trump should do, like if I was giving him one piece of advice, fire every single mid-level bureaucrat, every civil servant in the administrative state, replace them with our people. And when the courts, because you will get taken to court, and then when the courts stop you, stand before the country like Andrew Jackson did and say the Chief Justice has made his ruling, now let him enforce it.
Wow, that's fun, guys. Yeah, that's so cool. How what is that? He just wants a dictatorship? Okay. Cool. That's fucking crazy. When the judicial branch tries to invoke checks and balances, just tell them no, LOL. Yeah.
And I'll spare you the lengthy recitation, but let me give you the short version. I sit here and think about a fellow who was running, I believe it was drugs for the cartels, and shot a police officer in Oklahoma, drove across the border into my state, kidnapped an old man, and then invaded a house and shot at cops before we ultimately...
And Alex, I I guess she could have emphasized it more, but I feel like Harris gave multiple speeches saying that Trump is an authoritarian. He wants to use the military against American citizens. He wants to interfere with elections. And also, the sad thing about 2024 is I don't know how much the Trump is a threat to democracy rhetoric worked. It's true. It is objectively true that Trump is a threat to democracy. The sad thing is, I don't know if that resonated with normies. It would resonate a lot more now with normies because a lot of normies, they have to see an Alex Preddy or Renee Good or Georgia ballots being stolen. They have to see that in action to really understand, oh, what the fuck? This guy's actually an authoritarian. It's sad, but at some point we got to stop blaming the parties. This is on the people. I think it's on both. I don't know how much sense it makes to be pointing fingers about stuff after an election. I mean, it does make sense, obviously, where mistakes were made, but I think it's a two-way street. So, like, even if we want to argue the American public should have been better educated, it's the role of the government, I think, to ensure that people have solid enough civic education that they would have had the wherewithal to not vote for Trump in 2024. And I don't know, and this is a genuine question I struggle with, is how much can you blame people for just genuinely being uninformed and ignorant if there's no malice behind it? And if when they're educated, they change their mind or they become better. Because ignorance still has repercussions. People are going to be hurt. Yes, it's expensive. There are serious consequences to ignorance, but it's different than malice in that ignorance can be earnest. It's not always earnest. Some people can legitimately, earnestly just be ignorant. Listen, man, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I'm focused on my kids. I had this and that going on. I just didn't know much better. Yeah. I don't know.
Neutralized.
I go back and forth on that.
He's in prison now for, I believe, the rest of his life. I'm thinking about a drunk driver who was in our country illegally, never should have been here, and one night killed a young deputy in southern Johnson County, Kansas, who was making a traffic stop on another individual. Drunk driver ran in.
Has any previous president tried what J.D. Vance suggested? I believe Andrew Jackson did. I think he defied a court to do some kind of ethnic cleansing campaign against the Native Americans. I don't know the full details on that. There was something, the tariff of abominations as well. Tariff of I don't know, something like that. But you notice the Trump administration always has to, Trail of Tears, okay. The Trump administration always has to point back to like the late 1700s or like the early 1800s for the laws and precedent they want to invoke. The Alien Enemies Act of what year again? $1798. Every single legal argument these people make is like, well, in the Jurassic era, this one guy did this one thing, so now we're going to do it.
Into him never should have been.
Isn't the Insurrection Act old? I believe it's from the Civil War era. I could be wrong on that. So, second half of the 19th century? Someone can correct. I can just look it up, I guess. (1878). Okay, yeah. It's the exception to the Posse Comitatus Act. Interesting. Here's one thing that Democrats need to do more, and Lena Khan did this a lot under Biden. She's fucking goated, by the way. And Mamdani's talked about this as well, which is there's a lot of laws on the books that are just gathering dust from centuries past, decades past, that no one even remembers or talks about. And we can invoke those laws to get good shit done. I agree. I'm sure we can find FDR era or LBJ era or whatever era policy that has been sitting dormant that the executive branch hasn't invoked to act on recently. I'm sure there's something there that we could use to push more progressive policy, for sure. There has to be something there.
Being here shouldn't happen. Thinking about a guy who was deported repeatedly.
And
came
by
back
the
and
way,
ultimately murdered.
you only get that from someone who has conviction. This is why I don't like Newsom. To come full circle. Newsom, I'm sure, would sign progressive legislation if it came to his desk. Sure. How hard would he push for it? How much would he really fucking crawl through broken glass to push for it? Because one thing you have to give to the Trump administration, if they want to get something done, they will get that shit fucking done. Whether it's legal or illegal. What I would say is, okay, don't fucking break the law, obviously, but there's a lot you can do short of breaking the law that still, like, here's what I'm saying. Norms are not a thing anymore. I never, ever, 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 ever want to hear someone allude to norms. There's no such thing as norms anymore. Law, yes. Rule of law, of the utmost importance, I think. Rule of law is extremely important. But norms, we're not doing that shit anymore. Norms are out the window. They've been out the window for a while, even before Trump. When Mitch McConnell basically refused to... Wow, I just thought of this. If Mitch McConnell didn't block Barack Obama from appointing Merrick Garland to the Supreme Court, then Merrick Garland wouldn't have been the weak-ass attorney general that was incapable of putting Trump behind bars before the election. Holy shit. I didn't even think of that connection before. But point being, norms are not real. They don't matter. There was a time where they could have mattered, and it would have been nice, but we're not in that time anymore. So any statute on the books you can find, any legal authority you can invoke, any novel legal theory you can conjure up that will pass the muster of a court, push and get it done. Push and get it done. And that's why I really like Mamdani, even though on pure policy alone, Mamdani is to my left. But I prefer Mamdani as a politician to certain other politicians who on paper align with me more on policy, but in how they engage with politics have no conviction. They have no hunger. They have no drive. I think ambition, not status ambition, not political ambition, but maybe ideological ambition or ambition of like values. People who are like, I believe in something and I want to see that shit get done. I respect that because they will find a way where other people would say, okay, man, I fucking give up. The meme of the guy digging through the dirt and he stops right before he gets to the fucking diamonds. Same thing, right? Like, I think conviction balanced with pragmatism is the ideal. You need both. Here's the thing. You can be extremely pragmatic and push very hard, right? Pragmatism does not have to mean that you're unambitious. Pragmatism does not have to mean that you don't have strong values. Pragmatism is just a means of engagement, which says, I understand the constraints I'm working with, and I'm going to act accordingly. A lot of people basically say, I refuse to engage with the world until the world conforms to what I want it to be. A pragmatist says, world's fucked up. I still got to deal with it as it is and try to make it better. That's what pragmatism is to me. Warren, AOC, Sanders, Massey, Mamdani, I get that vibe from Tallarico as well, honestly. Bernie's not pragmatic. I'm saying in terms of having conviction. Bernie's not pragmatic. I don't think he is pragmatic, but Bernie has conviction. Pragmatism is when the government does stuff, and the more stuff it does, the more pragmatic it is. True. So true. Mamdani is a fantastic example of a pragmatist. So no to Newsom. To be clear, no to Newsom in a primary. Only in a... I will crawl through broken glass and molten lava to vote for Newsom in a general election against a Republican. But before that, I will fight tooth and nail to make sure he's not the nominee. That's how politics should work. You fight like hell in the primary, and then someone wins the primary, and then you vote for that person. That's how we got to do things, guys. That's how it is.
I believe it was 4
Someone
people.
said 3:05 mark, please, it gets wild. Like 3 minutes and 5 seconds or 3 hours and 5 minutes? My number one on the primary is either Tallarico or Ossoff or Whitmer. One of those three. Everyone knows Tallarico is like my goat, okay? Especially if he wins that Texas Senate seat, bro. I don't know how you don't run the Democrat who can win Texas. Ossoff voted to give weapons to Israel. Let's look this up. Because I've seen this accusation levied against other people and ended up not being true, so I just want to fact check this. Ossoff voted in favor of a failed Senate resolution intended to block the sale of Maybe the AI overview is wrong? He voted in favor of a failed resolution intended to block the sale of certain offensive weapons to Israel, specifically targeting components used in Gaza. Where can I find this? Senate recently held a vote where they rejected bringing 2 joint resolutions concerning military exports to Israel. Found common ground, but voted differently on... Oh, so there's different resolutions here. Which resolution was the AI thing talking about? He voted for okay. So just to clarify, now the claim is that he voted for something. Wait, if I remember correctly, didn't half of the Democrats in the Senate vote against sending weapons to Israel? Maybe I'm misremembering. Or maybe this was a different resolution. On July 2025, more than half of the Senate Democratic caucus voted in favor of resolutions to block certain arms sales to Israel, marking the first time a majority of Democratic senators... This is what I mean. They're shifting. This is not a vote you could have expected 5 years ago. This is just not. If you told me in 2014, 2015, half of Senate Democrats will vote for something like this, no one would believe you. (21-17) split, 27-17 split, with 27 Democrats voting to block the sale of automatic rifles. Okay. previous attempts garnered 15 to 18 votes. You're talking about a gain of 10 people. Listen, I'm sure you can find me plenty of elected Democrats who have said things or voted on things in the past that are not in alignment with how I would want foreign policy to be conducted towards Israel. If those people have since then shifted their position, I don't care why they shifted their position. If they have shifted their position and will govern in accordance with that shifted position, I'll fucking take it. I will take that. And I will, hold on. The fact that we've made it to this point, I feel very confident now that in 2028, if you want to be the Democratic nominee, you can't flip-flop on Israel. You have to say it with your chest. This was a genocide. We want nothing to do with it. Whoever says that on the Democratic primary debate stage will get a standing ovation. I don't know if they will go as far as genocide. They should. That word is important, I think. And obviously, the substance of the governance is more important to me. So if you ask me, okay, one guy who calls it a genocide but still governs the same, or a guy who doesn't call it a genocide but actually cuts off arms, Bernie Sanders does call it a genocide, by the way. He does call it a genocide. I don't know where that's coming from. Obviously, the word is not more important than the governance of actually taking a harsher stance towards Israel. I think both are very important. What if they only say ethnic cleansing? It is also an ethnic cleansing. I'm not going to be like, oh, how dare you? To me, the genocide word is important because it almost signals that you're not afraid. People are afraid of that word because it's like, oh, like, you're not supposed to say that. It's like not right. Or like there's like a certain, I feel like, consultant class who would not want people using the G word. And listen, if someone runs, they call an ethnic cleansing, and they are actually willing to cut off sales to Israel, I will happily support that person. Point that I'm making is my ideal candidate, and I think a lot of people's ideal candidate, would say this is a genocide. But obviously the most important thing is the governance. Rhetoric takes a backseat to governance. Bernie Sanders wrote a whole piece about this. Op-ed by Bernie Sanders. Who the fuck is Bernie Sanders? Titled, "It is Genocide." I don't know what more could be shown here. And okay, sorry, yes, I know someone's been asking me to react to a certain part of the hearing. Can I get a timestamp? Can I get it? Someone said 3:05. I think I asked, was that 3 hours and 5 minutes or 3 minutes and 5? Okay, 3 hours, 5 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. I apologize for that, Kaylee. Let's find it. There we go.
Thanking law enforcement and working hand in hand with them. We will continue all of these programs and working jointly with both sides of the aisle to keep our families safe.
Thank you for that, Madam Attorney General. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. Gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
I'd like to introduce for the record a letter to Director Gabbard from Mr. Warner and Mr. Himes.
Whoa. I may have missed this. Did Ossoff vote to reopen the government after the big shutdown? Was there a different vote he voted yes on? Georgia Senator Ossoff and Warnock call for a continued fight for subsidies after voting no to reopening government. Maybe there was another vote that he voted yes on? Because that, for me, you will lose my support. Keep going, like in this article. Among those who voted no were Ossoff and Warnock, who have been firm on continuing the congressional standoff until Republicans agreed to extend the subsidies. I voted no on tonight's proposal because it doesn't provide relief to the 1.2 million Georgians who are about to see their health care premiums double. People cannot afford that. The next vote. What month was that vote? Did he vote yes on a CR, or did he vote yes to reopen? When they voted in November? Can someone give me a link? Do we have a list of who did? Of course, Fetterman's in here. Hillary Clinton's vice presidential nominee. I don't know who any of the other people are. Is that Angus King? I think. Okay, thank you for the link, Rebecca. Let's check this out. How do I copy this? I'm just going to type in what I see. yahoo.com/news/articles/Warnock. Oh, 1, 0, 3, 12152. The hell? Did I type this wrong? Warnock, Ossoff vote with Republicans to pay federal workers as government shutdown continues. Georgia U.S. Senators Raphael Warnock and John Ossoff voted with Senate Republicans on Friday on a plan to try to pay federal workers as both sides continue talks to reopen the government. I don't know that I mind what is the specific thing here? If this is just to pay federal workers while the government stays shut down, I don't think I mind that necessarily. Because that was the one sucky part of the shutdown, is that like random TSA employees were basically getting caught up in this. We do have to get the fossils out. And it is 1 a.m. for me, yes. There was more to it. I'd have to look into that. So, yeah, I'll look into that. Everyone knows my number one is James Tallarico. Okay, that's the same as always. I really think he's got it. I think he's for me, the big thing about Tallarico, honestly, and maybe this is like not a huge deal, former public school teacher. That's just like times 1,000 respect. I'm sorry. That says a lot to me about someone. Former public school teacher says a lot to me about someone's character and what's important to them, what their convictions are. And he seems to be a very rare example of someone who is trying to do politics for the right reasons. And there's an argument there that he's not experienced enough, which is the argument I've heard. But remember, when Obama became the nominee in 2008, Hillary Clinton was supposed to be the nominee. That was pretty much open and shut. Obama was a junior senator from Illinois. And in fact, Tallarico would be in the exact same position career-wise as Obama was if he was to run in 2028, right? Senator for 2 years, I think. Obama was a senator for 2 years, right? Except, and another reason I like Ossoff is he won Georgia. I want a red state Democrat, actually. Whitmer is like a swing state Democrat. I still like her a lot. And also part of me, a petty part of me, I want to dispel this weird narrative, which I don't think is true. I hope it isn't true that like a woman can't win. I think it would be cool to finally have a woman win the election on the national stage. And I don't buy that it's not possible. I think it is possible. And I've seen some people now even saying like, hey man, we can't nominate a woman in 2028. I don't like that. I don't think that's true. It's kind of silly, honestly. And again, are there sexist people? Yes. Are there people who won't vote for a woman? Yeah, there are. Is that enough to lose you an election? I don't think so. I think a woman, again, Hillary Clinton won the popular vote in 2016. And yes, the goal is not to nominate anyone for any characteristic of their identity. That's why I said it's kind of the petty part of me that wants Whitmer for that reason. But she is broadly popular in Michigan. I believe... let's see. 54% in Michigan. Let's see what Biden got in Michigan in 2020. Different years, but still. %. Point being, Whitmer performs well in the Midwest. She's popular in the Midwest, and we obviously need the Midwest to win. With that being said, I think the best case for us is a Democrat from a red state. And if not a red state, then a purple state. I do not want a blue state Democrat. I just don't. And Newsom is the quintessential blue state Democrat. And it's not because of some corny, like, oh, I don't like blue states. It's because Democrats in red states have to know how to fight. They have to know. If you're a Democrat in a majority red state, I feel like, and if you can win in that state, I feel like you have good political instincts. Whether it's Andy Beshear, John Ossoff, or Raphael Warnock, if Tallarico wins, red state Democrat is the move. I really think so. Because I also think if we have a free and fair election in 2028, which is a massive if, I'm not confident at all that we will have free and fair elections. And yeah, they're more relatable. If we have a free and fair election in 2028, I feel like it will be very similar to the 2008 election in that the Republican Party is going to be wrapping up an extremely unpopular presidency who had horrible foreign policy, horrible domestic policy, civil rights violations, seen as incompetent. Everyone hates him. And what did we see in 2008? Obama won Indiana, North Carolina, Iowa, right? Can we imagine a Democrat winning Indiana like now? Florida, yeah, Ohio. Those used to be swing states actually once. Once upon a time, those weren't red states. Yeah, Florida, Ohio, Indiana, Iowa. I think Democrats have an opportunity to really run up the score in 2028. To really run up the score. I don't want a 306 to 232 win in 2028. That's embarrassing. After a literal fascist, that is embarrassing. If we are not able to secure over 350 electoral votes, I'm not satisfied. We need to put obviously Georgia in play, Florida, Ohio, North Carolina, Texas. Yes, Texas. Because again, yes, Trump won Texas by like 14 points in 2024. Don't forget 2020. Biden came within 5 points of winning Texas. Hold on. If memory serves, the 2020 election in Texas, hold on. Let's pull up the 2024 election results. Okay. Minnesota is basically 51-47, 4-point win. I'm trying to find a similar, a good comparison state. Where's New Jersey at? Okay. Yeah. Well, this actually is also a testament to how well Trump did in 2024. Trump came within 6 points of winning New Jersey, within 4 points of winning Minnesota in 2024. This fiction we have in our head of like red states and blue states does not need to be the case. We should have a 50-state strategy. We should. At least to get more Congress people in these states, if not winning them on a national level. This is super, super important to me. So, and just think, by the way, how electorally weak Joe Biden was. And we're going to end the live here. I'm fucking tired. Actually, no, I have to watch this thing. I said I would watch it, but hold on. How can I edit this? Should I just go back to the main thing? Okay. Okay. 2024 map. If Biden was the nominee, we had internal polling. And if I remember correctly, the internal polling from the Democrats showed Trump winning close to 400 electoral votes in 2024. So, for all the shit Kamala gets, I think she helped avert something that would have been worse under Biden at the very least. Again, this is internal polling is usually better than public polling, my understanding. 400 electoral votes for Trump if Biden was the nominee or something around there. And let's just see. Okay, Minnesota. Trump takes it. New Jersey. Trump takes it. What else was close enough? Colorado, right? Colorado was within... no, this is still like 11 points. What else was close-ish? Was it just those? I feel like there was more. Oh, yeah, Virginia. Virginia. Not even 6 points. Yeah, this could have been bad. This could have been really bad if, let's check New Mexico. Yeah, New Mexico is 6 points as well. Yeah, bro. New Hampshire. Where's New Hampshire? Holy shit. Yeah. Yeah, that's that would have flipped too. Where's New Hampshire at? Oh my God. Can you imagine seeing this map in November of 2024, bro? I would have kirked myself. Virginia, yeah, we flipped Virginia. Virginia was also within 6 points. Point being, let's reset the map and hold on. Let's replace this. Let's see if memory serves and if I can guess the 2020 results. I believe we had this, And am I missing something? Was it at 306? That's it? Did Biden not get 306? Ohio is possible. It is. Anyways, the map we should be aiming for. Not that we'll for sure get. Yeah, 306, 232 is what I remember. Just imagine. And is this hopium? I actually don't know, bro. I think Trump is pretty fucking unpopular. And if he's still the president in 2028 and shit is still going like this, and we somehow have a free and fair election, which I don't think we will, but if we do, the biggest hope on the screen you're seeing right now, the biggest leap of faith you're seeing on the screen right now, is not the blue Texas or the blue Florida or the blue Georgia. It is the election existing. That's the biggest hope on the screen. If we do have an election, I think this is very possible. I really do think this is very possible. The hopium is not that this will happen. It's whether or not the election will even take place. I fully expect that by election day 2028, if things continue this way, but somehow not in the election regard, if they stay fine in that regard, I really do think that we're going to see crazy landslides. I expect the same for the midterms, by the way. If we have free and fair elections, I truly think we're going to win the Senate this year. Big if on the free and fair part, but I really think we're going to take the Senate as well. And yes, we need the Patriots in Texas to stand back and stand by and fight like hell, or they're not going to have a country anymore. Seats are so gerrymandered, and that's why when Democrats get in, here's what we have to do, okay? Hold on. Let's do something real quick. We got to do something real quick. Bear with me for 1 second, okay? That just gave me an idea. I need to write down what are the top orders of business for Democrats if they get back into power. Okay. Number 1 is eliminate the filibuster on day 1. Okay? That's the first thing. Then that's going to open up a lot of avenues for us, such as D.C. and Puerto Rico statehood. Bam. That's 4 more senators. And also, it's the right thing to do to give these people statehood, obviously. Republicans might eliminate the filibuster for us. I hope they don't. I hope that's the one norm they can stick to. What else? I had so much in my mind. Yes. Term limits and rotating justices for SCOTUS. Expansion of the number of House seats. This is a big one too. This is a massive one. The number of people represented by the average congressperson now is like, isn't it like 300,000 or some shit? What else? Eliminate the filibuster, D.C. and Puerto Rico statehood, term limits and rotating justice for SCOTUS, expansion of the number of House seats. Can't all of this, maybe not the House seats thing. The first 3 can definitely just be done by the House and Senate, right? I don't know if, hold on. Okay, no, Congress does have the authority. Okay, it's set up by statute. They can just pass a law. So this can all be done once you eliminate the filibuster. Okay? Public option for health insurance. $3 trillion infrastructure package. Tax hike for the wealthy and tax cut for middle and working class. What else? What else? What else? Yeah, $3 trillion is fucking conservative. Our infrastructure sucks. No, the way you get single payer is you use capitalism against the capitalists, okay? The public option is going to say, whatever you pay for private insurance, we guarantee we'll charge you 5% less. And then just let the cards fall where they may. All private insurers eventually go bankrupt. We scoop them up, consolidate the insurance market, and bam, you have single payer. Citizens United, can that be overturned by Congress? Wouldn't the courts have to overturn the precedent for that? Hold on. This is not the real AG Okra in my request right now. You're not fooling me with that, buddy. Can Supreme Court precedent be overturned by a law? Can Supreme Court precedent be overturned by a law? Okay, yeah. Because Citizens United basically said that money is speech, right? That campaign contributions are a form of expression, free expression. So, actually, TechCorp bust, yes. Ooh, I know. Sovereign Wealth Fund. Yes. Sovereign Wealth Fund. Based. What else do we need? This is my platform if I ever run, guys. If we still have a country. And hold on. What else? What else? What else? The goal is, by the way, that when we do the term limits and rotating justices for the Supreme Court, that another case can be brought before the Supreme Court on the same issue, and they can overturn the precedent. Because remember, the Supreme Court overturned decades of precedent with, I'm blanking, Roe v. Wade, right? They basically got rid of Roe v. Wade with a decision. So all we need is justices who will get rid of Citizens United. And then you ban mergers and acquisitions. That could be based. I'm trying to think if there's any. I'm not a huge fan of mergers and acquisitions. I'm trying to think if there's any good use case there. Maybe for very small businesses, but those aren't even subject to antitrust laws. Land value tax. Federal incentives for states that build more houses. Boom. Hold on. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I missed the biggest thing. These all got to take a back seat. Send Trump administration to CCOT and live stream it on Twitch, YouTube. What else is there? And Kick. Is that the other one? There's also Rumble. Yeah. Okay. Demolish Trump Ballroom and replace it with something honoring diversity and democracy. The destruction of the East Wing should have been more propagandized by Democrats. I agree, but then some people were like, oh, this is so elitist. No one really cares about the East Wing. No lifetime pay for Congress. We need to regulate Congress. I honestly think a lot of issues in Congress will be fixed by expanding the size of Congress. I think that's a big thing. We need maglev high-speed interstate transit system. The fast trains that they have in Japan with the magnet stuff that go fast as fuck. We need that connecting this country, okay? Which will push down flight prices, by the way, also, because you're going to have to compete with trains, and also make it easier to move around the country for work or to see family or whatever. Yeah, renewable stuff is going to be included in the infrastructure package. So we should give specifics. Solar and nuclear especially. That's important. Repaving roads. Expanding broadband. I'll think of more stuff. And then hold on, for tax hike, what details do we have to add? With net worth over, let's just say 5 million. I'm subject to change on that threshold. Yes, we can. Thank you for that. What do we need? First of all, paid family leave. Not just paid family leave. The most generous paid family leave program in the world. That's called family values, by the way. That's called family values. Letting parents raise their kids instead of having to work paycheck to paycheck. What else? Obviously, yeah. Universal child care. So sorry, guys. I forgot another big one. Abolish ICE and prosecute everyone involved in the chain of command for rights violations and criminality. Not just the people on the ground doing it, the people who gave them the orders to do it as well. Defund the military imperial complex trillions, or is that... I'm talking about domestic policy here, mostly. Foreign policy is complicated as fuck. I can't write an agenda for all that. AI slowdown deal between U. Oh yeah, all Trump tariffs. And honestly, maybe this is a hot take. In hindsight, I didn't even like the Biden tariffs on electric vehicles from China. American car companies, if they're not forced to compete with Chinese ones, are going to stay shitty and the rate of advancement is going to stay slow. So I actually would love for China to send their cheap electric cars here. It's called capitalism, it's called innovation, actually. Israel sanctions, yes, I agree. But again, we're talking about domestic policy here. I count trade as kind of being domestic policy in a way, because it's economic policy. What else? This is shaping up nicely. Someone send this to the DNC right now. If I don't see this specific Google Doc with the name, specifically the name of untitled document as the 2028 DNC platform, I'm boycotting the party. Yes. RFK Jr. cut $500 million in mRNA research. We're going to increase funding for mRNA research by $1 billion. You want to cut $500 million? We come back twice as hard, okay? There we go. What else? Project Untitled. You guys thought Project 2025 was detailed? What about Project Untitled document? Holy shit. Upload this to the Discord? I should. Or just share the link. I could honestly share this with comments enabled so the Patriots can... And if you're watching right now and you're not in the Discord, you need to join the Discord. Link in my bio. Oh. Legislatively re-establish independence of executive branch agencies and civil servants from the president after we get the Trump admin locked up. Okay, second part of that is unneeded because even if we reestablish DOJ independence, the criminality is so blatant that even a good faith Republican prosecutor would lock these people up. Signatory to the International Criminal Court. That's foreign policy, though. We're not touching foreign policy. Trade is the furthest I'll go outside the nation's borders. Immigration. Hiring spree of immigration judges. What else? Hold on. What else? Actually, visas are temporary though, right? So what's just like a pew control. How do we do that? I don't know what are good gun control policies. Because some of them, I feel like a national registry of firearms would probably be ruled unconstitutional. I don't know if it could pass. Big oil hearings modeled after tobacco ones in the 90s. It's kind of based, actually. Like a car. Okay, yeah, that's a good way to put it. Can the federal government institute red flag laws, or would that be states? Because either you can say to states, we'll give you extra funding if you regulate guns, or if we can just do it ourselves, we can also do that. I don't know what how the supremacy clause would stack in there. So let's just say mandate training, licensing, state registry, and red flag laws. Okay, yeah, background check's true. Background checks, training, licensing, state registries, and red flag laws. I think that's pretty comprehensive. Higher standards. Big one. Higher pay and higher standards for civil servants. And, well, this is a bit different. I don't know if the federal government can do this. Incentives to states that pay public school teachers. What the hell? We'll just call this one education reform. And we'll say paying... Oh, wow, I'm not zoomed in at all. Let me zoom in. Paying public school teachers salaries competitive with top private I don't know why I'm in caps lock this whole time. Mandate and fund school psychologists with a set ratio of one psychologist for every, I don't know, X number of students. You got to stop spending. Let markets control more. Markets don't always clear. Demand can be inelastic. Market power can concentrate due to first mover advantage and other things. Positive and negative externalities are not factored into market prices at all, which is why a lot of this is important, is the private market. Everything on this list generates hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars in economic growth, not to mention strengthening of individuals, families, and society. That is called a positive externality. Private markets do not price positive externalities or negative ones. That's kind of the role of the state, is to force markets to internalize externality costs, both positive and negative. 4-day work week. Ooh, I know another one for taxes. Raise corporate tax rate, but allow exemptions for corporations that meet certain standards of employee pay and not just employee pay, worker representation, and what the fuck else was I gonna say? Employee pay, worker representation, and benefits, I think. Ban tax loopholes. I kind of like not tax loopholes, obviously, but I like having exemptions for positive behavior. So like, this is why I said raise corporate tax rate, but allow exemptions for corporations that meet certain standards of employee pay, worker representation, benefits. If we raise the corporate tax rate to 27%, 28%, and you're a company that does not want to pay that, guess what? You don't have to if your lowest paid employee is being paid, insert salary here and has insert X number of vacation days here, and that your the ownership stake of the company, some percentage of that is guaranteed to workers. That's one thing I have to figure out the mechanics of. I've been thinking about it recently. Like I'm trying to think. So like, this is me thinking out loud, and maybe this wouldn't work. So this one is fully thinking out loud, and someone can correct me on like, oh, here's why this wouldn't work. It just came to me right now. But like, all companies valued over, I don't know, X number of dollars. I'm fleshing this out still. Must allocate, I don't know, X percent of either equity or at least profit to employees. The idea being, like, let's say we say any company worth over $1 billion, 20% of that company's ownership is workers. Now, that 20%, let's say you have 10 workers, that 20% could be divvied up between 10 workers or 10,000 workers. The overall percentage of the company, which it is the same. The overall percentage each individual worker owns will vary depending on the size of the firm. And then if they leave the firm, they can do like a buyback from the worker where they can liquidate it, get a payout when they leave the company, and the shares are reintegrated back into the worker-owned section. So, and maybe this could also be actually part of this. Excuse me. Oh my God. Raise corporate tax rate, but allow exemptions for these subsections. Let's be more specific. To, let's say, 28%, but allow 15%. Okay, I'm liking this. This is looking good. What are we looking? I'm just coming up with stuff that I think Democrats should do if they gain power. Protect and expand. Oh my God, based. So I guess this can be. Oh wait, I forgot about another one. Is it payroll taxes? Payroll tax cap. 100. Okay. Eliminate payroll tax cap and create progressive rates up to, I don't know up to what, progressive rates. And then expand the earned income tax credit, the child tax credit, and all renewable energy tax credits. Let's go. How are you going to address regulatory capture, which is why there's so many monopoly woes? We need to break up the big companies. It's time for some trust busting. Concentration of economic power is bad even within a capitalist framework. It distorts markets. And listen, I like incentives. I like capitalism. That's why if you're a big company that gives equity to your workers and pays them really well, you'll only have to pay 15% corporate tax. But if you're a greedy, shitty company that doesn't want to do that, you're going to have to pay 28%. I think that's pretty fair. It also creates a nice incentive structure where either you contribute to our revenue this much, or if you don't, then you pick up the cost of social welfare. You pay them then directly. Oh man, why is every libertarian argument so one-dimensional? To be fair, I also used to have a very one-dimensional view of economics before I got my econ degree. So I used to be a big free market libertarian guy. I know. Dark days in my past. Me from high school would be shocked reading this list. I feel pretty good about this list. Gonna delete that part. What else do we need? Oh, simple stuff. Election Day is a national holiday, and voter registration is automatic every election cycle. Did you do Roe v. Wade? That's going to be tied in with my reform to the Supreme Court. I think reforming the Supreme Court will allow us to bring back... Actually, hold on. No. Maybe I'm wrong. Can Congress still pass a law codifying abortion rights even after the... I think we actually could pass a law because the SCOTUS decision doesn't say that abortion is unconstitutional. I believe it just says that abortion is not covered under the right to privacy. Someone can correct me on that if they have a legal background. I don't think the Supreme Court said abortion's illegal or unconstitutional. They just said that the Roe v. Wade standard, which put it under right to privacy, was not applicable. Am I right on that? Okay. AI overview says I am. So, codify, national abortion rights. Yeah, no further elaboration needed on that. Turn the military into a construction corps for our infrastructure agenda, or use the infrastructure. How do I feel about a jobs guarantee? Is that a little bit too much? It keeps the unemployment rate low. Does that even affect inflation? The Phillips curve. Actually, yeah, I've gone back and forth on federal jobs guarantee. Federal work program in general would be based. Guarantee, it depends, and I don't know if anyone here is going to know what I mean. It depends on what's going on with the Phillips curve. Because I think at least the slope of the Phillips curve has really been thrown into question over the past decade or so, where I'm sure it obviously still exists, but the correlation between unemployment and inflation, while it still exists, may not be as strict and as steep as we previously thought. I don't know. Oh, I would also say, this is an idea that I saw that I really liked. Anyone here know Mr. Beat? And I'm sorry. I know this is like a big progressive wish list, and everyone's like, wow, yeah, super based. Now you're all going to hate me, because I'm going to say I am not a big fan, as an econ guy, of raising the minimum wage as being the way to raise wages. I think the real way to raise wages in a way that is sensitive to cost of living disparities and sector by sector differences is to massively increase union power, the power of unions, or, like I said here, increase worker representation when it comes to either equity or at least when divvying up profits. At least when divvying up profits. I think it's more sustainable and more dynamic. I hate price floors and price ceilings. I'm not a fan. And it's my econ brain. I see the graph in my head. I see the line. I can't. And I agree. I think, like, here's the thing, right? There are pros and cons to a minimum wage. And I'm sure I could be shown studies which would prove that the pros outweigh the cons. The question there, though, is there another way to raise wages without those cons? What are your thoughts on a negative income tax like Friedman proposed? It's an econ major. I think that's kind of akin to refundable tax credits that we could do, like fully refundable tax credits. Negative income tax might be a straightforward way to structure it, maybe. Here's another thing I think is, maybe this is like too optics pilled. National holidays every month, celebrating workers from different, what did we call it? Yeah. National holidays, maybe not every month. Maybe I'm being too specific. National holidays celebrating workers from different essential sectors. Like, hey guys, it's the Cashier Appreciation Day today. These people make our country run low key, or it's fucking Uber driver appreciate. You get the point. You get the point. Making people who work quote unquote low skilled jobs, or like repetitive labor, making them feel like society actually cares about them, even if it's performative or just optics. Why not? Give them a day. I don't know. I'm kind of out of ideas now. How do we spur your mods won't answer? I don't even know if any mods are on right now. My chat is kind of anarchic. It's kind of an anarchy. Either a mod is on or it's just fucking free for all. Ranked choice voting nationwide. Could that be done without a constitutional amendment? Can I talk to you? Can talk to me in the chat. Opinion on the Dean Tashika allegations. I don't know much about the situation. I joined Dean's Live for like 15 minutes earlier today. It seemed pretty fucking straightforward and bad, what she did. So, that's where I'm at right now. Oh, okay. I don't think it would be allowed because running elections is state by state. There's ways. What can we do? What's pragmatically possible? As if any of this would pass. Actually, no, this would pass if the Democrats just listened to what I said to do and they got rid of the filibuster and got 4 more senators. And actually, I saw this idea on a Mr. Beat video. I lost this train of thought earlier, I think. Anyone here know Mr. Beat? Not Mr. Beast, Mr. Beat. He recently did a video where he talked about the concept with someone else of having national senators as part of the Senate. So you have 2 senators from each state. What if you also had like 4 senators that were elected on a national level to help push back against the disproportionate power that red states have in the Senate without just creating a bunch of new blue seats or some shit? I think I like that idea. Create... Why is this not caps lock? I like this idea. Replica 2 asked him about Trump and his felonies. Please try it and warn everyone. ChatGPT is compromised? Maybe 4 is being bold. Let's just say 2 national Senate seats. I think that's fair. Oh, this is why I'm not touching foreign policy aisle alone, is that Trump has put us in a really fucked up situation foreign policy-wise. He's dug us into a hole that I do not know how the fuck we're supposed to dig out of. When it comes to our European alliances, the disgusting shit we've done to entrench power in Palestine with this fucking council that Trump is creating, was the Council of Peace. Yeah, a lot of bad stuff. So I'm not touching foreign policy in this one. Oh yeah. Free mental health services. Well, that would be part of a public... Hold on. Let's do this. We can just say healthcare reform. Public option for health insurance. Zero cost access to psychologists for all Americans, and raise psychologist pay to incentivize more people entering the field. Funding incentives for states that award electors on a proportional basis rather than winner take all. Fantastic idea. Automatic. We're not taking guests right now, by the way. Automatic tax filing for income. Here's the thing. This is a bit of a daydream, but there's if you can just open these 2 gates. Hold on. I need to... All of this is way easier to do if we can just get these 3 things done first in this order. Oh my God, this becomes a whole different story if we can get these 3 things done first. Actually, I'll add one more to this, which is this. If we can do these 4 things, the rest of this agenda is not so crazy. to get done over 2 or 3 administrations. Eliminate the filibuster on day 1, DC and Puerto Rico statehood, bam, 4 more senators, create 2 national Senate seats elected by the United States, not by any specific state, bam, I think 2 more Senate seats. We've just added 6 Senate seats to a Senate that is already 50 votes to pass. No more filibuster. And then, when you start passing this legislation, you have term-limited and rotating justices to ensure that Clarence Thomas doesn't destroy this agenda. What a beautiful world this would be. What the fuck is going on? There we go. I think that's it for the live. I think this is a good place to end it. Will any of this happen? It would require elections to be a thing. I do not exactly know if elections will be a thing. I'm not against increasing the number on the Supreme Court, but I'm a lot less concerned with the number of justices if there are term limits and if justices are rotating between the Supreme Court and like lower courts as well to ensure that there's some element of randomness in which judges end up there. No, you're right. I made a promise. We will hear what happens.
Letter of response from her to them about who invited her to Atlanta, and a copy of the search warrant. And I'd also like to just make clear for the record, the reason people in Memphis weren't going out was because the ice was on the ground and we were afraid we'd fall. But other than that, we go out all the time.
Gentlemen, without objection, the gentlelady from Vermont is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Attorney General Bondi, according to your department,
how do you feel about that strike happening on March 7th? I'm in favor of any action taken by individuals, groups, states, corporations, workers that apply pressure and inflict pain onto the current administration. So that's just my insert answer here for any protest, any strike you'll ever bring up to me is yes.
Actually abused in the United States every 9 minutes. And the vast majority of survivors never get justice. And that's one of the reasons why I think the Epstein case has resonated so deeply with so many Americans. And the other reason, I think, is because it has revealed a 2-tiered system of justice. And the powerful are protected and the survivors rarely get any accountability. And the Epstein files contain evidence of a multi-decade international criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse. And I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials. Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy, and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These
did I miss it? It was 3:05.
Other than that, we go out
all of these programs. And citizens in Memphis saying that they...
Or was I at the right part?
Evidence of a multi-decade international...
Her name is Rebecca. Yes. Is this the right part?
Criminal conspiracy involving some of the wealthiest and the most powerful people in the world. There's evidence of financial crimes, political corruption, sex trafficking, and of course, horrible sexual abuse.
Okay, see, Bondi
and I want to remind everybody, this isn't a game. These are real people, people who have suffered, who are sitting here with us today, and they deserve answers, and they deserve accountability. And I'm here to try to get some for them. Now, I've seen some of the unredacted Epstein files, and obviously, as you know, President Trump's name is all over them, but so are the names of other senior Trump officials. Howard Lutnick, Secretary of Commerce, John Phelan, the Secretary of the Navy, and Stephen Feinberg, the Deputy Secretary of Defense. These men were appointed by President Trump to senior positions in his administration. All of them have clear and confirmed ties to Jeffrey Epstein. Attorney General Bondi, yes or no, has the Justice Department asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Epstein?
Excuse me. Secretary Lutnick has addressed those ties himself.
I'm asking you, has the Justice Department specifically asked Secretary Lutnick about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
He has addressed those ties himself.
Has the DOJ asked Secretary Phelan about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't know whether he has addressed those or not.
Has the Deputy Secretary Feinberg talked to the Department of Justice about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein? Yes or no? Has the Department of Justice talked to Deputy Secretary Feinberg about his ties to Jeffrey Epstein, which are clearly spelled out in the files? It's a very simple question. It's not a trick question. I'm just asking you.
Yeah, I'm stunned that you want to continue talking about.
Oh my gosh.
Epstein
Okay, I'm
instead of a
reclaiming my
Border Patrol
time. I'm
agent.
asking
Order.
you not a trick question, a simple question. Okay, so what is clear is we have evidence.
Do you know who Chris Malin is?
We have evidence that 3 senior officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what I
does
can
ties
conclude,
mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean? Can
I
you
think
define
Americans would be shocked.
Oh, she just won Andrew Wilson on her. Define ties, liberal. How do you define the word ties?
Officials within the Trump administration have ties to Jeffrey Epstein. And what
Damn.
I can
Ties
conclude,
mean?
I can conclude
What does
from what
ties
you are
mean?
saying that you have not talked to them.
What does ties mean? Can
I
you
think
define that?
Americans would be shocked to learn that you are not interested in talking with these officials who have ties to Jeffrey Epstein.
What does
Across
ties
the
mean?
world,
I'm going to have to disagree with Miss Ballantyre. Absolutely no one is shocked to learn that these people are clowns who don't want to help anyone. I'm not shocked. Other than that, she's cooking.
Can you define that?
across the world,
Can you
prominent
define
men
ties?
who've been
Define
exposed
Jeffrey.
in the files have resigned their jobs in disgrace. And that's a good first start. And that same
Disgrace is
standard,
not saying the word
this
Chris
same
Malin.
standard should apply here. And Americans want accountability.
If you don't get that joke, you're living a life that I envy. A life of ignorance that I envy.
Chris Malin.
Was the president
he?
aware? Please stop talking. It is not your time to ask
was he?
questions. It is not your time. I'm reclaiming my time, Mr. Chair.
One second.
Time belongs to the gentlelady from Vermont.
Was the president aware of Secretary Lutnick's ties to Epstein when he chose him to lead the Department of Commerce? Was he aware?
Chris Malin was a Border Patrol agent.
Okay, so I'm going to conclude that the president, in fact, did know about his ties because he was the next door neighbor.
Shame on you.
Oh, for goodness sakes.
You're
This
from
is
a tiny,
pathetic. This
beautiful
is
state.
pathetic,
The
Mr.
committee will be
Chair.
in order.
I am not asking trick questions here. The
You got
American
5
people have a
minutes.
right
Oh
to
my
know
God,
the
she's
answers to
cooking.
this. These are
Which district is she? Oh my! A lot of. I love these hearings sometimes because you meet some new faces, and you're like, oh wow, there are so many chefs cooking in this Congress. Hold on, Miss Ballant. She is an American politician who is a member of the U.S. House of Representatives from Vermont's at-large congressional district. Let's go.
senior officials in the Trump administration. This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell. Have
Oh
a right
my
to know the answer
God! Whoa!
to this. These are senior officials.
I might have to slow it down to 1x speed for that.
In the Trump administration.
Yes.
This is not a game, Secretary.
I'm Attorney General.
My apologies, I couldn't tell.
Oh my God. And I know damn well Pam Bondi was like, it's Attorney General to you. Couldn't tell, bitch. Shut up. Yes. Thank you.
By 2008, we knew that Epstein was a convicted sexual abuser.
This is how you have to talk to these people and treat them. Whichever Democrat earlier was like, I would like to politely ask you some questions. No, actually. I have some questions for you. They're not going to be polite at all. So Matt Nuclear says, you agree we should pass the SAVE Act? I don't know, Matt. It doesn't make much sense to me to say that having a student ID wouldn't allow you to vote, or that if you're a married woman whose last name on her ID does not match the last name on her birth certificate, that she won't be able to vote, especially if she got married close to the election. Are you a fan of this? Do you know how many roadblocks this law would put up that accomplish nothing? By the way, voter ID. ID is run by the states, not by the federal government. It's not exclusive to citizens. Non-citizens can also have ID, so what the fuck does ID prove if you're so worried about non-citizens voting? There's the cost, not just of IDs, but of a lot of paperwork changes, which will especially affect, again, married women, because the SAVE Act requires, you're wrong, Matt, the majority of Americans want a vague concept in polling described as voter ID. Yes. What that actually means is the question. And the SAVE Act says you have to provide a proof of citizenship, such as a birth certificate or a passport. What percentage of Americans have a passport. Okay, so we're going to say around half of the country that doesn't have a passport, they're going to need their birth certificate to register. But guess what? Their birth certificate is not enough. If it's a woman who got married and changed her last name, the name on her ID and on her birth certificate is not going to match. And she's going to have to go through the paperwork of rectifying that and the cost of rectifying that. And the question is, what benefit do we get from the SAVE Act that would justify all of these roadblocks that make it harder to vote? What is accomplished by the SAVE Act? I've yet to hear that. That's the cost of voting. Cost of voting. Cost. A cost for voting. A poll tax is a tax levied on every liable individual without reference to income or resources. Essentially, you want to put up a financial barrier to voting. Indirectly, it's a financial barrier to voting that will disproportionately affect people who don't have passports, which I'm going to guess, yeah, strong correlation between having a passport and being socioeconomically well off. So if you have a passport, you're chilling. If you don't have a passport, more likely you're on the poorer side socioeconomically. And because you're on the poorer side now, you have to actually end up paying an extra fee to rectify either getting a birth certificate back if you don't have yours, and then ensuring that your birth certificate details match your ID details. And how many people even have their birth certificate on hand, the original one that would qualify? It's silly. Because what would it even accomplish? Let's check. What would it accomplish? How many undocumented people vote every presidential election? Vanishingly rare. That can't be right. Oh my God. Guys, we need the SAVE Act. Are you telling me 20 non-citizens registered to vote and 9 of them voted? We need to pass legislation that upends our entire system of running elections. This is bad. This is big stuff. Or no, 87. We could be getting guys into the hundreds potentially. And listen, you can easily flip a national election of tens of millions of votes with a couple hundred votes here and there. Oh, where'd Matt go? He always gets kind of quiet when you address him.
And we now know that Lutnick went to Epstein's Island in 2012. How was that not a deal breaker for the president? And why aren't you asking questions of the Commerce Secretary about what he saw when he was at the island, which he lied about not ever going to? Why are you not asking these questions?
Good question.
And I see that my time is almost expired, so I will say this. Do the right thing, Attorney General. Meet with the survivors. They have been asking for a year. Meet with the survivors. Do the right thing. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 5 minutes.
May I have 20 seconds of his time?
That'd be up to the gentleman, but
absolutely, Madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I was curious if you, Congresswoman, asked Bill Clinton that. Didn't see one tweet, not one. I didn't see one tweet when Joe Biden was.
We have to issue tweets now? I don't think any Democrat has an issue with Bill Clinton having to answer questions. I think they're all in favor of that, actually.
Was in office about Bill Clinton.
Sorry we didn't fucking tweet about it. I know that you guys think that policy takes place on Twitter and Truth Social.
Didn't ask Merrick Garland anything about Epstein, not once. When he was
weak sauce.
And also, I want the record to reflect that, with this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
He is Jewish. I just want to be clear.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman.
What the fuck was the correlation there?
I want the record to reflect
what did she say?
With this anti-Semitic culture right now, she voted against a resolution condemning.
He is Jewish. I just want to be clear.
She voted against a resolution condemning from the river to the sea? Oh no. Listen, Epstein victims, you guys got to go home. We have some important stuff to talk about, like a resolution condemning some words we don't like. Get in the line, buddy.
Do you want to go there, Attorney General? Or do you want to go there? Are you serious? Talking about anti-Semitism to a woman who lost her grandfather in the Holocaust?
My time.
Really?
I did not know that.
Committee will be in order.
Damn.
Talk to Jared Wise about
Oh,
anti-Semitism.
she's about to go smack the shit out of her. Holy shit.
Really?
Yes.
The committee will
She's
be
like,
in
no, I'm
order.
sick of talking.
Talk
Square
to
up.
Jared Wise about anti-Semitism.
Please,
Ranking member
please,
knows that.
please tell me. She needs to pull a Will Smith here. It would be justified. She needs to pull a Will Smith here. Keep anti-Semitism out of your mouth. Bam. And go back to your chair.
I've been. I think the whole committee knows. I've been very generous in making sure everyone gets their 5 minutes in the same.
Attorney General, I'm going to talk about sanctuary cities for a second, which limit the federal government's ability to enforce immigration law. They're kind of a news.
Okay, I'm done. We're done. Play back the. It's pretty crazy. I heard that Chris Ross smacked Will Smith. I guess I don't know why. I guess we're ending the live with this for some reason, guys. This is how we're ending.
You know who's got the hardest job tonight?
This is kind
Bardem
of this is still crazy.
and
And
his wife are both nominated. Now, if she loses, he can't win.
Imagine if the Democratic Party got as triggered about Trump's fascism as Will Smith got about the G.I. Jane joke. What a beautiful world we live in.
He is praying that Will Smith wins. Like, please, Lord. Jada, I love you.
Moments before disaster. He's just a fun-loving guy. He's at the awards. He's laughing because, hey, it's a good time, guys. I wonder what he's going to have to say.
I love you. G.I. Jane 2, can't wait to see it. All right?
Oh, he liked the G.I. Jane joke. Let's go. Is this the Mandela effect? Is the clip going to end and nothing happens? And I'm like, wait, what? Is this the happy ending we never saw?
That was a nice one. Okay. I'm out here. Richard. Oh, wow. Wow.
He looks so proud of it. Why is bro strutting off like he just did something?
Will Smith just smacked the shit out of me.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
Can I go home?
Wow, dude.
Yes.
It was a G.I. Jane joke.
Keep my wife's name out your fucking mouth.
I'm going to, okay?
I still don't understand what the thought process here was. How did he expect this to look for him in the public eye? Like what did he I don't know. I don't know if maybe he wasn't thinking that far ahead. Probably not.
Okay.
Chris Rock he ate that shit and handled it like a champ in his, to give him some credit. He really kept his composure.
That was a greatest night in the history of television. Okay.
Chris got rocked. Holy shit, true. Play the clip of Clav getting frame mugged by ASU frat leader. I'm good. I think I'm okay. We're gonna hold on.
Would you raise your hand, please? Do you solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, ma'am.
Is this deep state propaganda? Where the fuck did Jeffrey Epstein come from? Bro. Is my autoplay on or something? Oh, it is. Never mind. Damn, we got 193 in here in the middle of the fucking night? Damn. That's cool. That's cool. Okay. I think we are done with the live for tonight, though. Oh my god. I've been live for 5 hours? Yo, I need to go. I need to leave. Listening while working, bro? Hell yeah. Let's go. What time zone are you in? I'm in real people time. So it's 2:09 a.m. for me right now. Okay. I think that's it. Remember, guys, these are the 4 keys to utopia. Not the Travis Scott album, but like politically. If we can do these 4 things, we can get a lot done. This is the roadmap. Whoever runs on these 4 things has my vote and my undying loyalty. Okay. Before I hop off for tonight, any last minute questions, comments, concerns, insults, suggestions? I don't know what else there is. If not, we're going to hop off. We're going to wrap it up for tonight. I cannot believe I've been live for 5 hours and 21 minutes. Start gesture maxing, bro. Will you be live tomorrow? I don't know. I have a lot of videos I'm working on, so if I'm not live, you'll get at least 1 video from me tomorrow, if not 2. You may get 2. Everyone here, thank you, Scratch, for the $2 super chat on YouTube. Love the content. I've debated Matt Nuclear too. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. It's really it requires a lot of patience. Eyebrows kind of far apart, but your mind and heart in the right place. Thank you. I've never once heard that said about anyone, let alone myself. Eyebrows kind of far apart. Okay. Did you see Ossoff call Trump a Klansman? Yeah. Your thoughts on abortion? I'm pro-choice. And I debated Lila Rose on abortion on Jubilee Surrounded if you want to check that out. Everyone who's here, again, make sure you guys are subscribed on YouTube, link in my bio. Make sure you join the Discord, also link in my bio. If you're not already following on TikTok, you can do that right here. Do you think they really ate babies? I don't know. Can you debate this guy named Huff on TikTok? Maybe. I don't know who that is or what he wants to debate about, but possibly. Wow, this may be the longest live I've ever done, and it was supposed to be like a 1.5 hour live. We'll check it out, and thank you, and Dean and Parker for everything you do. Thank you, and yeah, shout out to Dean and Parker. He's live right now. Well, I'm wrapping it up, y'all. I went to a whole other live and came back. Yeah, I don't know how I ended up here. This was supposed to be a quick live, and it ended up becoming 5.5 hours, and now it's 2 a.m. Now I have to delay my nighttime routine. I'm starting it at 12 and at 2 instead of 12. The things I do for you people. Wow. I need to become more authoritarian around here and stop being fucking peer pressured by my chat. What's your night routine? I have to listen to a certain amount of music and watch a certain amount of YouTube and then do a few push-ups before I go to sleep. And the first couple of those things take a while. So I like to get started at like 11:30, 12, so I'm not sleeping super late. It's a choice. It's probably not even good for me, actually, other than the push-ups. The rest of it's probably not good for me, but it's part of I got to do it. I have to. The chat owns the means of production here. I'm going to start cracking down. We're going to start tightening up the borders for guest requests. I'm going to start raising taxes on everyone here. What else? What else do I have to do? I need to start sharing takes that my chat disagrees with. That's one thing I need to do. I refuse to be subject to audience capture. I need to do a live where my whole audience is like, fuck you. I hate everything you said in this live. Sorry about that. Okay. Just yap about your love for Ye. My love is not for Ye. It's for his music. Okay? And I don't think that's controversial. That's not a hot take. Everyone can acknowledge, putting aside the person for a second, musically, Kanye is like the GOAT. Musically. I'll say his music is the GOAT. I think it goes without saying that him as a person is a very different story than his music. You don't have to clip it. I'll say that anywhere, at any time. I'm sorry, okay? Not musically. Music is not just lyrics. It's not just... It's a synthesis of so many different layers of sound interacting with each other in dynamic ways across time. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't get over Graduation, Yeezus, Kids See Ghost, Life of Pablo, the album self-titled Ye. He produced for Pusha T on Daytona, I think. Also an amazing album. Just the part where he said he was a GOAT. Lol, JK. Okay. Is he redeemable? Redeemable and forgivable are different questions. I did see he did like a big apology thing recently. Here's the thing. No amount of apologizing can change the people that were hurt by what he did. And he said some really crazy shit. Some of the craziest shit I've seen any public figure ever say in my life. If you've seen the tweets... The Pharaoh tweets and I think I have some of these. It's bad. So redeemable, I don't know. I don't think so. His apology to me did seem, even if he didn't write it, it seems like he's changed in the sense that the way he was before, when he was doing his anti-Semitic podcast circuit and all that stuff, he was clearly... And this doesn't excuse the bigotry, obviously not. He was clearly having a serious mental health crisis where, like, he wasn't acting like a normal bigoted person. He was acting like a legitimately deranged person who's also bigoted. It seems like he's back on medication, and it seems here's the thing. even if he apologized just for optics, the Kanye that was saying that crazy shit would not even care about the optics of an apology. Does that make sense? Even the idea that he would care to look like he's sorry, whether or not it's legitimate, speaks to a shift in his mindset, I think, which seems healthier, at least. So, redeemable, I don't know. Can he become better and grow? I hope so. I say that for almost anyone. I believe in most cases, there's edge cases obviously, in trying to rehabilitate people and make them like grow and learn from their mistakes. Not always possible, not always warranted or justified, but I think in most cases, I prefer, and this is just me, people may disagree, and that's fine, I prefer reform to revenge. And that's a simple way of putting it, but broadly speaking. Why is it so easy to get a white power fascist as president, but not a progressive? Because the white power fascists are really good, or not anymore. The white power fascists were, at a point, really good at creating an environment that allowed non-white power people and non-fascist people to support them. It's kind of hard to keep that facade up now. When it comes to progressives, I mean, progressive can win. It just depends on how they run. I don't think election is decided by policy. I've always said this. If elections were decided by policy, Hillary would have won in 2016 and Kamala would have won in 2024. Elections are not decided by policy. They did blind comparisons, polling. Kamala's platform versus Trump's, it was not even close. It was like 80% preferred Kamala Harris's platform. She didn't win 80% of the vote, though, because I think actually winning an election is a lot about charisma and rhetoric. More than we'd like to admit. It is like, I would say it's like 70% charisma and rhetoric. Do you think prison should be about punishment or rehab? I think those don't have to be mutually exclusive. They can be mutually exclusive. They don't have to be. Because when we say punishment, being in jail in and of itself is considered a punishment, I believe. But you can be rehabilitated while you're in jail. I'm sure there are ways to do that. We're not doing it now. So, and are some people so far gone, or have they done crimes that are so heinous that rehab doesn't make sense? Yes, for sure. But do you think everyone in the files is involved in human sacrifice and eating humans? Honest answer is I don't know, because the FBI tips, I would assume some are true, some are half true, and some are not true. Death penalty, no. I oppose the death penalty. I strongly oppose the death penalty. Because honestly, even if we're thinking from like a revenge mindset, I'd rather have these people rot away in a cell if they've done something heinous than to just give them the sweet release of death like a week after they're convicted. Where's the justice in that? It's also cheaper, and if you don't have the death penalty, people won't be wrongly killed. Another thing, if even 1% of people on death row were falsely convicted, then it's too expensive. My understanding is that life in prison is cheaper than administering the death penalty in many states. Or unless that's what you were saying, in which case, yeah, I agree. Did you see the messages about game theory from Epstein? Does he know how to define zero sum? Did he say it was no compromise, no negotiation, no nothing? If you understood that reference, you're part of the oligarchy in this chat. I'm not going to be an authoritarian. I'll be an oligarch. So if you understood that reference, you're part of the oligarch class. If you didn't, you're like part of the peasant class. I don't know. Okay. I keep delaying ending the live. We're actually going to end the live now. Thank you for watching, everyone. Stay safe. Have a good night. Stay peaceful. Stay patriotic. And until next time, whether it's next time I'm live, next time I post to TikTok, next time I post to YouTube, stand back and stand by. Stand back and stand by, everyone. And if you're watching on YouTube, I didn't get to do the really smooth ending the live as soon as I say stand back and stand by. The TikTok people got to see that. You're going to have to hear me fucking meander on for a couple minutes. Bro, this fly will be the death of me. I'm going to fucking... Okay. That's fine. Okay. To the YouTube people. Actually, I can just do it again for the YouTube people. Till the next time we meet, I need everyone to stay peaceful, patriotic, fight like hell. We're not going to have a country anymore. And in the meantime, stand back and stand by.